Worlds 2025 and the last day of our quarterfinals. Today we have the reigning champion T1 facing off against LPL's second seed, Anyone's Legend, as they step into the Mercedes-Benz Arena. It's amazing to see this matchup. I think it's one of the most highly anticipated ones, and probably, Emily, or perhaps we hope the closest of all of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm thinking this is going to be pretty close between these two teams. We haven't seen AL in a while, meanwhile T1 making their lower, I guess not even lower bracket,
well,
I guess,
it
but
kind
yeah,
of feels that way
through the Swiss stage to qualify here. But yeah, I'm hoping for a really close series.
And we started off really strong, you know, with Genji Hanwha, and then we had two series that were a little bit more one-sided. So I hope today we can end strong in quarterfinals and get that 5-game banger.
Yes, we have T1 on the docket today with Faker, who's such a big part of League's history. And of course, Riot has been posting the bracket of the most memorable plays of the 15-year anniversary of Worlds. And today we have DRX's Last Stand versus Ruler's Varus Flash.
Dead. Gonna come down to a smite fight. King of the Ult is off. Beryl has the ultimate back up. No carries on the flashes. Look at the trap line. Look at the Caitlyn. He's trying to stun him away. Owner goes in. Owner is down. The Drake secured. T1's jungle trying to do it. T1's going to the base. They're going to the Nexus. Can they do it in time? Kingen comes back. Elder Drake at the ready. But what can he do? Q3. No damage just yet. Elder Drake. The execute. Sayed is down.
On the front line, Samsung Galaxy pushed mid first. You see the flash ult left. They've caught Faker. They've got the CC. The mid laner is down. The unkillable Demon King has done the line as Ruler stays in, life stealing. In the back line, they found more as Hootie does not have a way out. Pops to Yolt, but he has.
Who do you think won?
I gotta go DRX. I think that game 5 in a finals is kind of hard to beat.
It did, but it was very close. 56% of the votes for DRX's Last Stand. So this is how the bracket plays out. I love it. We've got some all-timers in the top 4, right? And I think I can envision a final, but we'll find out how it gets populated as we run through Worlds. But I love how the bracket with Faker's Azir Shuffle and the moments he was involved in is leading us seamlessly into the quarterfinal today. T1 is up versus Anyone's Legend. And Anyone's Legend has kind of morphed into the hope of the LPL, Emily, over the time of the year. I think also because of how they burst onto the scene at
Hello everyone, how are we all doing? This series is going to be a jungle masterclass. John Bidders, completely agree. Glad to have you on in here. Welcome to saying hello to everyone. Let me get that down. How are you all doing, folks?
He has been a massive difference maker for this roster.
T1 have never lost to an LPL team in best of 5 of World's history. No, they have not. They have done a lot of winning.
Up against teams that quote unquote should be better than them. It is through really smart drafting.
Agreed, Emily.
Game plans for this team. So we'll see what they've done with their time.
Tabe is a bit of a kingmaker, but you said
Tabe's pretty good
because they went 3-0. Now Maurits, we have seen great teams falling in the quarterfinals after a run like that.
Yeah, it really has been a struggle. The funnest part to me is still that KT somehow has looked possibly the best out of any 3-0 team.
Yeah, true. True.
Which I think is funny, but we've seen this with Genji last year when they looked quite rough coming out of the break. We've seen this with LNG in 2023, and in their case, they did lose to the eventual world champion.
But yeah, still, back in 2013, they took down
momentum up and basically qualifying in what kind of feels like a different
Royal Club. I want to say 2013, just haven't lost an LPL team in a best of 5 since then. At Worlds specifically, MSI, a very different matter.
As we talk about T1 as well, but now it's time for a new installment of Draw My Life with Emily.
Cute. Let's have a go.
And this one is going to feature Flandra, the top laner of Anyone's Legend. So
Emily's little segments on this are wonderful. I really, really like these. You know what to say? There's always a first time. You're not wrong, John.
Snake was a really fun team to watch.
We're going to watch some Flandre stuff. Excellent.
Himself there for his creativity and flashy plays. His in-game name, Flandra, actually comes from Toho Project's Flandra Scarlet.
Yes, I thought it was Toho.
But, yeah, his little weeb game right there. Flandra was and remains
very good, very good.
And global top lane pioneer.
Hey, Montes, good to see you.
This year in the Demacia Cup, he pioneered.
What time it starts? About 8 a.m. So on the hour.
Everyone was kind of running.
Always get rid of my annotations. 1 second.
Flandra won his first LPL title in 2021 with EDG. He became a world.
No, sorry about that.
Year. And Flandra is also a big fan of K-pop group Idol.
Yeah, he is.
And
Yeah.
his World Skin recall animation is actually a nod to this with the little light stick. On every team he's been on, Flandra has been lauded by his teammates and coaches for his shot calling and game knowledge. So now on Anyone's Legend, he hopes to help them reach the championship and win his second Summoners Cup for himself. And yeah, just talking to
Alex will be joining us a bit later, but it is just going to be me for the game. First game, anyway.
What a stabilizing influence
I apologize to the Bishop.
Thank you for that wonderful episode of Draw My Life. We are so happy to have you do these, to dive into these stories.
It is pretty cool.
Let's start talking a little bit about their opponents as well, because it's T1 versus the LPL.
Yes, T1.
In this bracket. So, Maurits,
I left alone with Sam. No rules. That's the one.
I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed because if you only watch Worlds, which I know many fans do, and you have watched me the last 2 years come in and go to quarters and be like, you know what, guys, T1 really looked like they were struggling in summer. We're seeing some underperformances individually. The meta doesn't really fit them. And then I looked very silly. And it makes me very apprehensive about talking about them today.
How I feel about top esports.
Still a G2, and you said no, we're at the G2 office still. There is another G2 watch party happening. In fact, I ought to go make some. In fact, I probably ought to go do my social obligations. In fact, give me a second. I've got to go retweet and stuff. So make sure everyone knows what's going on.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Especially we got this segment on anyway.
It's a clash of titans in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Anyone's Legend face T1 for a spot at the World's 2025 semifinals. At MSI 2025, T1 narrowly escaped with a 3-2 victory. But today, AL have a chance to turn heartbreak into history.
Carrier is chasing hope. Owner is there with the CC. And it's T1, baby.
For China, this is more than revenge. It's a chance to prove that the new generation of LPL can rise again. Faker and T1 have long been China's nightmare, repeatedly ending the LPL's dreams, denying the title in both 2023 and 2024. Now, they look to crush LPL hopes once again. Will AL finally break the curse, or will T1 march once again towards another World Final?
That is $1 million question today to see our final team that will lock into the semifinals. Will it be this man? And Maurits, when you
I return.
look at kind of the
Hey Trinity, good to see you, mate.
T1 has had in this previous years and how they've been able to blow up, do you not see the same scenario playing out?
Well, there are a lot of parallels you're highlighting because
Replay.
saying the same thing, struggling in summer, individual underperformances, a meta read and drafts that don't quite work out. But I do think we really need to be honest as well. The comparison to the last 2 years to me feels substantially different. I think that the level of play when you look has not just been subpar for T1, which is a very high barrier, but just not that great. This was a team that was the second best in the world at MSI, and those highs, they will have to need to reach today, and thus far the tournament, we haven't seen them even close to that.
I'm glad you touched upon the meta, though, because in both of these cases in 2023 and 2024, like 2023, I remember tracking Carrier's support picks as this bot lane just was running absolutely demonic, pushing 2v2s.
Yeah, they were pretty wild.
By surprise. So now with Fearless, I actually am really curious to see what their meta read is going to be coming into today and if they can warp it to something that they're really comfortable on.
It's one of the questions going into today. We know that Owner, if he plays as he usually does, he will be on point. I was able to catch up with Owner in Beijing in the Horizon Game Day interview.
Ooh, interview.
Owner, thank you for joining me after Swiss stage. You just
do what
drew
you had to
Anyone
do.
Legends. What was the reaction from the team?
방금 막 이제 스위스 모든 여정 마무리했고 대진이 끝났잖아요. 방금 AL 뽑혔는데 반응이 어땠나요? 첫 반응.
뭐 어떤 상대든 어쨌든 다 잘하는 상대라고 생각했기 때문에 그냥 AL이구나라고 생각했고 또 이제 반대편 조가 젠지 하나가 걸려가지고 그게 좀 재밌는 포인트였던 것 같습니다.
I mean, every team is really strong at this point, and after the draw, we were like, okay, we got AL, and then we looked at the other side of the bracket, and we got Hana, Life, Genji.
It's
so that
true.
was really interesting.
Yeah, at least you don't get to face off against an LCK team again. Talking about T1, it has been a pretty rough Swiss stage for you guys. Any specifics that you guys want to work on to get ready for AL in quarters?
이제 스위스 스테이지를 좀 놓고 보자면 T1이 많이 고전하는 순간도 많았다고 생각합니다. 이제 8강 준비를 위해서 어느 부분을 가장 좀 나아지게 만들고 싶으신가요?
그래도 뭐 저희가 초반
I need to
뭐
get it.
설계부터 해서 나아지고 있다고 생각하지만 그래도 중후반에서 저희의 집중력이 좀 더 올라오면 좋을 것 같다고 개인적으로 생각이 들어서 그런 점을 조금 더 보완해야 될 것 같고 그리고 뭐 라인 수업 단계에서 더 발전할 수 있는 것들이 너무 많다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 그런 부분들을 좀 더 잘 고치면 좋은 성적이 나오지 않을까 생각합니다.
Oh, I think we have been improving on the early game setups. I think we still need to focus on our mid to late game kind of focus and how we play out the map. And also, I think we still have a lot of room to improve when it comes to the lane swap meta. So yeah, we are working on those.
Talking a bit more about you, something that we've been saying on the desk is that you've been pretty consistent the whole year. How do you reflect on your performance at Swiss stage and what do you want to work on personally for quarters?
올 한해 또 오너 선수 굉장히 안정적인 경기력을 1년 내내 잘 유지하신 것 같거든요. 본인의 스위스 경기력을 놓고 봤을 때 어떻게 생각하시는지 또 여기는 조금 더 내가 좀 정진하고 싶다 하는 요소가 있을까요?
뭐 그래도 제가 월드를 꽤나 많이 온 걸로 아는데 이번 연도가 그래도 뭐 아픔 이슈도 살짝 있었고 그렇다 보니까 폼이 왔다 갔다 한 적도 좀 있고 그러다 보니까 이번 연도가 제일 아쉬운 것 같아요. 개인적으로 제 폼이. 그래서 이 부분을 8강에서는 좀 보완해서 좋은 모습을 좀 보여주고 싶은 마음입니다.
Well, yeah, I believe I was pretty consistent throughout the time. But this year, especially at Worlds, there were some like injuries going on as well. So I had a little bit up and down.
Ooh, that's not good.
I hope I can.
Do we know that Ona had some injury problems?
And perform better at quarters.
Well, I hope do you feel better indeed. 너무 감사합니다.
On the French broadcast, they said the carrier hasn't arrived at Worlds.
And over to you at the desk.
Carrier is the best player in the world, certainly hasn't. He's been fine. I don't think he's been great, and I actually do think we had this argument before, but there is a world where Carrier, if he has a particularly poor quarterfinals, could be an argument for a Dade award. I think it'd be a hard one now that they've made Swiss. But it is or was an argument. T1 has shown and proven time and time again that even if they don't look in top form, they show up when it matters. Agreed. It's the reason why I will not count this team out until they are dead in the ground. They're so damn scary. And the jungle matchup should be so exciting today. Two of the very best junglers in the world going at it.
He should be favored in his matchup going in.
Yeah, the big thing is, can he show up like he has domestically, right? Because he's been such a huge part of this kind of AL glow up. I talked about how important it was for him to join this roster, and he and Kanavi have kind of been those top two junglers across the entire year.
And now I'm really going to ask you to step up to the plate because we've talked so much about anyone's legend and their strengths because they should come in here sovereignly off that 3-0 with a T1 who had to beat FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, and Koi and didn't even look that good. But is this history of Faker versus the LPL, is it still prevalent today? Are you willing to say that AL should be the favorite?
And this is the stuff of nightmares when you look.
That's insane. That is insane. Look who he's taken out. Stop, Faker. Oh, poor Xiaohu.
2022. When the four-man core of this T1 roster that is still there, obviously, only with Doran being the swap out, took place. So many of these are in the current era of League.
I expect Carrier Goomer to step up. I think Goomer's been fine. I think Goomer's the one I've had least issues with this tournament. I think Ona and Owner and Carrier have not been at the level I would expect for T1 to be genuine world contenders right now, which I think has been a bit problematic. Shank's gonna gap the old man so hard, even if T1 Tarzan won't be able to carry.
There it is. Let's see what the fans voted for so they can bail out Emily for a second in our MasterCard fan vote on the day. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X. And usually they do call the vote for T1 because the fan base is just so big. And it's the same today, 71.3%. Since that went relatively fast, Emily, who do you think is going to take it?
I mean, I unfortunately agree with Chronicler because you want to go into a matchup being like, based on everything we've seen here and based on the analysis, right? It should be AL. I am wondering if they're able to overcome that 3-0 curse, right? And also this T1 curse. I'm still calling it for T1. I can't go against them.
Okay.
Can't go against it. You can't. Okay.
We've been there 2 years in a row. We've seen it happen in front of our eyes, and that's so hard to dispel. But anyone's legend, they want to
bullying. It was a little bit.
Hope of the LPL. They want to make it happen, and what better place to do it better than on
Until that third next explodes to T1, I'll believe them. Trinity, can't even blame you. I know nothing about owner injury, but he still looks like the most important player on the team. Agreed, Darren. Agreed. Oh, this teaser is sick, by the way. I'm going to shut up and let the teaser speak. It's really, really good. Oh. Audio. Oh, production. Go on. It's a really cool thing. Oh. Give me some audio. Fortunately, there are subtitles. And the shots are pretty cool regardless. Good color grading. All roads lead to him. There we go.
Weird the situation is with T1.
아무래도 올해 시즌 초에 좀 힘들었던 것 같은데.
Emily, yeah, she is a Flandre fan.
있으면서 좀
But you know, it is T1 on the other side, and they're pretty damn good at League of Legends.
Swap positions back in 2021. We will be having T1 Gumayushi out.
저희가 스위스 스테이지에서
Hey, Monkey, good to see you. Welcome.
They will be pushed into that elimination situation, which is not a situation we've seen them in.
모든 것이 막다른 길처럼 보이기 시작했습니다.
This T1 roster once more
T1.
make it to the knockout stage of the World Championship.
하지만 막다른 길의 끝은 항상
Hey, good to see you there.
응원이었습니다.
A1刚组成的时候，我们当时想的这个一下4号种子，能走到现在是没想到。你如果一个赛段打得好的话，我觉得是黑马。
Are they getting the vibes at least, Freg? Because sometimes you are a little bit artistic with your translation to make it feel better in English, and vice versa. Oh, yes, Flandre. What should it say then, Freg? Do you think they will try to permaban Pod Poppy or trade the games pick one? Trade the picks game one. Good question.
우리는 작년에도 사시드로 월드 챔피언십에
Kyle's a decent Poppy. Tarzan is as well.
그리고 그곳을 떠날 때는 트로피를 전해주고
You
있었죠.
could certainly take that gamble.
之前没有牙漂的队伍能够在世界赛的 BO5当中赢过T1。
Hey, Pin.
外界的舆论不管怎么样，我们都是不会在乎的。只要来到世界赛，就想着怎么样才能够。
We didn't see. There was a world where I thought we were going to see a bit more Ash than we did, but hey, here we are. I'm hopeful 100 Thieves showed there is a way to beat T1. Yeah, it could be fun. Could have an LPL side of the bracket and an LCK side of the bracket. It's true. This line's cold.
우리를 단순한 상대라고 생각하신다면 이미 패배하셨습니다.
Oh, thank you. Oh. When they won their first world championship, it was Tabe who was the support on Royal back in the day. Onivia ban Azir, leave Orib, and pick Akali for Shanks. Yeah, there is a world like I think the LPL teams are very happy to Akali the Orianna. Though in fairness, Fake has already had a good game on the Akali, even if it wasn't a win. So they might be willing to trade it that way as well. It's the LPL's first best of 5 loss to T1, yes. The world does not need another T1 win. I'm not sure they necessarily agree. They're a damn terrifying squad. Hey, Avarice, good to see you. Welcome on in. Emily's a big fan of AL, but she won't let her decide her predictions. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think so. Like, or when they do, it's played well. Like, that's completely fine as well. A bit of silence to haters. Yeah, I think it is a lot of that kind of vibe. I'm trying to think what it came from. Is when they sort of came back to win it in 2019
Kobe to bring you the action here
The pose came out.
Champions and China's most powerful team at the tournament thus far.
Yeah, but a lot of that kind of sounds like silencing the haters or people who speak against you type vibes.
When you look at the two
there will be more to it.
To the stage, when you look at the series at MSI, when you look
in fairness, Kagi, he's been very, very good on the Rise and the Akali as well. So the problem is, I think there are quite a lot of picks right now that Faker's looking alright on. In fairness, it's not been a best of 5 yet, so we'll see how that looks. I think his Cassiopeia was actually pretty scary as well. The issue, I think, for me would be if it's...
have been looking better at this tournament so far. They are undefeated.
Just when the wild Faker stepped up. Yeah.
AL, the last time we saw them play
was this like a "You Are My World" moment? Yeah.
On the dot because they
oh, so welcome to the community, Heifer.
So swiftly, and let's not think that opposition.
At least in terms of chatting.
Remember that their best of 1
I see you as a sub.
We're against powerful opponents. We're against powerful Korean teams. It's Genji and HLE that AL has already proven that they know how to get through. They took down CFO then after in the best of 3, dropping a single game, but still winning the series. Anyone's legend.
Good casting crew. And the matching shirts. Nice.
Whereas when you look at like T1, the fact that they end up being pushed towards those elimination games by CFO, it really does start to raise those questions. Where do T1 stand coming into this? Because they don't look as strong as they have in the past coming into these quarterfinals.
They certainly don't. And a lot of people are looking at the support matchup with Kyle having that big performance, especially versus Genji. The Poppy putting the grounding down on Ruler. And Keria not looking...
I'm aware that this chat is going to be slightly LPL biased for some of you because we do a lot of LPL streaming. So there's something about...
the oldest man at the tournament carried them here.
Oh, Faker. The fact that he's like, what, not even 30, you consider an old man, is bloody ridiculous. Esports, man. Cult of youth. Cult of youth.
It's about time to see who's going to lock in here as our teams prepare.
Alrighty then.
Enter Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX. For the
Cham Select time. What have we got?
It's Bard and Azir, banned out by
Bard Azir by AL. Well, there's that decision. It does mean like we might actually end up seeing the Poppy here, nonetheless.
Keria earning a lot of respect on the pick, while T1 will ban away the Trundle and Yunara.
Yeah, unfortunately, the West has become the experimentation chamber here because it was the Bard against FlyQuest. It was this Azir against MKOI that really made teams take notice and go, okay, we don't want to give these ones across. So AL making sure that both those champions aren't going to go across.
Trundle in our options.
Are they trying to bait Flandre into this Sion first pick?
Yeah, do they have an answer? Because it feels like the LCK teams have been really willing to give up Sion and say we can answer it with the Rek'Sai. And Bessa as well, yeah. But it is Flandre's Sion. This is the guy who ran at the Nexus for 90 seconds in a 1v4, and it took genuinely 90 seconds to kill him. They had to literally wall him off with the Talia wall because they couldn't stop him attacking the turret. He is so damn good.
In their respective roles, so no Azir, no Orianna.
Kiana first pick is going to be the answer. It is going to be the Kiana. Yeah, they've learned from top esports who will first pick this one, and Tarzan is another one of those very, very good Kiana players. Then you could Sion here in response. Yep, they kind of said, look, we've left Kiana open, we can Sion.
With the Trundle ban that you are looking at, though, of course, the Sion does rise in priority.
Lost the Ori, lost his ear. You can rise, you can Xin Zhao. Wukong will be not bad here. Gonna take the Talia early. Talia Wukong might be an angle.
Okay, and we do have that Talia.
Pantheon, I suppose, if you want to go that route.
One of the most picked mid
Into the Kiana as well.
A lot of power roaming to
those some stuff to manage it.
Opportunity to make big plays there with the seismic shove.
Does Ono want to try the Mundo? Flandre is probably the best Rek'Sai top at the tournament, in terms of success anyway.
And as far as the options into the Sion, you know, Flandre has been one of the best, if not the best Rek'Sai at the
Cook some fine dining, Tarvik. Hell yeah. Hey, good to see you, Gorilla.
Into the Sion.
The only thing I'm nervous about, though, is with the Talia now locked in, it opens up for Owner to go for the Wukong, and I think that's been one of his best picks.
There goes the rise for Shanks. Lots of ability to play the map now with Rise Tunnels. Not Rise Tunnels, Rek'Sai Tunnels. Imagine Rise with Rek'Sai Tunnels. Whee! Oh, yeah, they'll go for the Pantheon. Okay, Pantheon Talia angle. I wonder whether they might do that. Ono has really liked the Pantheon even after it's been nerfed.
Most played, considering they've only had to play 5 games to get here so far, but it is not the Wukong on the T1 side. Instead, going for the Pantheon.
Zigs away from Hope.
Of course, still could have a support angle there, so we won't rule that out.
Can be pretty nasty with the Kiana, and you've already got a fair amount of AD damage as a result.
And the double almost triple globals with a Scion ultimate as well, so lots of
yeah, I mean, with Scion ulting as well, you have got a lot of map mobility of your own now from T1, and you can match the Rise realm warps very, very easily. I think it's going to be a very high TP game again.
Anyone's legend want to try and shift and take those 2 priorities away. Instead, focus
AL should go Kai'Sa if left open. Yeah, you could Kai'Sa here as AL, otherwise I think there is a world where if you took the nameplates off, T1 might consider the Kai'Sa themselves. Though you are into Rek'Sai, Rise, Qiyana, which means you're playing quite dangerous ranges as the Kai'Sa, but it is a very good pairing with the rest of your globals. Varus, yeah, Dag is calling that one out. I somewhat agree as well. There's no one who really wants to deal with a poke. It sets up for the picks of everyone else. Kind of not a bad mix of pick and damage, though I think you might end up being a little low damage, but it's not the tankiest squad on the other side, so you might not need the most consistent DPS. You can probably get away with it. Kuma going Xayah. Yeah, that would have been my potential call as well, but the Varus that Dagda calls out. More CC, more pick. You land the first bit of CC, everything else follows. You should get blasted is the concept. Ezreal Karma for shove.
There we go, Ezreal going to be locked in on the opposite side. I don't mind this actually going to be swapped. I think the only thing with the Ezreal is going to be trying to get through that.
Jhin was the answer into Varus because you could lane into him a bit more freely. Ezreal will probably get shoved in. You're just going to Braum this? I mean, you are into a lot of melees.
Yeah, and something that can follow up on plays that are pretty far away from you. You know, if you're looking at Qiyana and Rek'Sai dive or Rise Realm Warp side lane plays there as well. Gonna need something that can follow up and cover some distance.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they're gonna
Ezreal Braum, just play that route and play a bit more defensively, but it does actually mean then the Pantheon Talia Varus might struggle to kill the AD carry particularly freely.
This is why I liked the Trundle ban coming out from T1, kind of posing that question of, well, AL, what do you value most here?
Okay.
If you're saying you want that,
so you've now got a very defensive bot lane that allows you to allows Tarzan to play not through bot. Oh, that would be fun. I mean, in fairness, that CC chain is nasty. Oh, no way. Hang on. This is T1.
It could still be the Pantheon.
Okay, yeah, Rakan would make a lot more sense.
No, it'll be Carry as Rakan as the final pick.
The thing is, I'm not sure that hover's a joke, guys. I'm not sure that hover's a joke at all. That scares me a bit. That scares me a bit, I won't lie to you. It is certainly something. I would be afraid of that one, to say the least. Why didn't he hover the team out? I mean, I'm sorry about that one passed before. I'm sorry. So, AL, I think their draft is a little more...
And on AL side, no one who can really
how do I put it? They've got good team fighting, right? You land the first bit of CC, Qiyana ult into Rise AoE, Ezreal following up. Fine. I don't think it's necessarily easy to make the first pick. Your CC is... unless you land a really good Supreme Display of Talent or a Rune Prison, not always the most simple. I think T1's comp's a little bit more simple to execute. Double, triple global, if you count the Scion. With very nasty pick CC. I think I prefer T1's draft a little bit there. But of course, you do still have that ability to play some pretty nasty AoE team fights, especially if the Ezreal gets rolling. I think there is a real world where Hope could just clean up the end of team fights with a more consistent DPS there, which can get a bit scary. Because again, Ezreal Rise running at you after you've blown your full combo could get a bit nasty, especially if T1 failed to get the initial pick. It could get a bit tricky.
He was diving mid lane turrets to just set up a kill for himself. They really want to invest in getting this Qiyana ahead.
And yeah, exactly. If the Qiyana gets ahead, that's the win con. I think if Tarzan becomes too much of a problem, there is a real world where you just break the pick combo by blowing someone up very, very aggressively, and the Pantheon can have a tough time then.
And the opportunity to play top esports for a chance at the finals. Runes coming up on your screen right now. We can see comment on the Varus, means lethality and poke. Double summoner spellbooks here for our supports for the extra opportunities, utility, and playmaking.
Guma's running teleport. We could have a 7 teleport game again, plus globals. Collapse timers will be very, very, very fast this game.
It's going to be the regular reset. Sign back up to the normal lanes here. Remember,
This series was exciting at MSI, so I hope that we can just continue right off that full
It'll be
5 games.
lethality, yes.
And so far throughout this tournament, 100 Thieves and Imkoi pressuring T1, I think, more than we expected them to in those best of threes that
for
T1
sure.
had to play, where I think a lot of people were expecting these gold graphs to be just straight up and to the right.
Yeah, we expected T1.
T1 managed to get some better early games, and then they had some. You can see the mid-game fumbles where they let leads go.
Towards their objective control, where they like it the most, but when it came towards, especially that series against MKOI, there was a lot of picks going across. There was a lot of skirmishes. That
The thing with that series was that for all that MKOI were getting picks, they 71% versus 25% is Guild. Yeah, maybe.
Mistakes from members of T1 as well as team mistakes with like some fights you would have
T1 need to win pre-20 minutes.
Different direction from where Owner was going.
They definitely need their mid game to be strong. I do think they don't scale quite as well. Rise Ezreal could end up being a real problem. Hell, so could the Kiana, honestly, especially if she gets ahead and starts rolling. Like those three just provide a lot more danger at 3 items compared to the other side. So you can sort of play for that pick regardless. There's no one who's really going to be safe from this T1 CC chain at any point in the game.
Extra time to prep. It gives you extra time to plan, look ahead, and try to figure out the meta, figure out the things that other teams.
Where's Alex? He's taking the first game off. He'll be here a little bit later on.
That's why I think this matchup in the top side is super interesting, because T1 off of that extra games played have thought, no, we're actually going to get rid of the Trundle and try and get this Sion for ourselves, which is their big investment in the draft. AL, at least off the games they play, believe that the Flandre is going to be good enough on this Rex.
Yeah, the conceit is that Flandre will be able to manage the Sion. And in fairness, I don't think Sion is necessarily the kingmaker this game. You've got a fair amount of DPS to bring him down. And you don't necessarily have to kill him first this game, I think. I already missed Nymaera. I know.
Looking forward to what AL have been able to cook. Specifically,
a lot of tempo on T1 with all the globals, TP. I agree that they have their ability to collapse really fast and cheat out a lot of those potential fights.
They're not showing anything new at all. You know, these are the normal priorities.
Tarzan gets to have a look in.
That you do mention.
Put down a ward to clean this one up. Again, his path towards the Rex side. Early again, Ezreal Braum on the other side. You're leaving that alone. You're saying, I am playing elsewhere. Gonna come through mid. They're gonna see each other. Hello. Owner's faster with the base move speed. That's Pantheon for you.
He thinks better of it. Yeah, first clear.
Couldn't ask for a better cover commentator than the Initialise cast. It's so true. Who's going to protect us from my mic punches now? No one. No one is going to protect me. Punch another microphone, guys. There's no stopping it.
Either way there with the extra pressure.
It's like you initialized the stream time. It's true, Phoenix. I did. I mean, my name. It's such a great play on the truth.
He's gotten a couple out of the early oracles, and
shove from Shanks.
Between mid lane and bottom lane clear is huge to be able to get those roams off.
Yeah, especially like Owner will get the information that, oh, the Raptors were just about to spawn.
Stop beating us up.
Yeah,
no. I'm a horrible human.
The moment, but I think it is a case of trying to make sure you can also keep Tarzan.
Carry will be fine. TP back in from Guma.
If you have the support from Faker, you can.
Does mean that this Ezreal needs to back.
Nullified entirely in these early skirmishes.
Right, taking a look down
the on vision, this will get interrupted for sure. Yeah.
As it is pretty much everywhere thus far, we don't have any
Door
of
to
these
block
lanes
the arrow.
out to a major advantage early on.
Never expected Shanks would bully Faker in lane. I mean, kind of. Just all reset. He's bullying after the reset, right? It's not led to that much. It's like, what, a couple CS? Owner's back mid. Pantheon Talia is that combo. Hell, Tarzan was on the roster where we had the Pantheon Talia bot. When T1 beat Griffin, that was off the back of that Pantheon Talia lane just not working out.
With the no innate mobility, that could be an opportunity for AL.
And what I was about to say was that Guma, Yushi, and Carey have actually had a decent job of pushing.
But Guma's had to flash, which is kind of crazy.
And that should open up then Owner to actually go for this dragon, especially as this wave's crashed and they get to bounce it back out. But now, down a flash, it makes Guma.
He was pretty trash in regular season, Shanks. Yeah, agreed. He came out of MSI and EWC looking good, and then kind of like went to regular season and just fumbled it. Misses the overload because of the seismic shove, but then trades back well enough.
Not too big. I was gonna say, Carrier there was coming out of base off of his reset and had hovered towards mid. Now we're seeing another hover towards mid but it is spotted by the warding here from AL. So good vision around mid lane. AL have known, yes, Shanks is going to be a target on this Rise. We know that T1
yeah, they've had that's like the third look from Owen mid that he still hasn't found what he's looking for.
But the other side is not warded.
Are they going to flash for it? They are. Good flash, Shanks.
Flashes to buffer through it, so no seismic shove there for the follow-up. You even saw Owner using his spear on nothing beforehand to charge the passive.
Yeah, really good job by Shanks there with the preemptive flash, because if that
that lands, he is a dead man. Faker may now be. Oh, he's going to be fine, yeah. I think if he'd been Rune Prison now, we might be having a different conversation. Because again, Rise Kiana, which we've not talked about yet, is a very nasty duo. Because Rise with the Rune Prison
very threatening.
Sets up for Kiana to do a lot of damage, knock them down. I mean, she doesn't have to do her own stunts, right? Same way Kiana Annie was pretty scary as well. Point and click CC allows you to just angle your Q really well. It means you don't have to run the Ice Blade to get the CC chain. I'm afraid you can still run it regardless.
Was unable to follow up with the close seismic shove.
I mean, both junglers have been looking mid. It's the place to look. So I think that's a bit disingenuous, Kagri. Kagri probably is the way to actually pronounce that. I keep doing that wrong.
To keep this pressure and then TP to that next fight. So I'm curious if Kael is going to try and swap as well to keep himself in check and match alongside.
Still, you got Shanks' flash. Definitely an attempt. You can attack that back. Because I think the Rise of the Talia getting ahead could end up being Kingmakers, especially if it comes with one of their junglers getting with that. Though I will say, Ona spending a lot of time around mid is kind of starting to lose out in farm to the Kiana, which does happen. Kiana is a bit of a farm machine when given the opportunity.
AL besides that Gumayushi lead that you do see. Flandra, we kept on talking about it, but he has put so much time into this Rek'Sai. You know, looking at the solo queue accounts, spamming this champion, and he's gotten results because of it. And so they feel pretty confident in that matchup. He's earned his own lead so far, and here goes the movement.
-1 hope. Oh dear, did he miss the cannon? The other thing is Guma's managed to get a lot of farm here with the teleports, cost Hope a little bit in terms of the wave. Still, burning that flash makes that a bit trickier. Tarzan can start up the grubs. You do have a Rise and a Rek'Sai, so two of your better side lane threats with grubs. Very hard to stop a Rek'Sai getting two turrets with all the tunnel systems, especially post-Titanic. There's so much wave shove and so much ability to zoom around the map.
Even try and answer anything on the other side of the map.
Exactly, you don't really see any movements immediately towards
Didn't quite miss it. Faker pushed to the tower, but he could have gotten it probably. Okay.
On the Drake pit, expecting that T1 might be
top lane is tunnel leave, walk away. Bot lane is a dash out. Yeah, how you look mid. You look mid every time. Getting the Ezreal Braum is a non-factor. Flandre is just not really worth attacking, I would argue, in this game.
To secure that this early. Now it will be T1 heading over to the Drake. A little bit delayed compared
Here
to
comes the Sion ult as Rek'Sai will just tunnel away. Owner trades out the grubs effectively for a dragon.
In the objective count as Doran heads back into lane here with the Sion ultimate to continue.
Blooddrail leave still has a pot, by the way.
Early game than I was expecting. When you
very slow early game.
MSI,
yeah.
There was so much activity in the early stages of that series across almost every single game. But both teams now at the World Championship trying to scope things out and see where they can get that small little advantage in this game number one.
Zero contest on objective so far.
So much, especially on AL side, if they can take down T1.
Yeah, I think there's not really been that much room to, but I will say, I think AL are very happy with this game state. It's giving Tarzan in particular a lot of time to just get towards one item, and I think that will be a big deal. And again, T1 do need to make more proactive plays, I think, this game. They do.
Because attack resets really enable you to stack up your Fury even quicker, so you can get your true damage bite.
Very true.
And it gives you massive wave clear. So again,
auto Q, auto Titanic.
If he's able to annihilate the minion wave, move into proxy,
into empowered,
you know, him plus Tarzan
the furious bites
now to make some plays.
And those plays are going to be made.
Wait, Flandre's up in CS as well, considering how like much he was struggling in the lane swaps. That's really good news from the 1v1. Flandre being a win condition into Doran is a potential. And again, I need to see this Panther and Talia start doing some stuff around the map, or we're going to start asking questions about what's going on.
Into bottom side as well. You can see all the vision that Carry has set up on this bottom side of the map.
I think Hyper Carry Varus' game may end up with him dying quite a lot. Poke allows him to actually get a lot of value in a very short window. and not do so from the active range of Ryze Qiyana, which I think would probably lead to a very dead Varus pretty quickly. Plus, you're not really into tanks. I think the poke is actually quite valuable into people like the Ezreal and people like the Qiyana, who otherwise you might struggle to threaten that much with just straight auto attacks.
Outside the game as well, and how Tarzan really opened up Kyle's confidence with communication in game. Because Tarzan's Chinese is so good. He kind of came in and acted as this older brother figure for Kyle.
Tarzan's Chinese is excellent.
Kyle's been kind of like handling the vision on the bottom half, while Tarzan by himself had been.
And again, the Ezreal Braum has just been very defensive, not that easy to punish. Okay, Shanks needs to leave.
Looks like they might be trying to right now.
Hang on.
Trying to set up on this bottom side. Carry has to walk out from underneath the turret.
Yeah, they can't interrupt the back. TP back. Good seismically shove that. They will do.
Arrives right into the seismic shove. Doesn't take a whole ton of damage there. Going to back away.
Two-shot barrage comes flying.
From all the way over in mid lane, but not going to find any targets. Owner
there is that ward there that they don't know about, actually. It just seems
like nobody wants to be the one to force something that doesn't have to
It's a very quiet early game.
I want to make sure that they're not falling vulnerable to Owner, but a little bit of a play there on the bottom side, because Owner at any point in time can show up mid, can show up bot, and similar to Faker, where he's already pushed in this bottom wave.
Lose lane,
they can always try and rotate.
Lose lane, lose objectives, win team fights.
Now T1 investing everything onto this bottom side.
Okay, Faker, Owner, and Carrier squared up here to try
yeah, I don't actually know whether they've got the better team fight squad this time around. I mean, the Scion Rakan is pretty scary. Like, again, your CC chain is really, really nasty on the first target. But if it's not executed properly, the consistent DPS of Ezreal Ryze and a Qiyana just blasting someone in return is not exactly a slouch. I don't know if I entirely agree with Mark, but I've not heard the whole statement. And they've tried to find the objectives here so far. But it's not, again, we've yet to see anything really get leveraged out of this game. Scion Varus mid game is strong with Pantheon Talia. Yeah, I agree. Like, again, the mid game is very strong. The next five-ish minutes, up until 20 minutes, realistically, T1 should have the advantage at the one item mark for my money. But I do need to actually see them do something, because if it ends up just being quiet with AL having a mild gold lead, then I think T1 will have wasted their window of power. Like, Flandre is also just up, like, a lot versus Doran. And look at how many plates have gone down just passively topside. Like, this Rek'Sai is getting serious value with all three grubs.
Picks with Owner and Faker right now to disrupt the opportunity for AL to hit these spikes and play for this dragon.
Yeah, let's see if they can get some early vision control. You see Carrier at the moment through mid, through the control ward here, trying to go get some. And he can do this because his jungler is Pantheon. And
yeah, I think Flandre can just trade for this turret. It's going to go. That's ridiculous.
The attacks up here is almost an entire turret.
Tarzan's here as well. I think they've got Pantheon up. They've got people roaming, but so is the Braum. Like, Faker has to leave. This turret is gone. It's gone. Flandre's played this out really well. Good for Flandre, especially because they said we're giving up the Scion for the Qiyana first pick, and we believe we can answer the Scion. Who needs a Trundle? And you can hear the Chinese crowd is incredibly pleased.
14 minutes into the game. Now T1 starting up the second Drake. They want to try to keep stacking here. Carrier disengaging.
Imagine thinking Flandre is a bad laner. He has had some interesting moments. Reminder, AL lost in play. We're going to see this fight first. But, like, Doran's just not got any value. He's going to die. Kylo, that's not bad turnaround. Oh, Carrier. Oh, Supreme Display of Talent. Oh, Doran's dead as well. Okay, Tarzan's low. Hope now going to have to flash away. Weaver's wall. Oh, look at Carrier. Carrier's going to die on the other side. Okay, hang on, Hope's coming. So it's going to be 3 for 2 right now. I think Shanks may just die, end up in the long run here. Flashed over the wall. Faker can lurk. Does. Seismic shove. Nice. Really good from T1. Really good from T1.
Once again, it's Faker.
Let's do... Why am I still...
Finds the flick to send
That's probably better, isn't it? No, not really.
What a play from the T1 mid laner.
Huh. Why are we suddenly got so much going today?
Doran's gonna go for a flash ultimate here.
Probably on this then, yeah? Yeah, okay, that's probably more like it. Fine. Fine, fine.
Ult and the Braum wall out, and then Faker gets that shove.
Yeah, I thought they're going to get a bit more value, but Carrier does so much work, and they can't quite get more than Doran to begin with. It's a really good follow-up from the Weaver's Wall and the Pantheon Grand Starfall. I don't think I respected the Faker and Ona kind of like extended chase down.
But you can't find your moment if you're not able to be in that fight.
T1 team fighting, man. 14 minutes into the game, we're at 0-0, and now it's T1.
Yeah, Guma is quite good at this champion, guys.
It's Guma, it's Faker,
he's
it's
rather
Shanks,
good.
It's Hope. The carries on both sides, doing all the damage, but now we might have yet another one as the Rift Herald makes its way onto the river.
And you just saw Guma's got some pretty good stats on Varus at Worlds.
Exhaust stopping Shanks from going machine gun mode was also really good from Carrier. Agreed. Carrier had a really good fight there.
AL though, this is not Baron, this is Rift Herald. They're gonna grab this one. No Guma around.
Yeah, they didn't get the dragon, and the thing is, they still got a couple kills. It's not like the end of the world. Next objective secures feat of strength.
Match the top tier one that AL have already taken. So T1 still getting value as Flandra actually does a good
Did
job.
they get mid tier one? They did not.
Down this T1 play.
Flandra is still very scary, actually, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, a lot of the gold leaders effectively in top lane, but also the fact that they had lane very well up until that point. Only getting a couple kills is pretty good. Faker getting himself into a good spot again is a big deal because the Talia is a bit of a kingmaker this game.
Feat of Warfare win over to T1, and we're 2-2 now in neutral objectives. So this next Drake spawning in 3.5 minutes, or if we want to get really crazy, maybe the
Atacon decides this game.
Sooner than that will be what decides
maybe.
who gets the better shoes.
You know everybody
might be what decides who gets feats, which would be a fairly big deal. But I wonder whether both teams might just say, yeah, I'm not that bothered about Atacon, because I think it's a bit of a throw angle for both teams.
The thing is, with a Rek'Sai lead there, that is not a lead that
whoever gets there first loses. Yeah, that's true.
Does a lot of sense.
And also, to go back to that thing, if you were talking about, imagine thinking Flandre was a bad laner. Flandre was a notoriously bad laner in playoffs. It's how they lost twice, was Flandre getting just diffed hard in repeated best of fives. It was atrocious. It's one of the reasons we have major issues with Flandre at the time. I think, oh my god, this could be a loss condition. Flandre. And he's actually had a pretty bad tournament in terms of laning stats before this, but he has team fought really well, and they get the shutdown. His mid games have been excellent though, and the fact he's had a good lane is a big deal.
Guarantees he does not get locked up, but still, that's T1 getting caught off guard. That's Flandre making the flash play that you wanted to see.
Yeah, immediately flash ultimate.
Not that Flandre has been bad, but his laning has been a little suspect.
That is Flandre coming up big.
But that is very nice. And it's the shotgun. Who got it? Was it Shanks? That's a big one. That's a big one.
Although it's a nice pick, they don't actually
as if top lane can lose a game by itself. I mean, that's what happened in LPL playoffs. I mean, it's more than that, right? But it was a massive loss condition.
After that, it's not like it led into a turret take.
I think this game, Flandre might be the reason why they end up in a really good position, having played out that top lane so well. So it goes in roundabouts.
AL are going to need every tool they can possibly get. These big
hey, Kites, thank you very much.
We saw the damage charts from that first big.
Welcome on in with the resub.
Both sides, it was mid and AD doing all the work. If one of those dies instantly, that's going to completely.
Jackie Love gap the hell out of both. Kyle, early on, I agree, but I also think Flandre just got mashed by 369, and also against Weibo, which was wild. Like legitimately, he just Flandre just shat the bed versus Weibo.
T1 and use those tight corridors, but at the moment, T1 get to clear out their waves,
which was very disappointing.
Now, where everyone's starting to reset until this dragon comes through, and that's where we're going to see our next big fight.
And along with those resets, we're seeing second.
But I am very glad he's turning up. And in fairness, he has made the Rek'Sai look very good this world, especially in the mid game. He's got the Shojin. I think Flandre could end up being a bit of a menace here.
As well, those should both be fully stacked by the time the dragon fight comes around. Seraph's Embrace going to be completed for Shanks, already completed for Faker alongside that Rylai's. Everybody.
This gets interesting now because we got what Soul Point in 30 seconds. Are T1 just going to run around the? Maybe it is just an Atacon flip angle. Maybe it is.
Again, the flashes will be critical here.
Oh, Hope goes forward, but immediately Carry is ready to respond here with the grand
That's
entrance.
not bad.
Tries to get over the volley side.
Can Tarzan find some value? No. Really good from T1. There goes the... I mean, it's just a really good Weaver's Wall angle. That's good from Tarzan, though. Just no follow-up. Owner has gone pretty deep for this. TP behind. Hang on, that could be really deep. Realm Warp after. Here goes Shanks. Oh, now Doran turns up, but he ends up getting flashed away from. This gets dicey, I think, for T1 in the continued trade. Flandre could tunnel away. Good tunnel away. Needed to be. TP back out. Okay, so it doesn't actually lead to Atakan yet. But Kyle has respawned and gets here. So T1 will get turret and possibly Soul Point. They're going to try and rush Atakan. I mean, they've got Rek'Sai. Oh, good interrupt. Really good interrupt, Hope.
T1 responding with the dragon.
Exactly. Big interrupt there on Gumayusi. And
massive,
AL,
massive.
Despite the fact that their bottom lane duo gets caught out, despite the fact that that fight looked so good for T1 at the start, claims the Otacon. Here it is again.
Yeah, the counter engage was so good for AL. Hope here. He arcane shifts forward. That immediately gets hit with Gumayusi's ulti. They are able to buy some time, but immediately Owner flashes over. They get the kill. Here is
initially really good start for T1, but what an ult from Tarzan. Oh my god.
The dragon is important. T1 already starting it out.
Crucially, Tarzan had the Axiom arc, so his supreme display talent is nearly back up. AL want to fight this.
I agree Kyle had a slightly bad. This could be Soul Point. Maybe this is the way back in. Can we find anything more? I don't think we can.
But they decide better of it. There's nothing left to fight over. So Otacon plus feats of strength over to AL's side, but T1 then claiming Soul Point. And
but I think Hope actually had a fairly good playoffs.
A very tense position in the game, Flowers. Everybody's looking at the next dragon now. With the power of the Otacon, it's
in fact, I think Hope's been largely pretty good this year on the whole, after a weird start on Corki. But I think Hope's been a really solid player this year. And Kyle in particular, oh my god. Him and Tarzan were best jungle support in the world going into MSI. They were so good at that point.
Of that extra on-kill effect, I mean, Tarzan.
It's fine. Tarzan steals next trade.
Just before we went back to live in the previous one, and he might be able to find another.
Did Herald just teleport in top lane? I wasn't paying attention. Not gonna lie. Owner is doing so much. Yeah, he's having a very good Pantheon game. He's always been an excellent Pantheon. I think he's probably the best LCK Pantheon for my money. Canyon's also pretty good, to be fair.
For the AL side, because they can afford that extra upgrade for the 500.
Arcane shifts forward for LPL. Ezra's getting caught.
Yeah. Right beforehand, right before that Otacon timer. I'm very curious how much that's going to pay off here for Flandre and Tarzan. Shanks, oftentimes too, you see mid laners go for that tier 3 boot very quickly.
So
this could be a big power spike for them if they want to fight again soon. But it's still 3.5 minutes until that next Drake spawns.
Flandre.
It feels like the 2 tower power spike. The fact that you managed to get that mid lane tower down makes it very easy
mid turret going down is a big deal. But you've got the side lane turrets, which is very nice for the Rise, and the Rek'Sai to shove and then come crashing in.
Once you get that last tower down, then it becomes much easier for T1 to establish that vision for the upcoming Infernal Soul, for these picks that they can try and find. Both compositions incredibly strong when they can play in these pockets of vision.
Yeah, I think AL need to contest this next dragon properly, because they end up late to Dragon 3 because of the Atakan rush, right? And they couldn't quite reset in time. You know, you get Carrier. He's fine, okay.
But he doesn't have teleport, so it's not going to be any sort of big.
There is a world where Flandre just gets to play a bit of a split push pseudo win condition. You just be a bit aware of a potential collapse from the multiple teleports and globals.
We do have Faker also. 2 needlessly large rods in inventory means the Rabadon's death cap. He will certainly have enough gold for
Cal
that.
can improve for LCK. That was last year. That's not this year.
And it's Mountain Soul as well.
Well, a couple years ago. I think he's been very, very good this year. And if you haven't seen that, then I think you haven't been watching much LPL, which is fine. But I'm telling you now, you've missed a trick. He's been very, very good. And I don't think he was that bad in LCK, just inconsistent. He had an awkward summer for parts of it, did Kyle. Took a little while to come back to form. Him and Tarzan took a little while to kind of figure out how they wanted to play the meta a little bit more.
right, Baron makes his way onto the Rift. I was doubting a little bit that we might get as early of an Otacon as we did. I was proved wrong. We'll see if we get an early Baron in this one as
I already
well.
fumbled this draft advantage.
Still less than 1,000 gold for AL,
I don't. I think you are really underestimating T1's draft in mid game here, because this is a good draft from T1. I quite liked it in some. I certainly see how it works. It's a very T1 draft, but like it's all on theme. Sion's very strong. You've got a lot of power out of that in the draft. You have very, very scary mid game, very, very scary pick, very, very scary collapse. I think the team fights are a little harder.
Keep track of both of these objectives, and make sure that T1 don't sneak the bigger of the two. Yeah. Regardless, though,
Rise 16 for Soul Fight. Yeah, that'd be fairly big considering the power it gives to every other ability.
This is up in only 1 minute.
Plus 11 gold for Tarzan. I think that's plus 289 now. Thank you very much.
Powerful items are starting to come online. You can see the Seeker's Arm Guard.
What are we going third for Tarzan? Edge of Night, maybe? Might rush for something like Cyrilda's as well, I guess.
For getting in there and playing aggressively towards the back line.
This next fight is it, isn't it?
Taking count of summoner spells. Gentlemen, it's everything.
This next fight is it.
Summoner spell is ready. Ghost swapped in for Carrier's Rakan. Exhaust swapped in for Kyle's Braum. As AL
yeah, the exhaust could be huge.
Back from the bottom side river. 30 seconds to go until the Infernal Soul spawns for T1.
And Faker's
simple, easy to play draft T1. I agree. Like how to execute T1's comp is relatively simple, right? Hit the first bit of CC, everyone follows up, everyone dies. You do need to play around your globals well. That's probably the hard part, is more the macro side of it. But mechanically, it's relatively straightforward. He's going to be alright.
Take some damage from Shanks. Has to use the grand entrance to get himself back
away. But he's alright. Here we go. They're in the river first. They are losing this poke wall though to the Varus. Man, Guma's been a bit of a menace there. Tarzan forced away. Kyle.
Kyle using the unbreakable blocks the piercing arrow.
Gets that down. Watch Carrier. Watch Carrier. Really, really scary flank angle.
Digging into the pit.
Good tremor sense to track Carrier. Really smart from Flandra.
For the upcoming fight, as T1 want to step forward, Doran then going to crush the tunnel. Kyle.
Shanks.
Still going to use redemption.
There's the redemption. Had to. The poke's been landing really well. Flandra. Oh, Flandra. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. I think that might just be it. Hope should get out briefly for a second or two. Shanks is doing what he can, but he's in a 1v4. Oh, valiant effort, Shanks. True shot barrage, flash away from Guma. Oh dear. How does that? I mean, you knew Carrier was there. Hope tries to clear the mid lane wave. He's still running. I think Faker just gets him in with the rock surfing now. Yeah, he's gone. Oh, that's it. Well, GG. Good work from T1. We said they were going to... Actually, I wasn't as convinced that T1's team fight would be that simple to execute, but they got to catch on Flandre trying to mark the flankers. Start that initial pick, and it all pulls apart from there. So basically, Flandre just walks up. You knew Carrier was there. You tremor sensed it before. Oh, I mean, it's the pick CC chain. It's always a bit of a nightmare. But you've got to be aware that people can just stand still into you. Tremor sense isn't the absolute option.
They shut down AL's hope as the rest of T1 clears up in the piss.
Oh, Carrier is back, baby. He camped on that control ward. He starts out the play onto Flandre.
L1 the strike because Flandre is monstering.
And then he continues the play, as you say.
Yeah, I mean, like, to be fair, I think Flandre had played a pretty good game for majority of it, but that one, that moment sucks. And now they got Infernal Soul with a poke Varus. Oh, Lord. And there's a death cap on Talia. Like, this is tough. T1 are in a fantastic position now.
Thanks to the soul. And T1, they're going to start to move down here. They will spot out Hope, but do they know AL are in the bush?
They've got to have an idea. Here comes the Weaver's Wall, trying to run warp out. Oh no, he got cancelled! Oh no! Super Display Talent's not bad. But it's only Carrier. Not exactly the most valuable target. Grand Starfall.
but the escape is there for the rest of AL.
I feel kind of bad for Tarzan. He's landed some actually really good ults this game. That one was whatever, but like he's landed to like that comeback after Hope and Kyle died over just before the Atacam play. It was like, that's just off Tarzan landing an insane multi-man ult.
Making sure that neither him or KL could get out of there. T1.
Good for Flandre to at least get mid tier 1. You take what you can get. You take what you can get.
I mean, it's T1 at Worlds versus the LPL. And T1 down here, after they've already gotten so many big objectives, Flowers, you were just talking about how much they won off the previous fight. They get right back to it. Seismic shove here, gets Shanks, and they immediately get his Zonias. The response from Tarzan to try and get at least something back from AL.
Yeah, I agree. It's not bad from Tarzan. Oh, Flandre, please no. Just blast cone away. Just blast cone away. Thank you.
Very slippery.
Thank you.
Takes the blast cone, gets knocked back to safety, but T1 are not slowing down anytime soon.
Tarzan's got 3 items, and in fairness, we've chatted about it before, but the scaling from AL is really, really nasty.
And that's the biggest
At mid jungle, that AD carry can do a lot of work here.
Can find those picks, and now the map
The problem
is
basically
dark,
still remains that
and
T1's
continue
CC chain is
to push in this
absolutely
topside. AL are
ridiculous.
attempting to get here, but this tower is gone.
Nothing left of the tier 2.
Well, at least we can't give them Sion Rakan again. Very true. Yeah, Sion Rakan is a hell of a... I mean, in fairness, I think AL at least came in with some thought with like, okay, we're going to take a gamble, give up the Sion, feel like we can answer it. And I don't think the Sion has been the issue this game, to be fair. That is an insane probability graph. But yeah, that Soul fight ended up being quite decisive. I'm more worried about how bad AL is team fighting. Denka, I kind of agree. Kind of agree, not going to lie.
Getting the TP here from KL and Tarzan. Looks like they're going to try and make some sort of sneaky play as T1 are coming back out of the map and try and find something in this, because we're 2 minutes out from Elder Dragon.
Yeah, 6,500. This is going to be a massive buy from T1 on the reset, and it is. Look at the items. Oh my god. Faker doesn't even bother finishing the Zonyas because he's still got the arm guard. GA, 4.5 items for Guma. This is a very scary looking T1.
As the 4th seed, and they left holding the trophy.
I'm confused where to watch this live. Here, LOL Esports.
Looking super strong, and yet
because it's not on the LCK channel, it'll be on the official like Riot channels, basically. Also, we're one of the official Riot channels. Hello.
But they get so many rewards.
I'm Initialise. Come follow us in Initialise cast in Nymaera.
Take over the entire map.
But it's not even this tournament, right? Like, you look down the roster of AL.
So Pantheon and Rakan didn't matter? I mean, they definitely do. They're very strong picks. I think Pantheon's not that crazy right now. He's certainly fallen away from being, like, first pick worthy at the very least, you know what I mean? But the Rakan is certainly one of the more potent support options.
T1 0-2 in groups. It just feels like it is so difficult for LPL teams to match up against T1.
T1 just do have a very good, like,
they have looked a lot better
pattern
at MSI,
into
MSI. All right, T1. Let's see if they can finish the job here. Flowers, again, this is a
the
best
LPL
of 5
teams
as well. We are going the distance today. T1 here in game
Drake said that heavily favors T1's comp right now. Agreed.
Now all that's left is to push in for one split push. Since they already have the top inhibitor down, they can just do mid and bottom. Currently, though, they're actually split a little bit more, with Faker going back using his, I assume, extra teleport being at the ready here. He'll just answer.
I'll go reset against Flandre, yeah, who would really like to get a bit extra gold. I think he's got his 3 grubs. Might just be able to force this down. Yeah, okay, you take what you can get.
You can see they're pinging that ward that's just over by the T1 blue brush, and that may be what they're
Flandre
trying to
get much out of that?
Match that push in the top
Once
side,
you get on the reset here, Unending Despair, Giant Spell, Chain Vest, Jack Show, of course it's Jack Show. I mean, there you go, might keep you a bit more alive.
And the money at this point in the game, it
becomes
really
40
difficult to overcome
seconds.
because you get to purchase all of these like
Ezreal's 3.5 items. He'll be a bit more scary again.
On owner just makes Pantheon a completely
I
different.
think T1 definitely got 5 of their comfort champion. I mean, it's a very T1 draft. It's a very comfortable draft. Very comfortable draft.
Defensives, you know, the spell shield here for Guma with the edge of
I think the Ezreal's somewhat fine. I don't know. I don't know whether you need to Ez Braum, but it did mean the Varus didn't really get that much out of the lane. I'm not gonna lie.
can see
he did it
Flandra's tremor
okay.
senses are tingling. He knows
But I do
T1
think
is in
AL,
that
the
fall to
issue for me
floor,
was more
but it's so
around team
dangerous
fight
for
execution,
AL
I
to
think, for
step
AL.
up. Carrier with flash, with exhaust. Here
And
on
a few
Rakan,
people
Kyle
just
swapped over to a
face
Ghost
checking
on
a
his
CC
Braum.
chain and
Looks like
dying,
T1
basically.
don't know where Tarzan is though. There was pings going over towards their own jungle, wondering if Tarzan
Yeah,
managed
he
to
could have
sneak his
slipped
way
behind
in,
it. Is a
but
Kiana.
Dragon now started, and Tarzan spotted as well.
Okay, Owner and Carrier are the only two around the Dragon Pit for now. TP coming in. Faker is ready to join back up with the rest of the team after purchasing the Crypt Bloom. AL starting up the Elder Dragon now. T1 watching on, waiting for the rest of the team to approach.
Out comes the Drake.
1/2 HP. Hope taking a chunk of damage. Dora charging
Okay, Grand Star fall. Tarzan has to back away. Supreme display of talent. The exhaust. Man, really good from Owner and crew. Is this just the... Hang on. Watch Guma. Oh, Carrier nabs the kill. Oh, GG. Well, that is a shellacking. The TPing in. They don't need the Elder. They'll let Owner do that.
From T1, they use their wallets and they destroy AL at the Dragon one more time.
Doran putting the last touches here on the Nexus turrets. The Elder Dragon is claimed, but there's no one left
is
to
a
execute.
bit
The game
of
was
a
quiet.
devastation
The
after
game
it started
was
rolling.
for so very long.
Basically, the moment the dragon fights were not it for AL. They weren't it. We weren't as sold on AL's draft. It was less cohesive. We said, look, if you can afford to play longer fights, that's great. You did get some early leads, particularly out of just laning, but it just wasn't enough. And T1, once they started fighting, are really, really scary with a comp like that.
If you think we're a normal opponent, then you've already
It's certainly one of T1's stronger drafts. On the other side, though, that's the LPL Kiana draft option gone. That Shanks' Rise gone. That's fairly significant. I know he plays other stuff as well, but that's fairly big.
What do you have to say?
Could be fairly significant.
Well, Captain, it's that T1 magic all over again.
But yeah, that was scary. But again, they did end it with a very, very good, very, very cohesive comp. Hello, Ruby. Thank you.
The problem is
Thank you for the resub. Welcome back in. Ruby and Kite's here. Hello.
They don't look like themselves. They've not shown good things.
T1 have been pretty shaky through Swiss. That looks a lot more like them. And oh god, it's happening again, guys.
What do you say?
Yeah, we do a little check-in.
Team fights were not AL's best. Agreed. It's happening.
No. I'm not getting this is just game one. But what I do like to see is that both Doran and Carrier, with the big token points going in, had a much better performance here today, right? Carrier on the Rakan in particular, 4 bans going his way, by the way, still had an incredible performance.
Speaking of Carrier, I think him and Faker had a game-winning moment very early on, thanks to a reliable Cisco network. The synergy between those two was absolutely on point as a charm comes in high.
Yeah, this was some nasty jungle supporting going on.
Until this point, if it's really tense, Doran goes in. They blow so much on Doran and then
yeah, Carrier gets an insane sequence here. He charms like 4 people.
It ends up destroying AL, and with this AL competition,
And then basically Faker and Owners go, yeah, we can keep going.
Really good job early, playing around Flandra's pressure, setting up vision, getting that top side turret. There's a very clear game plan, but once you fall behind, as we saw, A, they lack damage, and B, the only initiation really is Flandra flash initiate, right? And so they kept falling further and further behind in these fights when Flandra would have to look for these flanks.
And when it comes to another fight that AL really should have won about 27 minutes in around that Drake, you see that really they're looking for a way to do a pincer move, right, in terms of AL's comp.
Oh, this was not great. But this is the danger of the T1 comp, right? You get hit by 1 bit of CC, and the follow-up is ridiculous.
The actual snap engage is so minimal. Really, it's just Tarzan or Flandre.
Yeah, like you need a flash rune. Right? This was the other issue. We like Chronicles calling it out, right? Like your actual CC snap engage is very limited.
They were very happy to give up the grubs, and I think that they just had the knowledge that thus far I think they have been lacking of when are we strong and when can we play. And Guma, I was a little bit skeptical because the last Ferris, he recovered well, but he had a lot of early game mishaps. This game
Great.
was
Nasty.
insane. And the early game team fights on his end were what I think were so important for T1.
In conclusion, they were firing on all cylinders in game one, and that's exactly the thing that we were doubting coming into the series. Now, I'm also not going to be a game one Andy or a game one if.
I'm going to go and get myself a drink, say hello to the crowd. I'll be right back in a second or two.
For AL, how do they adapt into game two?
Kyle needs some more proactive support. So I kind of agree. The Ezreal Braum was supposed to allow you to play through topside, but then they didn't really get to do that. They didn't really get to play fight slow. Yeah, I don't know. That draft was a bit weird.
As they were playing, and their early game was still pretty good. So
it was, but maybe we just need a bloodbath in the early game from AL if they want to change it up and if they want to beat T1.
Please take away my points.
We'll be right back.
Right, back in a second.
Flandra marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Chain CC on the Flandra, he's already down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent, tries to hold the line, but into the back line goes Owner. Hope is being chased, Tarzan's being killed. Anyone's legend is being crushed as Shanks tries to fight back in a 1v4, but he'll get nothing but an epitaph as T1 kill 4 and take Soul.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer, and isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll win by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
What it will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence. Oh, they go back in! Baker flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow.
I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't know, because they did get the early turrets right, so there was value there. Though I don't grant you, it didn't lead to much in the way of fights. But again, did you really want to fight T1 early? I feel like they had the better early comp, no? Hey, thank you for the follow, Danny.
Welcome back to the fourth and final quarterfinal here
The
at
last
Worlds
quarters.
2025 between AL and T1. Game number 1 was close for
Yeah,
a very
I mean,
long time.
the
But
way
when
you
push
play
came to
Gorilla is
shove,
playing
it was
extended
all
fights
about the
and
fight
getting a really good
at the
Kiana up, but I
Dragon
agree the
Soul,
range
and
discrepancy into a
T1's
Fed Varus became
immaculate
really
team
annoying.
out
But
on
here
top
comes
to
draft.
secure
Let's
them
lock in. Let me close the door.
Now we're back.
Hale back on
Jumping
blue
into
side, still
Chancellor,
banning the bard, still banning the Azir.
to see if
Yunara,
AL
Orianna
can bounce
banned.
back after the game 1 defeat.
Nico
AL's back on
banned.
the blue side. They're going to continue banning Bard and
Could also
Azir.
end up banning
Over to
away
one side,
something
it's
like
Nymaera and
Wukong,
Orianna
I
taking
suppose.
the table.
And I
I
want
feel
to
like
see
I'm missing a
Tarzan on something where
champion
he
here.
can be proactive in the early game. It felt like
Have to think about that one.
very quiet early game from him, and almost every time Tarzan kind of joins a team, he becomes the soul of that team in the early game. How aggressive he
I
can
need to
be,
see
how
better
he can
early
dictate
plans
where
from
he-
Tarzan as
game
well.
kills
Like,
are going.
this man is
But Wurth didn't get
a
much
very
out of the last
cool
one.
player
Let's
of
see
the
if he can bounce
jungle.
back.
As
Nice
far
if
as
he
jungle,
gets
there's
to-
a lot of power picks
Nope.
up at the moment.
Does that?
Wukong, the
Crazy.
Jarvan
Go
as
back
well,
in.
and Xin Zhao all really highly prized.
No.
Personally, I'm a big fan
No,
of
that's
Wukong.
fine.
I just think the team
How have I
fighting on
done
this champ
this?
is so incredible. Although, of course, your pre-6 influence
in.
isn't the biggest, but I
I'm gonna
still
pull you
think the
out.
payoff is
Okay, that's
definitely
fine.
there.
Wukong
Too far
actually
in there.
has
Oh,
not
no,
been
it's
played
a
yet by
disaster.
Tarzan
Okay,
at
it's fine.
this event.
Resolve,
In the 5
resolve,
games
resolve.
that AL played to get to the quarterfinals, they didn't have to use
Sorry.
that champion a single time. We'll see if that changes here.
First pick,
but no,
Poppy,
the
which
priority
does get
instead
food draft.
is
That
going
has
to
often
be
been
on the
banned,
top.
so maybe I'm
7
thinking about that
wins
one.
and
The
3 losses
Aspen
on
trade.
this
You
one.
might
It's been
end
a
up
very successful
psioning here
champ so
then.
far.
Yeah, and it's
Not
a flexible
psioning,
pick, so opening up the
trundling
Daz
here. If
first
you're
pick
banning the
is
Alistair, they're
definitely
considering a
viable.
trundle
And
draft.
Now you don't have to continue to ban
As
that
one of the
carry a
better
champ.
options
The
into
Pairing well,
Trundle, because your
with the,
tankiness is not
Bard as well as the
predicated on
Nico
stats,
bans
rather
that
your
usually
ultimate.
find him. But he's just gonna slam a
Nautilus.
very
Wow, that's
quickly
early.
into it.
I mean, you
Don't know
think
how I feel
back
about
to
that into
MSI,
Poppy.
It was actually Owner who was able to snipe Kael on the Poppy over the wall with that Skarner ultimate. And
Oh,
turn things
yeah,
around.
good
So
memory,
obviously
Dag, there.
T1 trying to opt in towards a similar strategy, but I like it. Go for the hook champion. The value's still there into a potential Poppy flex.
We're looking
And
for an
then,
80 carry with
again,
this.
You can opt in towards more range stuff if you want
Shinzao,
to here, but it
yeah,
looks like it's
that's
gonna be
probably
the Xin
fair.
Zhao for Owner.
Owner does love it. He's very good at it.
Speaking of the Poppy,
I
Kyle
feel like
had
the
a very
Poppy's
good
already
play
got
at
quite a
this
lot of
particular
value, not
tournament
gonna
as well.
lie.
As we talked about in game number 1 versus
What are we
Gen
looking
G,
at
but
now
as we say, doesn't have
for
to go into the support
AL?
role
Poppy's
this
a
early on,
flex,
so
worth
let's take a
noting.
look as we
So you probably
progress.
don't want
Are
to
we
lock
going to get the
necessarily
Wukong?
jungle unless you're
I really
happy
do
enough
think
with where
it's
things are at
so
already, saying,
accessible for
okay,
these team
we'll
fights.
lock that in here.
And
It is
AL
Flandre, so I
already,
wouldn't be entirely surprised if he suddenly
first couple
decided,
of
you know
picks, I
what,
think are
yeah, I
setting
could go for
themselves
a,
up with
I could go for a Poppy,
insano team fight.
which would be hilarious,
I agree.
but there
I
you
think that's
go.
where a lot of the focus is going to be
Sometimes.
now in
It's just the way of
trying
these
to
things.
deny a lot of T1 any sort of pressure that can go on towards this
I
saber.
think
Like,
I'm peeking a
Dive
bit
is
on this still.
already
That's kind of
gonna be
annoying. Let
alleviated a
me
lot thanks to
drop that there a little bit. That might help. Yeah,
But I
seems
don't
okay.
think, like,
Okay.
unless T1 will opt in towards things like
Yeah,
Way and
that
maybe some of
seems
these more
all
long-range
right.
carries,
No, I'm
I
still
think you
What
should
the
be
heck?
fine as AL to just find these big
What
team
the
fights
heck?
as you start to roll on through.
Okay,
maybe that's all right.
T1 alongside that Xinjiao and Nautilus, they'll go
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. No, probably up here.
Okay, yeah, you know, I like red side third
Okay,
pick Rumble
that's fine.
because then you can throw the bans at like Galio or
microphone issues.
Like the two most
Still, there we go.
Yeah, the two most common matchups into Rumble.
Silver removed. Silver taken up. Sorry.
Kind of blind.
On the Rumble.
Blind plus
I mean, very good skirmishing for T1 again. Very good skirmishing.
Which we did see the other day.
The team fight from AL is already a lot better though with Wukong Sivir.
That was the old school kind of answer to the Rumble after those nerfs to his magic
resist. So Ornn taken off the boards.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not really going to be able to go Trundle here, so I think tank bans make a lot of sense, especially for Flandre, who has often defaulted to them. There is still one where that Poppy goes top, so not keep your eyes on that, I suppose. Aurora away from Shanks, yeah, would be another big AoE slurkle to put down.
Going to be the other ban for T1 instead.
Yeah, so takes that one off that we were mentioning. Definitely a good one into the Rumble.
Is it Poppy support? Yep, could well be.
For the solo laner.
In fact, I'd expect it to be.
Plus, it's a champion that I think most T1
good matchup into the Poppy.
Faker on, so you're
into the Nautilus rather.
It to yourself. You're denying
Jin ban, yeah, fine.
At the same time.
Good pick, bet. Good with the Nautilus.
And Jin will be the other ban here from AL, so double marksman banned out in the second.
Ah, what are you thinking now is good, man? Ash might be okay, though it's into some pretty ugly CC. Oh my god, he just locks the Draven. All right. I mean, he's famous for it. Bloody hell. Okay.
This is all skirmishing from T1. They've got
just Galio for AL. Yeah, I'm gonna say the team like T1 are all about skirmishing and early fighting. Like your 2v2s, your 3v3s, terrifying. If it comes through to team fighting though, if you lock in the Ambassador as well, I much prefer AL's team fight. Much prefer it. All right, T1. They are obligated to have a very good early 15 minutes. You need this Draven fed. You need to get value out of the Nautilus Shinzao. Starting fights everywhere in the enemy jungle. Because I think if it comes to straight up team fights, the AoE, the consistent front to back, the Onivia into the Galio. Okay.
That sounds painful for Galio. What is Galio?
So I feel like Galio doesn't have a lot of fun here. You are very at risk of getting walled. You're very easy to stun.
Makes it very difficult for short range champs to play the
and
game.
Sivir hates it.
Usually you're like,
Sivir hates it.
Galio is like a crazy engage. You know, maybe the Onivia
does that change the draft much? I mean, the AoE now from T1 between an Equalizer and the Glacial Storm, it is pretty miserable for what is a quad melee and a Sivir comp.
You have a lane on this bot side to already try and play around and start to snowball. It gives you a very clear win condition in through the rest of the game.
Huh. Well, that does change the flavor of the draft. Because AL are a very short-range team. Really good team fight, but very short-range. And I think the Onivia, with all of that AoE zone control, can end up being very problematic. Huh. When was the last time we saw Faker on Onivia?
I really want to see how well the wall placements are going to work in this one, because a properly placed wall can decimate a team fight.
So much on the line here for AL. Going down 0-2 versus T1 as the LPL second seed would not be the way that you were expecting this one.
That's a fun comp nonetheless.
Again, looking strong in game 1 versus the LPL. We'll have to see as we get onto the Rift if they can continue that trend.
Faker has a lot of good career win rates for a lot of champions, but Onivia 8-2.
8-2, thank you very much. I was just looking that up myself.
I feel like all of his win rates are like 70 or 80% on something.
Dominate, isn't that big on the Onivia pick?
Your win rates are pretty good.
So what's his issue with it out of interest, Virtuoso?
The Summoner spellbook matched by supports, but not
didn't T1 lose to Caps Onivia?
It's Keria going for the
I think they might have, you know.
For the extra fighting power early.
No, it wasn't this tournament.
Usually you'd see things like the Comet and that.
Maybe, was that the Poppy Onivia way back in 2019? Are you talking that era?
is if I end up getting
because obviously Caps did Onivia this tournament, but I don't think it was into T1, was it?
Pop that phrase rush and keep out of harm's way from Tarzan and Shanks is going to be crucial in these fights.
Yeah, and he's also got the Scorch there for the painful lane phase here to apply more and more damage.
This AL draft is probably the most tier lift draft this world. It's a very strong it's a very strong draft in that sense. It was BLG, yeah.
Into the lanes to collide. So remember, if you've got a couple seconds to spare, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com.
So, basically, AL, if you can get to team fights, your AoE circles are terrifying. And I'm best they can cause a lot of issues in the backline. For T1, with the exception of the Onivia change of the draft, are still very focused on the early skirmishing. They want to get value out of the Nautilus Shinzao, setting up for Draven cash-ins, Rumble to get good equalizers, and playing off that kind of early brawling power. I think if they come into team fights even, I think they're going to have a harder time. They've got angles. I think the Onivia was kind of fun in its own way into a very short-range comp. That can be really obnoxious. And what does the Galio do? Just has a miserable time into the Flash Frost all the time.
Yeah, 100%, because you know Xin versus
they want the 2v2 to get value out of the Draven Nautilus early, especially for before Poppy can get the W's. That's why they've stayed in the 2v2.
With that early push here in the mid lane, crashing that wave into Shank's turret. As you can see, the same thing happening up there in top. Flandra crashing the wave into Doran. Flandra was the point of strength.
Level 3
AL in that first game.
Bot lane gank, yeah, gonna try and break the flashes. This is good from Tarzan. He skipped Kyle might just die regardless. Guma's gonna try and flash and get the kill. Can't quite get it! Oh no! Oh, he had to, the moment you saw Tarzan coming on down, you had to go looking.
And T1's marksman gets punished.
Oh, you had to go. You had a pot in inventory, Guma. Run the pot earlier.
Flowers with some early aggro. Well, he does it.
Yeah, you can't not go. At that moment you see Tarzan, you're not getting out. At which point you just may as well flash forward and look for the kill.
Tarzan gets down there. Kyle.
It's not that many stacks yet, so like it's not the it's unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world, right? Oh man, even with the ignite countering the healing, he needed one more auto. Poppy move speed too high, blood rush was not enough.
Immediately going bot side. Off of what was a very odd path, because he did clear from his Krugs into Raptors.
Because he cleared Krugs to Raptors, exactly. It's very weird pathing. Nice.
Follow up there from the Flash Frost as T1 jumps in after the AL mid laner.
Because again, you know, Dagda's right, because I think they did have wards. It's just they saw the Wukong going topside because he'd done red Krugs, then Raptors before going bot. Normally, if you're going to do the bot side gank, you do red Raptors Krugs to be bot side. So he ended up getting a really nice path there. Got some weird timing on it.
The visit towards mid, getting Shanks' flash here is quite nice, but I think that minion...
It's not the end of the world for the Draven. I'll note that. It really isn't, because you didn't have that many stacks lost, and you still blow a lot of summoners. You can still punish this bot lane just fine, though it is good from AL to buy the summoners where you can, which is a big deal.
Guma Yushi not quite being able to secure that kill, but I still feel like Guma's Draven is going to be in the driver's seat in this head-to-head.
Yeah, it's a very early kill onto the Draven, which means that you hadn't really stacked up a lot of those adoration stacks. So still should be fine to continue to stack, and then if you can get that kill later on, should still be able to get it.
Yeah, because again, it's early enough. You were level 2, so how many stacks did you actually lose there? Nah. And he's already 10 CS up. Like it's not the end of the world. But the thing is, this could have been a lot worse if Guma was given a free lane. So you have to make it a non-free lane, which is the right choice. Owner did get the flash mid, can now look top. Flandra. Oh boy, I think he's dead. Not bad. Not bad. Nicely done. Nicely done. He will lose the wave, which kind of sucks. He does have TP though. But you take what you can get there. That's not bad from Flandra at all.
Very, very critical for Flandra to get the counter kill there. As he turns around and the tower shot does deliver. He's got teleport. He's using his teleport to immediately go back to that wave since it is pushing away from him. Doesn't want to drop any more minions.
Sivir getting the kill was also big for AL because I think Hope has actually been a fantastic Sivir. Like it's probably been his best champion this year. Like and that could be your own win condition. Getting that early kill, getting the cull in. If you can just survive the lane, just lose gracefully into what should be a pretty obnoxious lane, you're okay here, I think.
Means that Tarzan has actually managed to continue to farm up and now match some of the shortcomings in the experience he had, but Flandre has hit level 6, eyeing up Faker on the Onivia in this mid-range.
For that public execution,
not bad.
Faker gets jumped on. Flandre coming in, trying
Flash,
to block the rebirth,
egg. Nice. Ah, well done. Good roam from Flandre. Really good.
Faker did not respect the ult combination. He tried to dodge the ultimate from Flandre.
He should have just flashed that, and he loses his passive for that as well.
Layered on, he gets the knock up, and Faker flashes and
AL being proactive early is great stuff.
Losing the egg is so big. The rebirth has a 4-minute cooldown.
It's a massive cooldown.
So much more vulnerable now.
Flandre had to give up a lot though to make that play happen. Doran was able to shove in that wave topside very, very quickly. You can see it reflected in the CS difference there and the goal difference.
Krasny with the most normal answers in the Onivia chat. I see.
The old men on the rift fighting it out there in the mid lane. Flandre makes his roam down, gets big value.
I forget Faker's Swade is not that not that great. Xerath, what about the Xerath? Is he? I remember that one being bad back in the day.
You are definitely a vulnerable target.
Exactly. That passive is such a powerful defensive tool, just at dissuading plays being made against
Yeah, I think it was, because actually before that, Faker's Karma was very good. Agreed. Yeah, oh yeah, Xerath as well. Okay, there you go. Faker's Karma at one point was legitimately terrifying. It's just that 2018 was a bad year in general.
You're seeing a couple pings around that bottom side river area coming out from AL right now.
It is a question now of how much do T1 value AL's ultimates being down. Shanks won't have his up and available, which is such a massive tool.
Yeah, Shanks being down ult potentially significant.
Maybe they think they can actually take the scrap with their own ultimates up and
available. I think they've got a very good skirmish squad. I think T1 will be happy enough to fight that. Though early kills to AL is really, really important. 2 kills to Flandre, really, really nice. Like the Ambassador becoming a win condition is huge.
Yeah, meanwhile, AL
it's another good game from Flandre, although he is struggling to CS here. Though part of that, again, is he did lose a wave from that dive. But I wouldn't expect him to be down... What is he? Yeah, 25 CS. That's rough. That is rough. At the very end, like the fact that he's 2 kills and still down 300 gold isn't fantastic. At least he did get the good roam. At least he did get that kill under the turret. But Flandre is known for making roams at the cost of his own lane quite a lot. And it's fine when those roams lead to kill like they did. But we have seen them before when AL had, like in winter in particular, when AL ended up losing games. It was often Flandre making these roams to make plays for the team that didn't work out, and he'd like sack 2 waves for them. It's like, I don't know what that's a team call, whether that's Flandre making the call, but they're often very risky, basically. Because if they don't work out, you lose a lot of individual resource.
Or that rumble, realistically, he's going to get value either way out of that item, which is just great for the AL mid laner.
Yeah, and we'll see about the control.
It's like, so the question is, why is he down in CS, right? And what is he doing to drop that CS? And I think some of it is just poor. Is like very risky roam timing. I won't call them poor roam timing. It's again like when it works, as it did on Faker. That's great. That's great news. But they aren't exactly without opportunity cost.
A possible gank. It actually allows Kyle to get really deep vision. Look at that jungle. He just lit it up. 3 wards left by Kyle.
Because the thing is, I actually think he was a better laner on JDG compared than necessarily. Although I will say his spring was very good. And it's not like Flandre is a...
Definitely provides a lot of very threatening...
Flandre could absolutely be a win condition in this game. Getting those early kills is really nice, and especially getting things like the egg off Fake is good. I just say, as this series go on, we need to track how Flandre is roaming and what it's costing him to make those plays. Shanks? Shanks? Ooh, bloody hell. Oh, tried to make the flash play. Heal from Kyle was needed. I don't know what he needed to flash for that Goober.
Towards this bottom side of the map to cover this play exactly, but thought nothing of it when T1 didn't show carry on the bottom side. Starts to move towards mid instead.
Nice from Kyle though to get the heal down. Phase rush heal is a lot of move speed. But that's Guma down flash again.
And we've got a Wukong Galio. Shanks, of course, did have to use his flash to get away and teleports back out to mid lane, but that is going to be some decent threat.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks arrives. He takes a quick burst there from Faker, but luckily for Galio, he's.
I mean, Faker's going the very defensive build, right? It'll be Roa, Seraphs.
If someone else would find themselves caught in the same situation.
Faker got his egg back up at this point. He might well do, actually.
Fight over here for quite a while. Still about 3 minutes.
No, I'm just saying, T1 has drafted an early skirmishing comp, and once again, not really managed to get any kills. That's twice now. Guma's gone looking with a big aggressive flash, not found the option.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to find a play.
Yeah, I think if you're on AL, though, I like what Kobe was talking about, trying to punish Gumayushi with no flash. You can try and shove in this mid-wave, Galio has the ult, Tarzan has his ult, try and use that to catch out Gumayushi on this bottom wave and still have that timer for it to cycle through before these next objective spawns. T1, though, starting to set up on this top half of the map. Looks like it's only to see if they can spot out some defensive vision, and they'll clear it out.
I think Owner alone could probably lift what the rest of T1 could. Ooh, there we go. For the record.
Again, T1.
Oh, come on, feed. Okay, fine, few. Yeah, Faker has got the egg back up.
Decent wards from AL on the bomb side. Also do see the attempt from Carrier there.
Look how much is invested by T1, though, on this bottom side of the map.
If T1 still win the game, if you know, you know. Yeah, maybe. I think, like, the thing is, I think this Onivia could genuinely be a real problem. Though I am curious, because I know it's like, apparently Dom doesn't like it, and I'm curious to see what Dominate thinks has an issue with it.
Sure that nothing can happen to their AD carry on this bot side.
And speaking of AD carries, on the other side, it's Essence Reaver completed for Hope, so Infinity Wave clear from now on, alongside the fact that he's already got a 400 gold lead because of the first blood, and his call is about to cash in just 10 stacks. AL's AD carry is set up to be in a great spot for this next objective fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Hope has also just quietly had a very easy time of it after the early lane.
Had an early death. And Sivir has gotten a lot of free farm.
Like the moment Sivir cashes in and starts getting towards 2 items, I think this game gets significantly easier for AL. Flandra's got Eclipse in time for the next fight. That'll be really nice. It's a big spike. It's a big spike for the Inverse there.
As you say, it's only 50 seconds away now.
Also,
already trying to get some setup work done here. Kyle, once again, he's moving in, trying to get a little bit deeper vision.
I'm curious how AL want to try and approach this fight, though, because
Darren, you're probably not wrong, actually.
You still have Gumayushi, his flashless, so I think that is going to be your focal point. It's Hope may try and stop them.
Could just be an unknown pick for Dom, or at least Rara. Maybe.
It's difficult for you to hold on to
though
pressure on
the thing is, I trust Dom to have at least a fairly decent logical reason why he dislikes something. Like he is generally pretty good at giving an opinion on like, here is why I think this is not a great option. Flandra. Oh, Flandra. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh, hang on. Turret. Oh!
With reinforcement from Shanks for the shield.
Oh, baited out Spartan Eclipse spikes, baby. Oh, no!
1-for-1 Gumayushi from all the way across the map.
From downtown! Oh, he's done all the hard work.
Bukuma finds the cash in with the ult.
That's hilarious. He's still down gold to Hope because he's just cashed in. Hang on. What is going on? Oh, hello. We've actually just got some violence occurring. Come sit down. We've got wild drafts.
I was watching on the way over, so I was making Angie some scrambled eggs for breakfast.
Very lovely.
She's headed back home today. Thought I'd take first game off.
Thank you, Virtuos. Appreciate that one. Violence is still continuing. Ona. Oh, Faker. He's going. That's the egg down. That's massive. How did he get caught there by himself? Flandre can do a lot of work on Aguma. Have they got an ult? Nah, they're out. What's Shanks here, actually?
Yeah, he doesn't have flash.
Right.
Kyle does.
Yeah, I'm gonna say. Here we go.
Okay, we've got a series. I think we have a series.
Trust the Ambassador Galio will going to snap on the Onivia. I agree you can wall off the short range champs, but if the Onivia is ever on an awkward angle, you can just jump the bird.
I have to say, Flandra is so key to this draft. If the Ambassador catches out the Onivia in the backline, it's a game changer. Because I love the Onivia because you have 4 champions which can't get over the wall. Yeah.
So short range as well, right? Like it's 4 melees in a Civic.
Yeah. So if you ever like don't land the engage, the Onivia just keeps into the play. You're in the meat grinder. Ambassador gets to jump onto you, ignores that problem.
And actually, like, we just saw Flandre Giga outplay Doran, looking like it was Doran getting a solo kill.
Yeah.
And then Eclipse and Repudiation under a turret.
Yeah.
Gets that. Guma actually executed and got his cash in.
Yes, I did see that.
But then they still play out.
But if you die, you still use your stacks.
No, but Guma got the kill
before he died.
Yeah, he executed Ambessa on the other side of the map, basically.
Oh, sorry. You said, so when you say execute, that means you died to tower without someone damaging you.
Sorry. So executing with the ult.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So I get that, but like,
I
when you say executed, I'm like, oh, so he died without taking damage from the enemy team.
But despite that, Hope is now cashed in. Cullen is up.
Oh, happy Halloween, everyone.
Happy Halloween. Spooky. Oh yeah.
Stay spooky.
I've got a costume behind me I can wear.
Yeah.
More power if he is not immediately bursted, but you know anyone's legend.
I should probably go get Red Bull or something. How you doing, Sam?
I'm doing all right.
Are you surviving?
I am surviving.
Yeah. Sam's off on holiday.
I am.
Today, so it's just going to be me for the rest of the tournament, folks.
Sam's going to call in. I'll try and call in.
Cool. We'll see how that works. Yeah, I mean, Sam, you're going to be in fucking, on holiday. Like, don't waste holiday time for it. But
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be watching fight.
Yeah, I know, and you're fine too. But like, at least have your half. Of course I will. Hang on. So Guma might go first. No, he didn't. Okay.
This is huge. Oh, nicely done.
Because I was watching first game and I was thinking actually, Doran on a matchup where he passively gets the lead, so Doran actually plays from ahead. That's not a very common thing for him, unless he's playing like Yorick, which he's not been playing as much recently.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, okay, well maybe that's how they can get one over Doran really, and you can see like Flandre even against Doran here is down like 30 CS.
Yeah.
Like Doran is not been laning well this tournament, and Flandre is still falling behind him. So you need to find ways that Flandre can be useful. So stuff like the Ambassador is great here because you can actually just be useful in team fight.
Like Flandre has legitimately outplayed 2 dives and got a roam to kill Faker. Like he's managed to find ways to be really impactful this game.
Where was I, be honest? I was making my girlfriend scrambled eggs. Yeah, no, Angie's been up for the last week, but because we've been here most of the day, I've not actually managed to spend that much time with her. So I thought I'll at least make a breakfast before I go off to work.
That's fair. This is really good from AL. I genuinely, you're not wrong. I can see why you thought he might get the kill on Kyle. But what did he get the heal from? Was it a redemption?
But there's just so many members of AL
wasn't paying enough attention.
There's no hope of escape. Yeah, beautiful engage from Kyle.
Did it bring us scrambled eggs too? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're gonna get like a really moldy letter in about a week's time.
Yeah, to be fair, we do have a lot of eggs.
Yeah, we bought like Sam and I both went shopping. We both got like 2 packs of eggs, so we have like 30 eggs.
We got like 30 eggs. That's straight.
Yeah. Hope having Sivir is a big thing too. Yeah, I think Hope is one of the legitimately Hope is one of the best Sivir players of all time. He was maybe the best Sivir in the LPL in summer 2020 Zeri Sivir meta.
To really take the fight to T1, and they did it right there.
T1 are trying to find a pick onto Flandre though.
I don't see how Guma gets any value this game.
Yeah, he hasn't. They drafted largely for early skirmishing and like kills.
Full level down.
Didn't get them, and then they kind of tried to fix it with the Onivia, which was smart. I think it does change how the fights work. But like Guma has just not cashed in on the Draven, which is sucky.
No, I saw the early Tarzan gank where AL baited in the CV2 and Tarzan got the wraparound.
I mean, Guma probably made the right choice to flash forward there, if you know what I mean.
Attacking with the shield.
Nearly.
Well, now he's maybe dead.
Yeah, he might have repudiation value.
He used his flash already, so he's going to get knocked up by the Shinzo here. No, not even close. He used all his cooldowns. He flashed early on and still like Q3.
Picture.
That's better though. Okay, so Flandre messes up, but they managed to find Guma again. All right, that's good.
Oh, Hope's going to get another.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Hope is uber fed now.
They do Herald in mid. Hang on, I thought it was a weird TP angle. It was just a Herald charging. That's hilarious.
So that's going to be, well, feeds the strength to AL already. They had bot turret already. Shanks is pushing bot lanes. You're pushing 2 lanes. The AD carry gets fed. You've shut down the AD carry. Guma is not a champion though. Guma is just, yeah. Just because you bought a bunch of eggs doesn't revive Onivia any more often. Well, we thought we should try test out the theory. Yeah, this is. I have to say, I look at T1. If Ricochet starts mashing them now, this the fight is just over.
It's
the ricochet
Infinity
is
is already
insane.
done for the Civi. I mean, this is rough.
Well, I think this is such a squishy game too. I actually think Hope cannot go Flicker Blades. He can actually go like LDR. That's a great flash. Damn, how often is it you see a Civi flashing on a fucking Draven?
Yeah,
that's not often.
Did you see the little banana move from Kyle as well? Flash one way to go in the other.
From this point forward, no one else is allowed to play Draven. Well, our other Draven mains at the tournament. So Hans Sammer didn't have enough value on that. Guma's got blasted in this game. So maybe you're onto something, Bastian. Maybe you're onto something.
Okay, Atacana, what they can do. Tarzan knocked away briefly.
Atacana.
Just a flip.
Well, Tarzan's dead, so
Yeah,
it's not a flip. Guma's got lethal tempo up. Oh, Miss Saltler.
Okay, 2 for Atakan.
Yeah, but AL, yeah, I don't know, man. Basically, Carrier just CC Tarzan into the Draven ult plus Atakan. This is what we were saying, by the way, about AL just not really turning up to objectives early and just kind of jumping on them. I know I listened into the stream, so I heard you talking about that last game too. Which team gets better as they get further into Fearless? Well, we had a 5-game Fearless series between them and MSI, and AL completely fucked the Game 5 draft. So typically, I would have said AL at points in the year, but T1 looked like they're drafting pretty well today. I like this draft from T1, I do. But obviously, they didn't play it well.
How did Wukong die so fast? Atakan shred.
Well, you watch it, he gets CC'd into Atakan. Yeah, plus Draven ult.
He falls before Atakan goes down, and it's a scramble.
Did Guma not cash in? No, he didn't get the kill. It was Carrier.
And he didn't have that. Yeah, so he didn't. There is a potential where the Onivia still becomes a bit of a kingmaker as this game goes on.
No, so Guma didn't get the cash in. He didn't get the last hit because he's only got the 1 kill. So it's only the 1 cash in from earlier. So he's now down 3k.
Sivir is also now at 3 items, by the way, whereas Guma is still at 1, by the by. Just look at those items.
Huh?
Look at the carry items.
I was actually wondering whether Hope could afford to not go Flicker Blades and instead go LDR. But I think just having the I mean, obviously having like the spell shield uptime by auto attacking and getting back a second time is really big. Because if you did you cook those eggs as much as the Onivia's been cooked? Well, only 0 and 2 so far, so maybe not quite as cooked as in the kitchen right now. Added some spring onions and chives to it. It's nice.
That's quite deep, AL. That's quite deep, AL. Oh boy.
Fake has been hit. He has flash.
I think this is awful for anyone's legend.
Hope might be able to ricochet. It's not trying. He got hit by a second.
Yeah, that's it.
Swear to God, man.
Nice.
Yeah, it's way too far. I don't know what Tarzan's doing this game. Tarzan's going way too deep.
That was... Oh, they've thrown it.
Fucking hell. Well, that's the gold lead gone.
Oh, good. And another cash in.
And also, they took a fight without Galio ult in position.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. Kyle and Tarzan just ran it.
Is Tarzan about to have? I mean, is Tarzan about to have an int series? I mean, the thing is, he's actually had an okay game up until this point, which was bad.
I swear to God, if we just rehash the T1 smashing LPL team script, man. I don't know if I can take that, man. They knock out IG. At least they, yeah. I mean, we didn't get T1 BLG. That's the one team they didn't face. How does AL lose this unlosable game? Because they didn't have Galio ult at the start of the fight, and Taz and Kyle go way too deep into a team that's actually very well drafted to put them in the meat grinder.
Yeah.
It says a lot that Guma, even with 1 item, gets to like free hit and do a ton of damage. Shanks does fucking nothing, man.
Yeah, Dag is right on that one. And you can sort of, basically, you had Sivir ult behind you, and the call is basically, we can follow up, we've got Sivir ult, we'll be there in time. They were not there in time. And you are still playing in a corridor versus Onivia ult, Onivia wall, Equalizer, Shinzao buying time with the ultimate. Like, that's not a fun place to play the 5v5 at all. Hang on, have T1 got a bet? Like, that's crazy probability swing. I know it's probability, I know it's a mess, but it's like, to see those big swings is still kind of a bit silly.
I mean, AL just through the fight and T1 have a gold lead.
Yeah.
So it went from AL gold lead to T1 gold lead, so...
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, massive yeet of a throw.
Yeah. I thought that Sivir might be able to just 100% carry that, but I guess not. I just don't think you should ever fight into an Onivia rumble in that kind of terrain. No, going into a tight choke point. Especially without the Galio ult to shrug off the damage. Now, if you have the Galio ult, you can shrug off the first bit of the damage, and then you can maybe make your way through it. I mean, the gold lead on AD carry went from about 3,000 to 1,000. Guma has Hexplate now, which gives him a lot more ability to
I still think
run and gun a bit.
What's he going third here?
Auto-attacking, they do have a lot
Draven Knight didn't see it. He might be Edge Knight.
Tarzan and Shanks here have to have a really good setup to the team fight.
Could be Collector as well. Might be.
Suppose you're not going crit per se with this build.
No, one not even per se. He has 0 crit.
The control ward inside the pit. They're going to step back, group up as a
Okay, so once again, AL approach the objective late. Tarzan's been spotted because T1's been... Oh,
not bad.
They get onto... Guma flashes out. Not bad from Mona.
That Faker surviving for now. Flandre has to flash away.
Hope is free
hitting a lot of people.
Dragon went to T1.
Guma probably dies here.
Yeah, Hope is very strong. So is this Baron? This is Baron. This is Baron. Because Ona died and Guma died, so that's Baron.
2-0 in the fight.
It's also 2 for 2 on Dragons, but the Baron is up and they're teleporting up to the top side of the map.
Yeah, Civic got to actually fight that fight.
Looks like they will. Understanding that this could be their moment to try and bring the game
Oh,
back
come on, AL.
You've still got to do it into a... Oh, that TP could suck. That TP could really suck, Faker. Oh, go on, Kyle. Oh, the wall. Not enough.
Hope is free hitting. Yeah, Hope is free hitting. Good spell shield.
That TP sucked.
Man, Hope, I thought we'd do a lot more damage. Oh, Hope, come on, my dude. There you go. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
So I would like to take the line from that. You cannot make mistakes against T1. You cannot make mistakes against anyone's fucking legend. There we go. Hope Civic. In Hope Civic we trust. This guy is one of the best Civics of all time. The guy is very, very good.
That was not a great TP.
It was very bad TP. I think they thought that AL would go straight towards Baron and maybe could do a freak contest. That was nice from Shanks blocking out the potential ult. Nice.
Teleporting in, AL will take from them everything. The gold lead has ping-ponged.
Yeah, I mean, I think Faker ran it with the teleport, and then obviously, I mean, the actual fight with Nidora and Faker was okay, and then Courier's Hope was just not it.
Again, as we take a look at the
That's a lot of gold over to Hope
the
again.
slow-mo on the TP is so not good.
Actually wondering if they could I was wondering if they could just immediately wall stun, but I guess not.
Not having any sort of ability to get out of here means that AL pounce immediately, and even Hope here, having the support of Kyle, means that Doran can't really go aggressive on the play and hope that he can trade.
I mean, Carrier, my dude.
Trying to again support a dying teammate.
And what do you do? Die a bit, really? Pub is like, what? Yeah.
Okay. Look at these guys.
All right, so
with the gold lead back.
That's the gold lead back.
And the Baron buff, so they can take a lot more. That little dip there is just a blink in the radar now. AL looking to siege.
AL with their Red Bull Baron power play.
That wall is very obnoxious.
Of a lead with it as they can. This is the 6th turret that they will take this game.
Level 16 on Onivia means actually the ults are going to start being very obnoxious.
It's just, you have infinite wave clear. That being said, that's why you need Baron against this. Giving up Baron means you actually might not be able to wave clear turrets. T1 need to, well, they're trying to stop them hitting turrets. So the reason they're doing that is if they can survive a little bit more of the Baron, it's only up for a minute and a half. Well, I say it's 3 more waves. So they need to, if they can survive through the Baron, then it's very hard to finish a game against this team because Onivia, Rumble, just infinite wave clear.
Yeah. And even Draven ult.
And AL don't have 3 grubs or anything like that. So you need to, yeah, so they might try and wall under turret. The Poppy ult doesn't get cancelled. Okay, so they're slowly breaking mid in here. They should get it before the Baron ends unless T1 find a freak engage. You do have flash on Nautilus, but that's the thought process. Can you survive with your base intact to allow Onivia Rumble to just wave clear for forever?
Empowering both lanes.
Minutes 22 to 25 didn't happen. My feed cut out. Very clean game from AL. Completely agree now.
Oh, this is what they're looking for, just like random picks. Can they get any damage on the turret to finally break the base? I think they can. Okay. So now T1 don't manage to save the base. There's another wave left. They can probably use this to wrap around the back of top turret and take that one too, unless again T1 find the freak engage with the flash Nautilus. Ona maybe as well. Watch for Ona stacking Q. He might try and do a flash engage from that too.
Yeah, okay. They're going to get double inhibited.
They can't get it. Damn, this was where I thought T1 might be able to find a freak engage, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So Ona just went through his Q. There's gonna be double inhib down. Not bad from AL. They don't leave themselves open to the engage. Hope wasn't one being threatened. They still had Galio ult. Baron buff falls off, but there's double inhibs. Is there a teleport to the
hell, that wall was nearly catching Shanks.
They look at that 40-second Drake timer and say, right, we've got enough pressure.
They need to recall and get to Dragon, by the way.
Yes.
They're being very slow here.
Yeah, Dagger just...
Man, AL have not been fast to objectives.
and he should be able to carry through this next engagement. I think for T1, maybe you just have to let it slip. A third dragon, buy some time. Hope this Onivia can get to a position where she can be a massive threat in fights.
Yeah, AL here moving in 4 items now for Hope as well. The Sivir, the damage will be insane, bouncing back and forth, cutting the healing as well.
And look at the footwear of anyone's legend. 4 tier 3
Oh man, yeah, there's a load of boots now. I think AL are in a very good spot at this point.
Yeah, they are. 6k up, you have a late game Sivir going absolutely mental. Guma did go Collector, but that feels a little shit at this point in the game. Not that there's much armor on the other side, but Hope interestingly went for the upgraded armor boots, which now makes a lot of difference here, actually.
I get that if you want to convert towards Mortal Remind or whatever next, getting another crit item first is nice.
Now, if AL do take this game, then we get a much more interesting series, because it means we at least get game 4 and see how deep the champion pools go for T1 and AL at this tournament. Because while we've seen, you know, a decent amount of champions from both teams, it's how they're feeling, you know, on the day with the different drafts.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you just turn your volume up?
I turned it down a little earlier, and I think I just needed to position my mic a bit better.
Right.
Is the honest answer.
Okay, take flash away. Tarzan.
Oh, nicely done from Flandra. That'll be the egg.
That'll be it. That's game. That's game.
Nicely done.
They don't have the. That's very good from Tarzan. Tarzan just mashed that. Good stuff, Tarzan.
Oh, good ult from Flandra this game.
Yeah.
Good ult.
Although that was Tarzan though. That was Tarzan. He found him over the wall and then was ult after he was already CC'd.
I'm just saying in general. It's just been like, we've seen something like AL drafted to, like T1 drafted for early skirmishing, didn't get early skirmishes. They looked at Onivia to try and change things around, and now you end it with Hope's absolutely smashing on the Sivir.
Yeah.
And really, really good pick on the whole, with the exception of the one Gigarin that nearly cost them the game. Solid series.
All right. Okay, so we're going to get at least 4 games, which is cool.
Indeed.
Well, we are amazed and elated at anyone's legend taking a game off T1, fighting back after that first game, which is the first time that a team does
Excuse me while I briefly run.
All good, you do that.
Take a game off T1 in the quarterfinals.
Hello, everyone. I'm now here.
That it spells more good coming out of AL, because this was a great game.
It's me.
And I love the adjustments.
Angie's got a train at like 2 something or other, so I might have to dip off to go say goodbye to her at the station around then. But and then Sam's got a flight later, so I'm gonna be. Everyone's abandoning me here in winter in Berlin.
Yeah.
So
I have to leave early as well.
No. What I'll do is I'll jump out, and then but let's be honest, I'll be able to jump back by the time that you'd have to go anyway, I think. Maybe. Actually, what time do you need to be at the airport? Oh, so you need to leave way before that. Okay, all right. Well, if this goes to game 5 games,
you might be in a tricky position, I know.
We'll see what happens.
Obviously, being more accustomed to LCK, I was like, what are they
Hydrator,
doing?
I need to get a drink in the first place. Can I get just a regular Red Bull? Thank you.
Reflex replay.
Yes, please, yeah.
Flandre, for me, was a large reason of why the early game felt the way that it did, because his ability to turn around, this is the second play that was made upon him, ended up being huge.
But then, this was actually really huge for T1. They ended up getting Drake off the back half of that as well.
Cold winter in Berlin. Yeah, winter in Berlin is not fun.
Did have a huge, Flandre and Tarzan both had a huge impact in this early game.
Yeah, Tarzan was fantastic. Tarzan did almost throw the game though around. Oh, thank you.
2 games in a row now, and the reason why I don't want to go and scream it off the rooftops that they finished that game cleanly is because of a replay we need to look at. And Maurits was saying, "Oh my God, is this happening again?"
Yeah, I was very upset, because this is the point where. This is too much plot armor.
Tarzan. This is not how you win games, Tarzan. You're gonna hear a window sound. Just don't pay attention to it. There you go. That's me. That's me charging my phone. Flandre was big this game. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
But I also like good League of Legends was up on this point AL was playing.
He said it. He said it.
Oh, thank you.
It's true, right? And up until this point, I think that AL had firm grasp of the game.
Yeah.
But what to me was the most impressive was that this was only a small setback, and they actually bounced back.
Chronicler going off now that he knows he's not going to be on broadcast after this.
I think that they deserve to win this game for 95% of it. So the fact that they're able to close it out, Feels fitting.
Emily,
Welcome to the LPL.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
Talk about the recovery, because as you say, right, in such a fight-heavy region, which
One day I'll
it's
get
not,
to
I
say
know
that on
people
Worlds,
used to say, well,
folks.
they don't just fight. That's not what I said. Obviously, they
One
did
day.
it because they know how to get the objectives as well as fight. But you do see a form of resilience often in these back-and-forth games that they can put on the Rift.
Yeah, in this pre-Baron fight, it's up for them to taking Baron. Faker ends up TPing right into a trap.
That
here.
TP sucked.
It did.
And the biggest benefactor of this is actually Hope, who is going to get this kill onto
Oh,
Doran.
apparently, by the way, if you lose a watch streak, if you watch the stories, you know, kind of like there's kind of like an Instagram story thing on Twitch. Apparently, if you have if you watch the stories, you can restore your streak if you miss the actual stream.
For them to get that Baron, and this, it isn't even a classic LPL goal graph where we have a few more.
Yeah, this is you expect one or two more throws in the classics.
That little dip before that fight we just
Anything works actually. A VOD or highlight. Oh, so you can go back and watch the VOD. Right, that makes sense. I started Worlds with 8,000 points. Predictions got me back to 80,000.
There
Wow.
was a moment for every member of AL, right? It was
I should really
early
do
game
more
from
with channel
Tarzan,
points. I just never really
diverting
figured out what to do with them.
It was the team fighting from KL. It was a couple of really clutch ults coming in from Galio as well. And the fact that we're going one.
Oh, I've noticed, by the way, that they're saying Kyle now. Earlier in the year, I think the broadcast name was saying Kale, but I believe that Chronicler has taught them the ways of Kyle.
Kind of T1 being on the front foot after winning that first game, yet coming with a strategy in which you have an Anivia, which we haven't seen, I think, since
I started the street. I started Worlds with 10,800 points. Now I'm on 1.7k. Yeah. Guma ran it down this game. Guma had a pretty bad game, folks. Yeah. But also Draven, if Draven loses the first couple of kills in the game, why, you know, the Draven's just not worth picking.
The fact that Hope was able to pop off, if Draven is playing from behind, Draven isn't playing the game, and if Draven is playing from even, he's also not playing the game. So really good job on shutting him down. T1's draft, I think, works kind of, but the Anivia, even though it makes sense into the enemy.
I like T1's draft. I liked it. I just don't think it was executed upon well enough.
Didn't have the best game.
Okay, we'll see how it evolves. As said, the trepidation is in the air. It feels like we are staggering towards that, hopefully, 5-game series like we did at MSI. It is AL that throws down the gauntlet against T1 as we head into Game 3.
I don't know how many channel points I started with. I just know I lost them all. Did you bet on T1 against CFO? A lot of people did that. I don't really like the Draven pick still if they wanted to lane. It's lane bully, but I would have preferred to see them smash Flandra's lane. Sivir is very likely to get a reasonable power point regardless. Well, Draven is very good versus Sivir. Yeah, that's a cool fan though. I heard Faker was aura farming yesterday, by the way. By the way, you know the all roads lead to me thing? That was written by Chakras. Chakras wrote that line for Faker. I mean, obviously, for those of you that don't know, grand majority of the time, the trash talk kind of things like that are scripted, so the lines are given to the players. So yeah, thank the production team for a lot of that stuff. They're very, very good at doing this stuff. OGN used to do similar with the players too, because yeah, sometimes it's quite hard for players to figure that out like with themselves, you know. Not all the time. Sometimes they do it, but yeah. But the all roads lead to me. That was a Chakras special.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay.
Oh yeah, Chakras is good. Chakras is great. Really like Renato.
My armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The infinite precision armrest.
Unironically, changing peripherals really messes. Well, it messes anyone up if you use the same peripherals a lot, right? Dopa was saying the same way after.
To the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고.
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Okay. Korean pros are basically K-pop idols who play video games instead of dance. Fair. Still jealous of you Berlin folks who get to occasionally enjoy the fruits of Renato's breaking. Yeah, we occasionally Chakras drops off some stuff for her. In fact, I believe was it Harold? I think it was Harold that bought us a cake from Renato once, which is really cool. That was great.
They still say Flandra's name oddly. I believe it's meant to be Flandre rather than Flandre. Flandre. If you listen to the hosts, the Chinese hosts, they say Flandre, I think. Actually, I'm not sure if they say Flander, actually. Whether it's de instead of dre. But yeah. Flan by Dr. Dre? Exactly. Yeah. He's going into the flan business. Is that Flowers is saying it too? Yeah, Emily was saying it all year, and I have to say, yeah, Emily's pretty good at kind of pulling people into the right pronunciation for that stuff, which is cool. Because if you don't cast them all year, you sometimes miss that a little bit. Like, for instance, if you listen back to old VODs, Xiaohu is called Zhaohu, and it's more of a hard sh rather than a zh. So it's not Zhaohu, it's Xiaohu. The X is a little bit of a harsher sound in Chinese. Maybe it's the American accent that makes it sound hard? Maybe. Wait, Flandre got his name from Toho? I never realized that. I didn't realize that. I have some fun facts about names. Like Xiaohu used to be called Angel Beats. That was his first name, so he was named after an anime. Yeah. Can't believe I missed Quickshot yesterday. Yeah, Quickshot was around yesterday. It was really cool. We got some good clips out of it. By the way, yeah, if anyone has any favorite clips of that, I haven't gone through it yet, but if people have favorite clips, clip them out and send it in Discord, or because we have a channel on Discord for clips. Or if you just want to post it, it's very cool. Helps with the socials. We were saying this yesterday, but basically, if you want to promote your favorite stream, or just the stream that you genuinely enjoy, what was I gonna say? Yeah, clips are the best way to promote it. Mako is named after the Vocaloid. I didn't realize that. Oh, apparently it's Anohana, which is another great show, actually. Appa shirt stole the show as always. Appa is the main content. I'm not disagreeing with that. Appa is, in fact, the main content. That's a cool trivia point for Xiaohu. It is, yeah. In the same way that Bilibili are named after a certain magical index. Tuaru Majutsu no Index. Because one of the characters is called Biribiri, which is static shock. Put that into Chinese syllables and it's Bilibili. So yeah, Bilibili are named after they're named after an anime character, which is one of my favorite anime. Certain scientific railgun, a certain magical index. Nerds we are playing video games for a living, Mecha. Misaka Mikoto, yes. However, Mizuka Worst is the best version of Mizuka. Yeah, hey, Tech, how's it going?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in
We'll just see Kyle get his flowers ready. Kyle's been great for a while.
Before we head to the semi-final matchups, it's tied 1-1 between AL and T1.
A lot of LPL play. What would you say my favorite anime is? Gintama. Gintama is my favorite anime. Gintama's great.
Ahead for 20 minutes. It looked like they might have
meanwhile, the other half of LPL players will be like, let me take this part of my name and make it my IGN. That's true. Or they kind of do a flip on the name, like Ijin is very close to his name, but it also means one sword, which is cool.
On the world stage here, really action-packed though. It was definitely fun. I will say there were marked improvements here for AL. I really liked how the bottom lane played.
Wait, have you seen they made the school alternate universe bit from the credits to the full anime? No way, did they? Oh, that was so funny. Gin Sensei.
On the Wukong, exactly what you want. Not only the early level 3
It's not a cigarette, it's a lollipop.
Expected clear, but then also how he played these team fights.
I just love how nonsensical it is. It's just so surreal.
Lead in the first place, it was him right in onto Owner and Faker, big double cyclone, and putting out so much pressure.
And that was the big focal point for us coming into game number 2 was how does Tarzan get more active? How can you get him involved? And he had a great gank level 3 on the Wukong to set up anyone's legend for success. And I think that's where now you're looking going, okay, T1 have to find some way to fight back because anyone's legend looked like in game number 2 they've woken up.
And one thing that I noticed in particular in that second game, Faker on Onivia, a huge part of the champion
should we get into draft now?
Value out of the rebirth passive, out of punishing your opponents for not having a strong enough play when they try to go after you. I'm pretty sure that egg was served sunny
Oh yeah, no, stuff like the Ben Zakura arc, Hitman this Shinsengumi arc was also really good for that too. I don't know, there's a bunch of really good, like very emotional but very funny arcs in Gintama. It's a wonderful show. Favorite Pokemon? Favorite Pokemon? I like Lapras, Dragonite, Charizard, Articuno, a lot of Gen 1 stuff.
Not only the kill plus the flash plus the egg.
Sure, throwing Ninetales and Eevee, they're cute.
Very early into the game. And Flandra definitely doing some work up there as
right,
well.
So Trundle's still getting banned, interestingly. Does that mean you want to go on Cassante?
It becomes a lot more difficult here
So,
for T1, I feel like.
a lot of the AD
AL
junglers are starting to fall out the pool. That opens up things quite interestingly.
In every role.
And they're basically keeping
Jarvan
these same
might
bans
be
coming through the
an
Azir.
option.
We're going to get the Bard towards Kerry as well.
In terms of bot lane, Yunara is the big one, right?
Picks. And with the Orianna gone as well,
There's Yunara Corki.
Like
we might see a Yunara Corki trade.
In the tournament with the Rise, the Talia now gone as well, are starting to be pinched massively in that mid lane role.
And over on the T1 side, Alistar's banned away. The Trundle first ban of the draft lets me know that T1's got to be looking at.
My favorite is Misdreavus. Misdreavus is cool. Very cool design. Angie's is Murkrow, no surprise.
In these team fights, Corki, third ban in the first half for T1.
I am curious what T1's first pick is going to be, because it feels like
so with surely it's the Yunara first pick then if it's let through. The AL ban, you have to ban the Yunara, right? Yeah, there you go. It kind of just instant wins lane, so. What's Jarvan's win rate at this point? Well, it went on like a 0-5 loss streak, and then won like a 7-game win streak. So it kind of went from like way down to way up. So now it's kind of even.
Against Kerry pretty much every game. He's kind of a miracle worker on this champion. We'll see what kind of priority T1 wants.
I actually think Jarvan's in a pretty good spot now, no? Even without the Orianna, I think there's value.
Definitely likes to play
Cassante without the Sion, without the Trundle, we called that as well. Okay, so if you're going to go into Cassante, what are the options? You could Yorick as Flandra. We don't see that much Yorick anymore, but if you want to get a... big thing from that, yeah. Carry as Bard, yep, that's a big thing too. Kyle is also a Bard player, though. Yeah, I think Kyle's Bard is worth looking at. He is actually a good player of it.
It is a big weapon for Kyle, too. Everybody knows, yes, carry a Bard is amazing and quite probably the best in the world. But
Yuka's up as well, for sure.
Too,
what's that B1? I mean, with the Trundle ban, it's the best tank remaining. Yeah. You have very good long-range engage now. But Cassante can bop Jarvan out of his EQ, which is a bit annoying.
So instead now, they get their hands on the Jarvan and the Bard.
Caitlyn Bard? Yes, that can work. You can also Lucian Bard too. It's all different GT. I wonder if they learned that from scrims from teams like AL. Well, probably not AL because they're on the same side of the bracket.
I was going to say like a Xayah or a Ziggs to try and keep yourself safe, but both of them relatively vulnerable.
Oh, T1 W locking Ziggs. I don't think T1 ever wants to pick Ziggs. No, I just don't think they're a good Ziggs team. But T1 are not a good Ziggs team.
And just feel comfortable if
okay.
the Ziggs does end up going to
look, I just don't think Goomer is a great Ziggs. He's fine on the champion, but you don't want him on it, really. No?
To open up the Yone in the mid lane for Faker as well, so then he has another pick that you can go towards, because again, I think that Aurora is going to be the last pick coming through here. Jarvan, Aurora, such a very strong
Vi,
combo.
I actually wonder whether you go Akali for Shanks now.
I have to see that Aurora is going to be last.
And I always love that combo, you know, Vi ultimate into Ziggs bomb. The problem is Bard can kind of counter that play if the Bard is in a good
Aurora's
position.
not bad. You're looking at like, if you lock Aurora, then you can ban away Akali, Ahri, or something like that. Not that Akali fits T1's team massively well, but it's good with the Vi Ziggs kind of Doom combo. Ziggs might go mid, not into Aurora, I don't think. I think Aurora just decks, you know? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they've been practicing the matchup. There is a chance. Look, Ziggs is a strong champion in general right now.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Just try and make sure that you have a decent matchup on that bottom side. I am curious what they want to try and go for Hope here. The Xayah would be, I think, the best answer, just given.
No, you can't go Kate as Hope. You can't go Caitlyn.
T1 can easily start to focus.
I think you're looking at you're looking at Jhin, not into Cassante, but maybe yeah.
Maybe for AL, for Hope. You know, that's a champion that can follow up
Cassie
on a lot of these
Right.
plays with Aurora, Jarvan, and Bard having a lot of kind of
the Aurora can go top for Flandra, of course it can. Yeah, the Aurora might go top for Flandra.
Looks like T1 not convinced that this Aurora is going to be going towards the mid lane to Shanks.
He is an Aurora top player. We don't see it that much anymore, but yeah, it's an option. We're into some weird shit now, folks.
Maybe they're a little bit more nervous, but I'd keep my eyes on more things like the Gwen and that. But there's that Pyke, that other roaming support that you were talking about, Kobe.
Take away another one. T1 Pyke won't show up in this game. What's it going to be the last one from T1's ban, though? Because
so double kind of CC supports. You have no Nautilus. You have no Rakan. I mean, no Leona, no Nautilus, no Rakan. Alistair's banned. What does Carrier go? Please no Hope Xayah. Hope Xayah is not good.
He's messing with us a little bit. I'm not going to react to any of these because he's jumping
I actually don't mind Misfortune here in the context of that you'll build Bloodthirster first and it's good versus Ziggs for that.
It also has, you know,
Jin's
follow-up
fine.
potential for some of those dive angles, so very valid there as well.
Okay, so if you're really cooking as T1, you can actually Taric as carrier. Oh, but no, into double ranged. Maybe you just give up lane and you just go for Taric, but it's not great into ranged. Maybe just survive lane like that. You do have a Ziggs, you can just farm it for forever.
Coming through from that top side, so I think I would be looking at things like the Gwen or a Jax, decent matchup into that top side, and can provide enough.
Nico's the pick. Yeah, Nico's the pick.
Right, T1. Let's see what we're going to get here from that.
Yeah, Nico last. Well, things on Nico Jin. Nico Ziggs is not. Double AP is kind of meh.
Faker in the mid lane. We'll see if that comes through. Supports both targeted.
Okay. Right. I mean, Vi Blitzcrank, I guess, is a combo. Okay. Now, do we get the Aurora into the Kasance?
And the Silas on top of it, so T1 will be a little bit light on attack damage, especially if owner.
Oh, there's a donut. What kind of donut? Apple donut. Nice. Yeah, Akali's not awful here, but then Silas. I mean, hang on. But then you give the Silas Akali ult. You're giving Faker Akali ult if you do that.
Yone ult's potentially not exactly great either, but it is Shanks.
Shanks is a good Yone player. Okay, I need to go to the toilet real quick.
How are we feeling about the draft before you leave? I'm seeing T1 with the Ziggs comp.
Yeah, but Guma Ziggs has not typically been very good. T1 have 0 DPS and he's look for quick picks. AL have very little safety though.
T1 have to find creative ways to be disruptive in those fights.
Big AoE from AL, and I think getting to the Jin is going to be a bit of an ordeal.
Game can be a blitzcrank. We know what this champion does. The old phrase, one pull, one game. If you're not hitting hooks, you're completely useless. You might as well be a cannon minion. But the hooks can warp the entirety of any fight that you land a big one in.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to in this game, because to me, I think AL are going to have a lot of pushing power early in this game. Push out your lanes and let Tarzan get some room to work with on this Jarvan. I think AL's early game is going to be fearsome.
Kind of agree. AL's early game, the Jim Bard is very annoying.
On the Aurora. Incredible performances from him on this pick, and especially if he can get that better Adorn and continue to
I agree, he's been a very good,
and push up.
very good Yone.
For Blitzcrank to try and find those hooks and find those places where you can play off pocket of visions becomes a little bit more difficult. But for anyone's legend here in Shanghai, what a day it would be if they could finally take down the T1 or at least continue to push themselves forward in towards that game number 4.
Let's do it, man. So far, the series has delivered. We're tied up 1-1. Game number 3.
I'm excited.
As we head onto the Rift to see who moves on to match point. On these big stages, at this highest level of competition, momentum can be so very powerful. As we head out onto the river now, I always want to look out for level 1 shenanigans when Blitz.
Fair number of good ults for Faker to steal. Jarvan, Yone, Aurora.
Standard
Bard's decent,
so far,
Jin's
so no
decent.
Early invades just quite yet, but we're just getting started here.
Carry is spotted on the ward though, so anyone's legend at least aware of where the Blitzcrank is, which definitely leads.
Don't know about the Kasante this game.
Not actually sure. Sweeper once again as well.
Okay. Ooh, nice little quick trade there from
Hook.
Baker as he
Oh no!
Nice moves there from Keria, but now they got to be a little bit careful. Gumayushi going to take some pain from AL as they fire back.
That's the heal actually. They got the heal.
Going to lose about half a health bar.
And T1 bottom lane actually
burn the heal.
For that
That's a big deal actually. That's a really big deal.
Pretty chunked out. So Ziggs here starting out very low in the early stages. Shanks also, though, is going to start out a lot lower.
Shanks starting low is going to really suck for Shanks. Oh, boy.
From Faker there, just jumps in with the abscond, point-blank range to hit the abduct for the early quick trade.
Yeah, that's exactly how you want to try and get ahead in this mid lane, but I think, again, as you were saying, like, anyone's legend, hoping to try and abuse on this bottom side of the map, especially as Kael has the range advantage. If he can get some auto attacks onto Gumayushi, that's where he can start to put the pressure down. But we'll have to see if it's going to be possible.
Yeah, Hope was reloading.
Man, Keria!
Nice pull there from Keria.
Oh.
Get a whole lot of damage onto Hope because he
gets the barrier though. But the upside on what? He's 2 for 2 now on hooks.
Remember that it is +1 extra combat summoner spell for the AL side since Gumayushi is running teleport here on the Ziggs.
Yeah, and he's going to need to use it because he has no more potions left pretty early on.
Bit overhyped for that, but it was a cool hook. Not enough damage at this point.
Rely on the extra teleport. Maybe we can even things out. There's a deep ward up on top side too, you know, up in
and
the
I will
middle
say,
rush, so we can look for
I don't think there's
lane
anyone who's
assignments
happy to
later
get Blitzcrank hooked this
decide
game.
to alter them very
Maybe the
quickly.
Yone. Oh my god, he's 3 for 3. He's 3 for 3 on the satchel back. Oh my god.
To avoid death. The
Oh my
heel
god.
burned as well. Kael lucky to escape. It's a nice combo by T1 and nearly results in first blood.
Yeah, that one was exciting there. Lands it, gets the bounce back, the satchel charge into the tower shot, but is the flash, is the heal from Kael maybe a little bit more vulnerable? He's got his
G2 is crazy at being up for a reason. Yeah, I agree.
Though, so AL's bottom lane
I agree.
should
I
feel
agree.
fairly comfortable. They've got Tarzan here to grab the bottom side Scuttle Crab.
I wonder
But for being down the heel at level 1,
looks like it will be pushing back in slowly towards
that is really nasty work from Carrier.
For Tarzan to look for some of those bottom sides. Still considering, but a nice ward spots him out moving towards mid here.
Shanks continuing to lose out in these short trades with Faker, but it's not really affecting the farm very much. You can see both of them very close in.
Owner's here now.
As Owner is hanging out on the side of mid lane. Shanks in some danger.
Shanks is dead.
Up.
Surely? No.
As Tarzan
Flag him right back.
There with the EQ
Owner will have another
combo.
Q up and available.
Right behind him, looking for a binding, but it does not stun. Shanks
no.
losing the flash here from the gank. No summoner spell spent by T1.
A nice gank timing here from Owner.
Good rhyme timing from Kyle and Tarzan to get moving at least. Ooh! Misses his first hook of the game.
Quite close enough to get the lollipop on the hook.
Yeah, Shanks just able to step away from that one, and now that flash being burnt on Carrier actually helps out AL and keeping this Blitzcrank under wraps. Means that he has to be a little bit more honest when it comes towards the laning phase. Shanks, though, I was going to say with KL should
Lane
be
swap.
able to have that help to pick up a lot of this wave underneath the tower. Before
Wonder always was an Aurora top player. Did like that matchup into Cassante.
Towards the early stages here.
Though he often went for the Yorick side of that, actually, as his counter choice.
They want to get this Aurora away from Cassante. That lane is a little bit painful, and they swap him over to the other side.
Still, keeping Shanks down in lane is nice. Getting the Silas ahead is a big deal as well, because I think we have seen a lot of Silases kind of get stalled out and not feel like they do all that much.
Tarzan just clear on down to the bottom side of the map.
It's really the level 6. Where I want to see
I don't think that's a completely fair comparison, Krasniak.
Use his ultimate alongside Flandre, those
because AL's bot lane isn't really a utility bot lane. That was Ghost and Barrel.
Like, you could try and go for these early dragons and keep that pressure up. You can see
and Kyle's a lot less weird than Barrel was. I think Kyle's actually genuinely been the best support in the LPL across the totality of the year. On probably ended up being better in playoffs towards the end. But I think Kyle, on average, was the best support in the LPL. Mako actually may be the other person to consider there.
A lot more value out of the level 1 chunk damage onto Shanks.
But I don't think that's... Oh, boy. Can they get any more? No, they can't. Another Q. Not quite enough damage yet. But again...
But with only 300 health to play with,
I mean, he's got refill pot and Doran's shield. He's probably actually surprisingly okay. And he's got fleet footwork.
Response from AL. They've got control woods all the way through the river, so they can constantly roam up to mid lane as well. And Faker is getting...
Wasn't Daryl by decent, but no, he was. Absolutely. Heal. Can't get the Fate Sealed angle. Flash away. Owner will die. Nice. Nice.
Anyone's legend collapsed onto the mid lane. T1 have put so
How much effort have T1 put in there to not get the kill? That's wild.
Not only is it
not fleet, lethal tempo. I did kind of like, oh yeah, it's not fleet.
So it turns into that plus the dragon right after.
Yeah, I mean, Faker is the one who wanders into the darkness of river, but Owner's the one who pays the price for it. And that is huge. The 2 control wards that AL had.
Very good control wards.
Into this river,
nice W from Doran. Ignores a lot of that.
This highway of ganks open for themselves provides a ton of value here.
Also, just great timing from anyone's legend to understand the spike Shanks had hit. Hit level 6 off the wave that was in that mid lane to open up for the follow-up play. Doran.
He's fine.
A little dicey here.
W, he's fine.
Not loving this 1v2 situation.
Hello.
Flourish doesn't hit him.
It's been a wild start to the game.
To get back to safety with a little over half his HP
first blood.
remaining.
Yes, so it started with a lot of very good hooks from Carrier, but just didn't lead to any kills. Right. And Shanks got put under a lot of pressure, but never died. And again, Doran's shield and refill pot did a lot of work. And then basically, they go to contest dragon, Faker ends up immediately getting CC'd, survives, but Owner pays the price.
Right.
Regardless, Shanks will be moved down to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, the
Ziggs
Blitzcrank is not easy to actually get kills. Even if you land the hook, you just don't have the great follow.
There was a really sick hook into Satchel to knock Kyle under turret to force a flash heal. As a watch party, a lot of people here to watch T1.
It
was really packed yesterday for G2, obviously. But,
Jarvan Yone combo is so
but yeah, it's pretty busy out there, which is nice to see. We'll try and go say hey to some people in the break if we can.
That combination, but now AL having that kill go across restabilizes this lane in favor of anyone's legend, and they're even shifting Shanks now.
What I will say is that if T1 get towards a mid game with an item or two, there's a real world where the first bit of CC lands onto what is a relatively squishy comp from AL, and you just sort of get blasted.
Is the watch party freestyle? Yeah, all tickets are free to this event.
Yeah. What's the ulti priority for Faker? Jarvan ult is really big, Aurora ult is really big, Yone ult is pretty good as well. Then bot lane ult or whatever. You can get value from Kyle's ult, but it's a lot more situational. Like, Bard ult is very, very strong, but it requires you to know how to get value out of Bard ult.
It's like... yeah, I mean, in terms of... yeah, it probably is like Aurora, Yone... Aurora, Jarvan, Yone, and then figure it out after.
Meanwhile,
but there's a world where the utility of the Bard ult comes in clutch at some point.
Yeah, occasionally.
So keep your eyes on.
In late game, you can use it to kind of do long-range pick tanks without throwing your body into the fight, which is kind of big. What it isn't is it's not damage, basically, and it's not AoE damage, so... I'm gonna die on the hill that Delpil doesn't have many great supports. Mako and Min Kyle are the only ones that I think are world-class. Depends on what era you think of. Right now, I think that is one of his weak... this is a flash line. He didn't flash.
Oh, goodbye. The heal's not enough.
He flashed at the wrong point. You either flash the hook or you flash later.
And that CC chain will be deadly throughout the game. Because again, like, who realistically survives a full combo from a 2-item point on AL? Maybe Yone with an insane buffer. Maybe Jarvan with an insane buffer. But you're asking for serious outplay, not a standard outcome, right?
Dude, if T1 win on fucking... because they're not a good Ziggs team. If they win on that, it's a bad sign for AL.
Agreed.
Thank you, by the way. Habsrock, appreciate
it. Did Ghost get his compliment, by the way?
Yes.
You can see Doran does have the Negatron cloak for the laning against Flandra. That's not going to do a whole lot against Yone. There is
I think if AL get to a point where they get to throw their AoE down, they're going to feel a lot happier.
Yeah, but it's not like T1 don't have that AoE either, but yeah. Obviously AL's specialty, right?
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, like, particularly like that top side of the map pressing R at the same time on a group set T1 should theoretically be a good time for AL.
For your Tarzan, Flandre going to have a ton of bursts as well.
Yes, in terms of the LPL support thing, it really depends on what era you're talking about, because I think that Crisp actually did qualify in 2019.
On's had fantastic points. Missing's had fantastic
On's a weird one just because he's, you know, fully into it a couple of times.
He has.
I think there is so much coming up which look quite exciting, right? We'll see how like I don't know,
Palkia and stuff look.
Palkia and Vampire kind of
develop. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
You know, that means a lot coming from us as well, because we've been the Vampire Doubters.
Yeah. Well, someone has to even at Aragon, you know. Delusion only takes you so far, you know.
All right, let's see. I think this is kind of hard.
Just I don't love that, you know. But yeah. Vampire's a fun playmaker. I think Nightcat actually has a feature as well. That's pretty cool. But I don't know whether yeah, obviously that's not at the point where it's like, oh wow, hot shot was gonna change the world or whatever. But, yeah.
If they even thinking about going towards this dragon, because a Jhin with no summoner spells is exactly what T1 want to try and attack.
Anyone's Legend do have some early ward setups though. You can see one at the back of Dragon Pit and one that just died in that picks up rush on bottom side. So having some idea as to where T1 are.
AL have a very squishy comp, which I'm worried about.
Yeah, because like I wasn't as sold necessarily on the Cassante, then I went, actually, if you could just tank your way through CC with the W, it's a massive deal.
So it gives you like the this is a good TP angle. Very good TP angle.
Tempered Fate's not bad.
Pretty good. You can flash
not bad. Oh, hang on.
Tarzan gets out a little bit, actually.
Stolen Tempered Fate by so much time and completely times out Shanks. Oh, that's actually really good Bard ult steal.
Well, I mean, just don't walk up like that. This is why I really don't like the way that AL play around objectives.
Agreed. Like, there was a lot of talk about AL's macro coming into the tournament, and that's not incorrect. AL have got very good macro in a certain sense. Where their flaw comes with the macro, though, is their objective setup and reset timings, which is poor. But like, actually, the early jungle pathing, the roams from Tarzan and Kyle is good.
The fight's still going, man. It's actually...
Okay.
I was wondering actually whether a RQ could get hoping to play. I don't know, man. That was just a really risky walk up to the objective, and this is the problem about AL not having a very tanky comp.
That second dragon. As you say, Kobe, well played on Faker with that second Bard ultimate to just lock everyone in place. And AL just
because I actually thought the first battle was very good. It's just it's fixing a bad approach. So if you manage to wait a little bit longer, like if this happened, yeah. Oh, he doesn't have flash. He used it in the last fight. He's dead. Easy.
Valiant effort to try and escape there, but not enough.
It's not really even close, I don't think. I mean, they don't have to commit anything big to it.
No, I mean, well, I'll give credit for dodging a fair amount of skill shots, but
I'm not, because he shouldn't be pushed up in mid lane like that. And end of the day, it's a big mistake to do that.
Yeah, the honest answer.
Ever so slightly back in their favor. And once again, we have
seeing Silent Ziggs lose is like witnessing a Yeti or Bigfoot in forest. It's okay, AL scales and responses T1 doesn't. I mean, T1 doesn't have an AD carry, and they're very upfront burst. So if they don't get a good entry to a fight and it goes into, I don't know, if Flandra goes Zonya's or Tarzan gets GA or something like that, then actually you do start to ask some questions, because stuff like Yone, Aurora, Jim will put out more consistent damage.
Yeah, the defensive items become problematic, I agree.
Obviously the execution of that is, I mean, T1 have plenty of tools for late game because the other team's so squishy, right? And not having a front line also kills some of your scaling options. But, yeah.
Because exactly, the other side of that coin is any member of AL at late game gets hit by a Blitzcrank hook, you just die. Like,
tell you what though, Hope getting some early kills is actually pretty good for AL.
Yeah, agreed.
100% agree, especially when
Ghostblade is very valuable this game because you've got so many people trying to hit you with skill shots. Just dodge them.
Yeah, and it also means that you don't have to go collective first. So now you can go like LDR second if you want. Like you've got past your flat pen item.
They have the possibilities of looking for these picks.
L kind of needs to make his way back up towards his top side.
Giants being very wise, unbinding the soul there, I think.
Soul unbound to try and farm up the way, but you can see they're very scared of a potential dive up towards his top side.
Yeah, there does hit a point as well where I just think Ziggs' range could end up being a bit annoying in its own right, because I think Trinity's got a point in chat as well, just saying, look, there is something about Ziggs' poke at 2 items.
No. I just don't think Guma is a great Ziggs. Just historically, it's not been.
Yeah.
If this was Viper on Ziggs, I'd agree, but it's not. I mean, maybe he'll change because, you know, T1 and knockouts. But yeah.
Doran on the Cassante for the side of T1. Doran does have his Jack show completed, so does have some resistance against both types of damage. Flandra's coming in here on the flank, jumps in, but he doesn't find the
Temper Fate, all good dodge, but Guma's now in danger.
He has no flash.
Oh, he's so dead.
Hook. It means nothing. It's not under turret.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. All right. Good picks onto the Ziggs.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Good dodge out of the Temper Fate, but it's still nasty.
Again, the problem is just positioning is suspect though. So this is now going to be first turret top.
And they will answer for
they'll get objectives as well, so that's feats of strength. Okay, now they're good spot now.
And they get feats of strength, yeah.
And that means it's feats earned for anyone's legend as well.
The strongest appendages in the game.
Yeah. Really muscular. Someone call Quentin Tarantino. He would like to know your location.
Yes.
They find the objective. As you say, upgrading.
What's that meme where he goes?
Flandra is going Blackfire a bit.
Oh yeah.
Not
his understanding of where he needs to be on the
I think that's not necessarily bad this game. If you're hitting a lot of people with your ult, you'll get a fair amount of it. You should stack it fairly easily this game.
It's less good against the Cassante, good against the other stuff, I suppose.
Old man experience that is so difficult to come by.
Just noticed that Kyle's playing T1 Bard. He's been playing it a lot this year. Yeah.
And it's working out, are paying dividends now for anyone's legend.
All right, fellas, we've got less than 45 seconds until the third Drake of the game spawns. Now, the first two are split 1-1, so nobody's...
Oh, Hope's going ref back in a second.
Ah, yeah, again, you're into a lot of melees, you're trying to pick your face off. I think that's probably not unwise. You got damage already.
And then you go, like, Inveg or LDR third, I guess.
Because, again, like, what does the Jhin need to provide loads of damage this game? No. Does he need to just stay alive and get utility down? Absolutely. So I think it's a fine trade-off, especially if the rest of your team is providing.
Jhin does need to do some damage. Like,
yeah, he does.
My worry is that because you're solo tank, there is a real risk that if you're not doing significant damage, T1 just run at you.
Yeah, I see. You know what? I see that point. That's not unreasonable. However, all I'm saying is, like, actually, you can afford to go rapid fire this game in the sense you have got other damage carries early on, so you're not absolutely required to do like the most DPS ever. And the utility and safety in some ways might provide a bit more.
They're probably killing this Herald before it goes in. Yeah, so they don't get the charge of it. That's not a good Herald. It forces them away from River. What it does? It forces them away from River. So AL actually get into River for the first time. Stolen Bard ult, so he's going for the big engage.
Faker's really liking the Stolen Bard.
Yeah, no, it got a lot of engage. And there is like an immobile Jhin to hit in the backline with it.
Okay, keep your eyes on Keria. Keep your eyes on either one of the Bard ultis that could fly out here.
Flandra gets going to wave clear mid, head back down towards Dragon from the off angle.
Dragon is already down to half HP. T1 trying to decide where they want to go.
Flandra can ult mid lane if he wants to wave clear it.
He's just saying they're going to give it up and go for the turret, I think.
Dragon.
No, T1 are giving up Dragon to go for the turret.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about it from AL perspective. He ulted like that. Oh, so they don't get the full turret. So Flandra did ult for the wave clear. Okay.
I mean, Satchel.
Yeah. I think actually Flandra could have ulted early to clear that. I don't think he needed to let that tower fall.
I think that's just a dead Ziggs, right? No, sorry, Ziggs dead.
Bard. Not Bard.
Blitzcrank. Oh my god, yeah, no.
Damn words, everyone.
Get the free pick. Kyle finds another one.
Good stuff from Kyle. He's playing really well.
He is.
This game is a lot about jungle support, folks. It's a lot about jungle support. Okay, so AL slight gold lead. 2 dragons, 3 grubs. Flandra's dropping a little bit of gold, which is starting to worry me a bit. Obviously, the 2 kills come into that.
And it's difficult for them to really use the fact that this mid lane tower is down because
Hope as well doing well with kill participation. That's true, and he has 3 kills now. Actually, Hope, if this Jhin gets really fed, T1 needs to invest a lot to get to him. Like, you have to kind of flash Vials at that point rather than just Vial. Sadly, you can't really go Edge of Night to shrug off the engage because you just get smited before the ult lands, and it's not like a Sivir spell shield where there's a mind game.
Yeah.
You don't get to time it. The spell shield's either on or off.
Keria doing his work to try and create at least one side of that mid lane.
Just destroy enemy nexus, bro. How can you lose?
The wards are hard to keep up.
Incredible Korean advice style stuff here.
Either Tarzan or Kyle move in, and it feels like they're clearing out a lot of this vision.
I feel like the last 10 minutes have been pretty AL favored. They've played out a lot of these moments quite well. I will say the mid lane turret going down into a Vi Blitzcrank kind of sucks.
Why did T1 first pick the Cassandra over the... I mean, the thing is, they banned that you could tell what their mind game was. Is basically Sion, Rek'Sai are down, so a lot of the big tanks are down. We can lock in Cassandra with no Trundle up because they banned Trundle. So they wanted to have an uncontested tank frontline, which actually they've ended up having. They do have an uncontested tank frontline. And that might still win them the game, folks.
Yeah, it might do. But it's a bold call. I hadn't realized it was first pick, actually.
It should be significantly stronger for them.
Second item for the Ziggs.
Obviously, is that Faker will have completed his, has the Seeker's arm guard. Actually, I thought he was going for the full Sonya's Hourglass, but he's going to stop off for a pit stop. So, looks like, at least I think that
yeah, sticking on the arm guard, plus get the Fiendish Codex. And again, you've now got a face check around Atakan with a lot of ways to punish that.
Everybody's still going to be on the same part of the map. As AL decide to make their way forward, Tarzan will use the flag just to try to get some vision as they clear out.
Right, so I suppose T1 are hoping on miracle picks from Blitzcrank, Silas, Vi. Shanks doesn't beat Cassandra in the side lane yet.
Yeah, he needs another item for that.
Looking to invade, knowing that Kyle is going to be lacking on the vision.
Through his shield, he might all out himself.
Yeah. Gonna force an ult if he can. Oh, bloody hell.
Nice from Shanks. Wow, he did not need to flash that.
Got a little dicey there at the end.
The TLMO.
He actually didn't need to flash that at all. He can recall now if he wants.
Shanks barely
Yeah, he doesn't beat him just yet. He needs,
Still, putting out this extra
well, I mean,
pressure,
Doran does have the
interesting
2 items.
Shanks is now going to have ultimate advantage because he just
Yeah, he
used
does
his
keep the fate
flash and his
sealed.
E to survive. And
Yep.
so
But he
AL
both
can
blue
actually
flash.
create a fight where
Yeah,
Cassante
it's still a
has
loss
no
for
ult.
that.
Maybe they can actually set up a big Yone ult.
I think if AL gets soul point, T1 are going to be in a really tricky position.
The vision over towards Otacon's house is T1 blue. So they're the ones with the setup over towards
Oh yeah,
the
this is
big
basically
objective.
team Flash on D versus team Flash on F. All of team Flash on F. The correct place.
The correct, yeah, that's true.
Point there it is, alongside the 2 item spikes across the board. So
Kyle is a base to F user.
Yep, as is Tarzan. No wonder they're the best players on the team.
The Korean players you can see there, you know, they're the ones that come over with the flash on F culture. Kerry has to flash out of temp
Okay,
fate.
Blitzcrank being down flash is pretty... Oh, that's probably... Yeah, he's now going to get dunked in. Oh, Flandra is doing some shit.
That's not bad for Guma. They've got 2 teams and didn't get him.
Shanks almost died for that. Shield bows down.
I think this is going to be a rough back end of the fight, isn't it?
Doran doesn't have all out.
Watch Flandra. Watch Flandra.
Hope needs to do some work here.
Flandra.
Guma dies to the burn.
It does. I think Ona can just run at Hope, no?
No,
I guess
he
not
doesn't
with
have
passive.
So that's a 3 for 2.
Now, can they get to Flandra?
Oh, that's not a bad E, actually.
Smite.
Yeah. Well, I thought that they were going to get Guma carrier quicker.
Guma actually did a very good job of dodging like everything there. Fate sealed missed, flag and drag missed.
Well, they weren't going for him with that. They were going for carrier who was flashless because they knew that Ziggs had flash.
They definitely know, like, the Fate sealed stuff all went at him as well.
No, it went, no. Sorry.
What's Guma now?
See Satchel's out. I guess they were going for Guma pretty heavily. Then Flandra misses his shit.
Shanks gets interrupted mid-Fate sealed.
You don't...
Yeah, like, in the fact they stepped in front of it, so we didn't go very far. And
No, but it hits the last target hit. So if you step in front of it, all it does is... It doesn't do anything.
Well, they shorted it because then everyone else was out of range. So
well, at that point, you can sidestep. It doesn't actually matter if you step in front of it in front of someone. You have to stand... Yeah, if you get hit by... You get hit.
Yes, but Guma was then out of range because if he hadn't hit it, he would be next to Guma. And instead, he was just next to the one person he hit, which was like 2 feet.
No, but like... That doesn't mean you block it and short it, though. You can't block it like that. It's like an unblockable.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying is that actually, as a result, he wasn't next to Guma. He was next to Cassante because the only person hit was Cassante right in front of him.
Not a big fan of how Tarzan played that fight. The flag drag was really wasted there. I think they should have just gone on carrier to kill.
I will also say L did get soul point there, so that's still a potential win in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it stops. They lose 2k gold out on it. Add count to T1.
Like, the T1 need to make sure that they play the next 5 minutes really well, because there is a world where Mountain Soul still makes their life really difficult.
But it's not a tank team with Mountain Soul, so it's not the best thing ever. That being said, I suppose T1 don't have any shield breakers or anything. So.
We've got Blitzcrank, I guess, with arms.
No, that is actually, you're actually completely right. It's true. Some limited shield break potential.
Adds so much durability to your team.
Hope is going for LDR third.
I wonder whether Shanks goes Jack Show third.
You need Infetch still. Well, actually no. He might go Mortal Reminder for anti-heal. Plus Armor Shred. Sometimes you see that.
Yeah,
you can also see Infetch as well.
Remember, Dragon Souls are worth about 4,000 gold's worth of stats. So if you then manage to take that after
Faker's getting pretty far ahead.
all of a sudden things feel largely catapulted the other direction. So T1 is going to try to continue building this gold lead as much as they can for the next 3.5 minutes. They'll take down the tier 1 there in the top.
It's going to be a close game now, actually. I think T1 obviously have slight advantage here in terms of actual fighting power for now. Doran's playing well on the Cassante.
That earned them feats. It was that top lane tier 1. They have not taken another turret for the rest of the game.
Competitive game, at least.
Is riding on this Dragon Soul fight. That is going
Baker's reaching a scary point. Yeah, he's up 50 CS on Shanks, by the way. That's not great. And there is a world with this Silas at 2.5 items with a Dark Seal that's got 7 stacks. Like, Faker could really do some damage this game with his farm lead as well. Is he the most farm in the game? He is.
I don't like that. Okay, that's fine.
Good buffer. Flandre might now have a horrible time. Yeah.
Not sure about that one, Flandre.
Yeah.
I really don't like the way that AL contests space on the map.
Yeah.
Tarzan Kyle, that was messy. But then Flandre kind of half-hearted being on the flank there. Just, yeah.
his target, locks him up. Guma throws the ultimate, and T1 once again with the pressure.
And as Flandre just trying to help out Tarzan that ends up getting him caught, didn't need to invest the ultimate, could have just escaped because KL had bought enough time for the Demacian standard to be
stolen
used.
curtain call, excellent.
T1 another tower.
Sometimes he's a wave player.
Yeah. Faker just looking to clear this wave and reset as well.
After shooting that stolen Jhin ulti
Okay,
back and hope, Tarzan goes in after the
Cataclysm,
T1
I guess,
laner,
but
again, just not a ton of threat.
Baron's up. Do you want to?
You have
really bad Baron damage. Yeah.
You also don't have a tank to deal with.
Jarvan probably wouldn't be enough. Yeah. I was wondering whether healing shrines and Jarvan standard shields would be enough.
Good morning. Who's looking better today? T1 are looking better, I think, on the whole. I think AL are not looking as clean as they were. That's really quite poor from Tarzan. You have to wait until the CC's done from Blitzcrank.
Unfortunate. I mean, it's decent escape from Tarzan at the end of it, but
Flandre did not need to ult like that. That is so poor from him, man.
You're not getting away from me. And they immediately turn it into way more than it really
That's the third item for Faker. He's an item ahead of Shanks now.
Yep.
Just had already escaped.
That's scary. That's really scary.
I thought Tarzan was
mean, items for Shanks are more expensive. Yeah, and he's going towards him fetch third, so he really wants the burst damage.
Yeah. Has upgraded his Berserker Grief, so that's always nice. It's a really good item on Yone. So.
T1 back on the map.
Flandre has the Andres now.
Until the next objective.
All right, 50. I think this dragon fight might be the last gasp. If they'll win this, I think it's a big deal.
They don't have to fight it. They can give one up.
That's true. That's true. But I think if you can get value from it, that's not a bad trade. You know,
like 3 items, which is pretty good for him. Yeah, JA for Own is pretty huge.
Third item for Ziggs now as well.
Yeah, and this is the kind of game where actually Shadowflame makes sense because you're following up the engage pretty well.
And that's why we see so little variation in jungler builds.
So you want to be a KT fan? Yeah, was that from the other quarterfinals, or is that one they're going to use for semis?
Does provide a lot of
Magical Journey is quite scary here. Nice stun. Bit of anti-synergy. Faker still has flash too.
He's got his own Zonyas.
And he has the
bottom. Oh my god, second mode of gold! What is this?
Faker lives here, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, he actually does not. I am lying. I have spread information on the internet. Doran's a solo kill.
Yeah, Tarzan. Good flag and drag through the stun. Oh, hook!
This is a mess and a half.
Guma.
Okay.
Oh, Tarzan just completely fucked it, man.
Oh, that's not bad. Oh! Next Q! Auto! Oh! Flandre! Go for the wave. Shanks is flashing. Shanks should get this.
Holy shit.
So
okay, so they actually just hang on. This is gonna be guys. This is Soul. This is Soul. This can get Soul.
Yeah. I'm also gonna say, Guma mistimed his Ziggs ult. I mean, on the second battle, he didn't get the Ziggs ult down.
How fucking well does Faker play this only for T1 to mess up the fight out? I mean, that is look. Kyle and Shanks really don't play that well together as anti-synergy. But then, like, Faker does a really good job of buying time for the rest of his team to turn up. Oh, yeah, the Ziggs ult. I mean, no, it does hit Flandre.
But it doesn't get Tarzan.
Yeah, the Ziggs ult's whatever.
Stays alive for so long, dodging away from Doran, that they managed to make a play, and then here, Tarzan,
yeah, Faker did everything he could, though, honestly.
Keeping himself alive, continues
so this should be, I mean, there are going to be respawns from T1. Do they have teleports?
Barely managed to scrap their way around.
Tarzan's coming out of base now.
For anyone's legend.
Yeah, there's no smite for Ona. Okay, so that's minus Salt. All right, I think AL are back in the advantage.
Shanks just got like all the shutdowns there, by the way. Look how many kills he just picked up. He's gone from 1,000 gold down to 600 up.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And now he has Infed.
Yeah, that's big. Actually,
I don't know whether he might go. I guess if you go Jaxter, that's huge for the Mad Soul.
For AL to be in a position now where they can push themselves to game advantage or a game up would be absolutely insane.
Too much points, I think, is what he wanted to say.
They set their sights on the man who has caused them so many problems, the thorn in their side, on Faker. They attack him in the side lane. They find the pick. Yes, it took a long time.
Can AL do what no LPL team has ever done before and beat T1 at Worlds? It would be crazy legendary if they did.
Now though, T1 looking at the Baron.
we still have a very, very close game state. It's still a 2,000 gold lead plus the Otacon
But 3
power
Mountain Dragons
for the side
plus
T1
Mountain Soul on
compared to
top
the
of
Mountain
it
Soul of AL.
is
Doran
rough.
is the only person AL could try to attack right
And
now.
Faker's
They
got like
know that
no
that is
pen,
not
by the
way to
way.
start a fight, so they will not continue
Silas
that
doesn't
chase.
tend to.
No, I know. I'm saying, wouldn't that hurt to the Mountain Soul here?
Look at it for a similar
These are still the best
right?
items you could have.
Now
Really.
a Mountain Soul, the ability to actually try and burst you out, which is what T1 want to do, is significantly more difficult. You've Redemption
It's more about
and
slow
Locust
fights with Conqueror
on
anyway
towards
now,
Kyle,
rather than the
which
actual
makes
pen
it
from it.
even more difficult to focus down just one member.
Yeah, Locket, Redemption, Mountain Soul.
Thing is, AL is still pretty squishy.
Eats about 1,000 damage as he tries to
A good
approach
Blitzcrank
that
hook, still
brush, and
good
now
Blitzcrank
Tarzan
hook.
jumps over the wall,
That's
Temper
a
Spade
little bit
fired
of...
out. It's the stolen
Oh,
there
hang
from
on.
Faker, but the reel from Kyle does not hit either. Doran continuing to try to get away. Shanks on the Yone also has his Infinity Edge now. If he can find that Fate Seal that we were talking about earlier,
So yeah, T1 are looking for
combo it
free
with the
picks.
rest of the team, it could seriously end
Vision
the
control will
team fight
matter.
right there. Doran has lost half his HP, but he's still feeling
And I think, again, AL don't really have someone who's very comfortable face checking, especially without ults. Like, you need Bardal effectively as a triage tool to get yourself out of dodge. Like, oh no, I've been caught, quick. Fire the Bard
They
ult.
don't want to fully commit. Just
The
seeing what they
giant
can
group
do
nipple
is
cannon.
Flandre, at least pushing on the side now, going to be finally another tower for anyone's legend.
Kuma hit a Q challenge. Yeah, the accuracy's not been super
I don't like
fantastic.
Ziggs. I just don't think they should be picking Ziggs for him.
to find a way to effectively use them thus far. Flandra has his teleport to join the rest of the
There's the
team
blighting
whenever he
duel in for
needs
both
to. I would have to
Ziggs
think
and
that he's
Silas.
very close to his
You
third
mean you have to into the Mountain Soul, you know?
He'll go
well,
Crypt Bloom
and
now
you can
last.
see he recalls to base now and purchases the Crypt Bloom.
And honestly, the longer this game goes, I feel like it is good for AL. They've got this permanent power of the Dragon Soul that they will retain, and they have so many damage sources that they can scale on their team with so many threats that they can apply to T1.
They also now have
3
the tier
items
3
largely
boots
picked
purchased
up
on
for
everybody
AL
that
is
is
pretty
not
significant.
Kyle. Probably once the Bard has enough money, he'll be upgrading those as well.
Here we go. That wall behind is doing a lot of work for AL. Good observing, Toggle.
I had actually noticed that as well, agree, by the way. Because Bard ult does exactly the same thing for both teams, you don't need to color code it if it's Silas stolen or not. They're doing the same thing anyway. So normally it's like red or blue or whatever. Okay, I guess T1 have... Yeah, they have to do this, but... Okay, you're looking for blitz. You're looking for Blitzcrank hooks. Good ghost. Hook. Ooh, bad miss from Carry. That's a bad miss. They lose a turret. Jin W maybe. That he had landed, that actually could have been fake. Bit of trouble with a good enough mind game from Hope. So the Baron Gambit fails. Oh, no, my dude. That is an infetch on Yone. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Faker throws down his own Aurora ult. Backstab
Okay.
Flourish. Yeah, I think T1 are really struggling to have damage onto key members now.
I have to say, in this kind of dead ball state, AL are really good. More would have been insane value for Tarzan here. I think he needs GA though, no?
Yeah, GA allows you to, like, if you die with the GA, it's much, much more valuable. Here we go.
I don't think AL should be... Hang on, that's not a bad dunk. Carry no flash, so he's dead.
Fate sealed. Nice. Fate sealed. Tempered Fate.
Only get... Yeah, Shanks actually is protected by that. That's a bad... That's hit one. Ziggs hits abs... I don't think they should ever pick Guma. Ziggs, man. I just don't think that's the pick.
Guma's had 2 bad games back to back, actually.
First game, I think, was pressure onto him. This one... Well, maybe not. Well, Tarzan, folks, I think it has been really, really overstated that Tarzan's a choker. Tarzan, like, doesn't do well. Last World, he was actually very good, folks. He was just on a worse team of Weibo, and he lost out to BLG on the way to finals. You know, whatever, you know? Sometimes that happens.
Erupted here in Shanghai.
And the gold lead now back under the command of AL. They've got the Dragon Soul, the Elder spawning in less than 1 minute. The binding into the wall does not connect.
Hang on, Onivia queued forwards. That's a problem,
So now it's flash. Hang on, that's not great on the other side either, though.
What the fuck has Flandre just done? What has this Flandre done?
Oh, that's early from Shanks.
Ona's dead. Now, thing is, it doesn't matter because now Ona is dead for Dragon, so now Elder, that's Elder for free on AL.
Because of Pathmaker, so he gets away. It's 4v4 on the map for the next 50 seconds, but one team doesn't have a jungler.
And one team doesn't have the GA. Tarzan just bought his off the reset, and Kyle makes T1 overextend as they manage to get this pick. The TP from Flandre was way too deep, ends up getting caught.
Yeah, the teleport from Flandre is not great. I actually think Flandre's having a bit of a mixed series, right? His ambassador was good. The Rek'Sai, bit messy in team fights in game 1. Kerry has been really punished this game too.
It was a really good start from Kerry, though. In fairness, like,
what? No, but it didn't lead to anything.
No, I know. Well, we did to an early lead, to be fair. Begin with.
It didn't lead to any kills or anything. Or... Well, you don't. Do you have a spell like Smite? No, you're hoping for like some weird shenanigans with like.
I mean, ooh, Tempered Fate.
That's anti-synergy again.
Mega Inferno Bomb. There you go. It's it. GG.
Yeah. GG. Well, you have to hope for the Miracle Steal. There's not much else you can do. GA value from Tarzan.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Match point for AL versus T1 at Worlds.
Curtain call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but
Bonk.
they won't need to.
AL2 T1.
Ngumayushi is the victory shot.
Holy crap! AL actually at 2 match points versus T1.
That's big. That's big.
Holy
that's big.
fuck.
Nexus taking this game, getting themselves.
I'm now starting to feel it, folks. I'm starting to feel it. Holy shit! AL could beat T1 at Worlds in China as an LPL team.
That would be
holy
massive.
fuck.
We could have an LPL side of the bracket and an LCK side of the bracket, by the way.
Incredible.
We could have team. Literally, we could have a guaranteed.
They have to try to distract. Owner jumps into the middle of everyone.
Trying to pull the minions away.
It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. There's 3 grubs. It's Baron for forever.
Oh, T1's bot lane did not have a good one, did they?
No, I think their bot lane is having a lot of issues.
And like literally, Faker had gotten 1,000 gold ahead, was like 80 CS up, 7.5 seconds of stasis in that team fight. They need to go back and watch that replay because what the hell happened? That would be massive.
One game away from beating T1.
Like that game works if the Ziggs is hitting people consistently. That's mental.
That's what it takes.
They've gotten further than any LPL team has in 12 years, so you have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I will say,
RNG took them to 5 games in 2017.
Push aside this T1 legacy in front of our eyes.
I will also say, the last time AL faced T1, they smashed them, but that was at EWC, which is not the same. But this, like, literally, currently the record this year for AL against T1 is 5-1 in terms of games, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, I think the last time that an LPL team went to, well, obviously BLG went to 5 games against T1 at last. Yeah, BLG did it last year as well, of course they did.
The telestrators.
And then,
yeah. By a good fight by T1 where they do try and take the advantage.
Are we getting pitted against one
another? Wait, what? We're not.
Do we want to do an interview with people? Do you want to do a God Gore?
Probably not God Gore. Maybe for game 5 we can. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's the vibe for that today.
That's fair. That's fair.
T1, they are more than any other team I've seen.
So I'm not gonna lie, so I'm shattered.
Yeah, me too.
I'm tired as hell, man. I'm gonna get an early night tonight, folks. This was good from T1.
This setup from T1 looks very dire, right? Obviously, we have 2 teleports coming in over here, but the entirety of AL is already on its way, trying to cut off Guma and Carrier. So
I really hope that
stalls the game up.
That AL actually had some good drafts in game 4 and 5, because game 5 MSI was kind of just awful. It was the TF Ziggs they had for game 5 in MSI.
Guma's completely fine.
Have I red watched One Piece? I watched a lot of it growing up because it was just on TV. I didn't really actively watch and catch up with it though.
Continuously pushing towards the backline of AL. There really isn't anything they can do. This leads to the other con in the long run as the rest
BLG
of
led 2-1 last year as well. Yes, but I have to say BLG's drafts were kind of criminal, whereas AL's are meant to be much better. So when you're ahead, you get 2 cracks at getting better drafts.
Oh, Shakarez.
Yeah.
T1's still going to take this, I think, immediately lose. That's incredible.
Able to repeat that over and over and over. And Emily, can you now explain why it becomes so difficult for T1 to repeat that against this AL comp?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go through another team fight on the top side where they're looking to get a pick onto Faker, right? And you and I
I'm going to go see how, maybe I go talk to some T1. I'm going to assess the vibes of the room.
Go for it.
And then see if we're Sam. My problem is we're very much in enemy territory. Sam. The problem is everyone's a T1 fan.
You say that as if we haven't both been quite.
I am also a T1 fan.
Yeah.
Sam. I am very much an LPL fan for the purpose.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
T1,
Yes.
T1 lost
Yes.
it. T1 killed my job last year. Faker got a massive flag on Silas, and I was like, well, there goes the LPL broadcast.
Like, legitimately, I thought Faker had done all the work here. So what the hell?
Faker Bardolting himself. But again, the big thing is that Guma is still not here. So while we already have the TP coming out of the Cassante as we play
Yeah, I'm gonna go assess the vibes.
And the Aurora, they're going
Let me listen to Emily's wisdom.
But yeah, we then have Faker ulting himself. And the other big thing on the back half
No, that Zigzag does nothing.
Thorn is on to Hope, but that leaves so much room for Tarzan and Shanks.
Tarzan and Shanks do a really good job at the back of this fight. Guma also, like, finally starts doing some damage. Hits AQ. Not a great minefield, actually, but hey. Just not a good Ziggs game.
And then really going on to Guma, and Shanks cleans him up at the end.
And with
very drawn out.
And with that, AL do bring themselves to match point first. And we need to talk a little bit about the historical implications here.
Oh, Flandre. All right, but he's into Cassante, right? It's cheating a bit.
The state that T1 finds them in, this is still a hard thing to do because of the clutch factor they have specifically at Worlds, specifically in quarterfinals, specifically versus the LPL.
I mean, we saw T1 get pushed to the very brink last year at Worlds when BLG brought them to that Game 5 in finals. That finals was an insane back and forth, but coming into this series, we did feel like, and we keep falling for it, but it looks like this time it might actually be real. T1, this draft to me was also something that just didn't make too much sense. I think we saw it a little bit in the previous draft, but the lack of a mixed damage profile, plus the fact that we saw Guma not being as comfortable on the Ziggs as he's been, and Ziggs has been a thorn in the side of T1 for a long time.
I think in that context, it's so important for AL to have gotten to match point first.
What is Guma's record on Ziggs at this point?
You mentioned that they took away a lot of comfort picks for T1. I'm not
Nico would have been better than Blitz, no?
But the ones like the bar that you usually equate with Carrier and equate with a win for T1.
Potentially, I don't think the Blitzcrank was the issue this game. Like, we saw what the concept was, and the Blitzcrank's ability to just pick an individual target, drag them towards the sort of like the Vi whatever, or the Blitzcrank hook the Vi target. Very, very nasty. Nico would have been fine, but I don't think there's a world where Nico actually struggles to secure the kills, and with the Blitzcrank dragging it towards your quite melee heavy team could be quite significant. I don't know, but Nico would have been fine too, I think.
It's they know T1 in and out. You can see it in the way they catch them in these side lane plays.
They don't seem as burdened as the other LPL teams that have been taking on T1 in that long storied history. They get to match point first, and wouldn't it be so beautiful to do it right here in Shanghai in front of the home crowd? But T1 might have something to say about it.
They
Please get us to Silver Scrapes.
Gotta hope. Silver Scrapes would be fun.
Continues to throw bouncing bombs.
Here comes the replays.
Fate Seal cuts through, but the stasis gonna lock everybody up. Tarzan's gonna be your focus. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top of the Elder is secured by anyone's legend, and they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be executed as Doran falls too. Anyone's legend is murdering T1. Curtain call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final shot is the victory shot for anyone's legend.
Have I seen this ad before? Why does this feel weirdly AI? That's Game Changers. Ah. That's on today, actually. That is on today. Solari versus G2 Hell. I've been casting a lot of G2 Hell girls over the year. They are fantastic. Do give them some love if you are wanting more League of Legends action today. They are wonderful, wonderful, wonderful players. Should be a great time. My heart is already in poor shape. Yeah, very true, very true, very true. G2 hell, let's go! Lord Flap as well. Understandably, a little biased as one of the army. Are you still heading up the army, by the way, Flap? I feel like I know that was your role for a while. G2 army, specifically, not like just a random army military force out there in the wild.
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Have I thrown out to check something and I can't remember what? What do they want to do? Yep, still running it, but we've evolved, so I don't need to be at the front of every event. Too exhausting and plenty of ballast leads in our ranks now. Fantastic. Oh, and that's good delegation, right? And in fairness, like G2 is all over the world now. It's a bit difficult if you have to fly absolutely everywhere to organize stuff.
All right, guys. I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Welcome back.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Well, I might, Sam, you know what we could do? If we, what we can do is we can use the breakfast club thingy, and we can make a pour.
Oh
wow, it's straight back in draft. Holy crap, okay. Yeah, I've done this a couple of times the last few days.
AL and T1 to determine who gets that last coveted semi-final spot. It's 2-1 as AL have moved
okay,
on
so
to match
T1 on blue side again. They lost on blue side last game.
And T1
Is Nymaera getting through the draft? Presumably not. One would assume no. Okay, so what have we got? There's no Java now. You're now looking at stuff like Neferi. I think that Tarzan's pretty happy to go towards something like Neferi. Kiana's down.
There's Kai'Sa Nico as an option for AL at this point as well.
There's Xayah for Guma.
Those will remain permabanned. AL have no reason to change any of
The piano riff in the background.
So we're looking once again.
It's our first time in a game 4 draft.
Corki is not a bad first pick here.
Yeah,
there's Nico and Corki. So now do you take Corki? I don't know what else you go after that. You can't go something like Lucian Braum.
Skarner with no Trundle up.
Yeah, that's not bad actually. Yeah, that's not bad. I dig it. I dig it.
Have we had the Rumble yet?
Yes.
Yeah. Corki, fine.
Corki Skarner's not bad. I actually don't mind that. So now you've got frontline, backline, decent early game from the Corki. Not that much which deals that well with this. I mean, unless he won, because you've already got the Nico, you don't really want to play AP jungle.
Plus something that can help to neutralize.
Is it just a Nocturne for Ona to go with the Nico?
And with the Skarner already taken,
it's not bad. Flies on, and now you might be thinking Akali as well. Nocturne Akali might not be bad.
Kai'Sa for Guma? Bloody hell.
I don't like Kai'Sa into Corki, and I don't love it for Guma.
Okay.
T1 actually get T1 locking Ziggs then Kai'Sa for Guma. I don't.
It's 4 and 12 of the tournament, by the way.
I think T1 either need like Nocturne or Akali. You need something to fly in with them. Ona is a good Nocturne player, but I think Skarner's fine versus that kind of comp.
So we're about to have the Draven for Guma that fails into a poor Ziggs performance that's been historically a poor champion for him. For the Kai'Sa, it's also been historically poor champion.
Leona's good here. You can't pick off either of those champions. Skarner Leona is very good here from AL because that's 2 champions which you can't really pick off very well from T1.
Also decently defensive, right? You can just ult where people land and go, cool, I can still get involved.
That's another factor as well. If someone gets jumped on, Leona and Skarner can just mark the landing spot. So now you ban, I think you ban Akali Ahri or something like that from Faker.
Yeah.
heavily in towards this dive.
And Best has already gone from top lane. Rumble's already gone from top lane. I don't think Doran ever wants to play Camille, so maybe ban out Jax. Jax might be an option.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Are we hitting Gwen points?
What is the priority for anyone's legend?
Again,
is it that part in the draft?
What the mid lane is
Twisted Fate ban from Fate.
Would have been good with the Nocturne, and we have seen.
Well, it would have been like dedicated just hard CC.
And I think Chovy's already pulled out of the tournament. Like I could see how it would be really annoying this game.
Personally, I think AL's in a much better spot right now. I think Shanks can also go towards something like Victor.
The execution is a lot less binary, right? I feel like if T1's dives don't work out, it's
I think Shanks wants a rower mid laner. I think he wants a Rod of Ages mid laner that just survives.
Which is why they're getting rid of the Cassiopeia, because I wonder whether that might be a consideration. You can also just ult people like the Kai'Sa and the Nocturne as they come flying in. And even if you say spell shield, it means you don't have a spell shield then for the solar flare or whatever. So I can see
that. By the way, thanks for the follow, appreciate it.
Thanks.
For both teams, but two very different types of mid laners. Obviously, the Twisted Fate can work well with things like the Nocturne catching you by surprise.
Not as much of a fan of the Hwei.
He's been spamming it in solo queue.
I know. I just don't love it with this comp. I think that you want follow-up. No, I mean, you're going for a hyperdrive team. It's okay follow-up, but it's not the best.
I've never hated.
Oh no, they might go Hwei because they want to go Victor, and the Hwei can sometimes threaten the Victor with range.
Yeah, true.
Funnily enough, when Hwei first released, I played a bunch of games of Victor in Smyrna. I was trying out that matchup, and yeah, Hwei can be cause some issues there. I think Shanks wants Victor.
Yeah, I also think it would have been decent amount of like I can just like pot shots from people who get jumped on by other things, which can be quite annoying. And we're just shy on control makers.
So you have to blind pick something. Do you just Victor for Shanks?
Vex would be fun. Or
I mean, actually, weirdly, Akali's a good takeaway, but then you're playing less around. LeBlanc is a little bit rough here because you can get jumped on and immediately die. It's a very lane dominant pick though. It has been banned a lot this tournament. There isn't that much which deals with it well.
I mean, does Faker just Akali and deal with the pain?
Shanks locking in LeBlanc
into 4-0 currently.
No. It is a viable counter pick into LeBlanc. You also think about Malzahar.
Malz.
I just don't think Malzahar's great into this comp.
It's good burn onto tanks, potentially.
Victor is very risky into Leona.
But if the Leona's jumping on you, you're full contact team fighting, you're jumping to the other back.
So now actually T1 have taken a very defensive last rotation to give themselves some front to back.
And the fairness, it is good front to back.
I think the tank front line is better from AL. You have last pick for Flandra. You can Cho'Gath. No, I don't think you want to go Cho'Gath. You need something that can't get stopped by the Grab field very well. Gwen's not bad here. Mordekaiser's not. Well, it's okay because if you side lane into him, you just ult someone and it's a 1v1, not a 1v3.
Yeah, I mean, if you pull the Ornn out mid-ult, or even like the Kai'Sa if she dives in, that could be pretty annoying.
The of the ultimate of the Nocturne to shine more so, as you were talking about, to enable the Nico in fights.
All right, we are in an elimination game for T1 at Worlds. They're putting Gumayusi on the
Okay, so the Mordekaiser helps you survive it in side lanes. You can I mean, Mordekaiser Ornn is one of the most studied matchups from like 2020. That was a huge matchup back then.
With the Nico, lots of aggressive opportunities there. For Faker's pick, as you say, with the Victor, it is something that definitely can be attacked.
You okay?
Especially if you get roams from the Leona to go up to this LeBlanc
Got
lane
lost in a train of thought, went, no, that train of thought's not very helpful, so then I have to find a new train of thought.
Getting that counter pick,
fair play. Yeah, I think that T1's last rotation with the Victor Ornn,
it just feels like they are
it's not bad. I just don't trust Guma that much on the Kai'Sa.
I know. Like, a nameplate's off, it's a good draft. Because the other thing I'll say is, there is a world where AL tried to make a play, and then you get counterpunched by a power.
Gen.G play this draft, I trust them more, because Ruler's Kai'Sa, I think, can solo carry this.
So true.
But I think this is not what I would scream as a T1 draft. Now, I actually think the front to back's very good, and if they do manage to pull out, you know, it'd be kind of big.
I also got to put this out there, like, Hope's Corki is now a lot better than it was earlier.
He was really bad at the start of the year.
Really bad at the start of the year. He has actually gone on a much better streak now. Kite said she was happy as long as it wasn't Hope Xayah. Very reasonable. The Xayah is still not the best. Bloody hell. T1 Worlds on the line and they go to Guma Kai'Sa.
Okay, turn the broadcast to volume down a little bit because apparently it's too loud. Appreciate that, Habsor.
game away.
What's your thoughts on draft? Yamato said T1's better. I think that if Gen G plays this draft, it's better. I think with T1 playing it, I'm a little less sold. I mean, Shanks is a very good LeBlanc. I think the Mordekaiser stops you from side laning versus against the Mordekaiser as much. I think anyone's... I would call it an even draft. Now, the problem is stuff like Kai'Sa, Nocturne, and Nico, quite dangerous to play into stuff like Skarner, Leona, who can kind of mark your landing points and stop your engage.
On your screen, you can see the history of what we're talking about with Faker.
Wow, that's all of his best of 5 wins against LPL. That's insane. Wait, why did that go from like 2023 to 2013? Huh.
4 were 3-1s. Only 2 went the
Oh no, 2. Oh, it said 20. I think it said 2013 on a couple.
Yes.
Guma top lane. Yeah, they might. Actually, I don't think they need to Taeyin swap. You've got Kai'Sa Nico's not bad.
It might just be that they feel like they can get more value against the Morden lane that way. Just try and keep the Mord out.
Shanks just made sure that the bone plating was used. But Flaker gets a really good level 1 trade there. That actually changes the way. Shanks, you can't take level 1 trades like that, friend.
Brackish, you still in chat? Our resident Victor main.
I mean, if you get a good level 1 HP lead as Victor, you're very happy, because then you can force level 2 and things get much better for you.
Yeah, like I think if you take nameplates off, I do think T1 have got a good draft. I think they can play aggressively. I think they can play for counter punches as well, where you dive on into the gravity field and then you get Nico ulted and Nocturne, Paranoia, and you know, it all turnarounds really, really dangerous.
Interesting how Hope chose not to pop the sunlight there on Carry. I guess he just wants to get damage down on Guma, which makes sense. But good level 1 trade, man. That makes a lot of difference for Faker.
Survive? Can they pull it out and push us to a 5th game, to a Silver Scrapes? AL, I do like the attack that they have gone on in draft. They attack the entire series here where they're whittling away at T1 champions. But
oh, okay. So actually, Carry ends up getting... okay, Kyle ends up getting the minion there with the Zer's Blade too. Okay, alright. Yeah, Nico is a strong champion.
Carrier burns the heal to get a bit more value on the trade.
So what he does there is use the heal to make sure the shield of Daybreak isn't there to follow. So he got out of range with the move speed front.
Oh, that makes sense. That does actually make a lot of sense.
T1 need Carrier unleashed on the map. Yep, that's normally a good thing for them. Yeah, if Carrier's in form, this team is so different.
Like, in fairness, like, he nearly had that last game, and then it kind of fell apart for the Blitzcrank. Ooh, hang on.
Owie. So that's double summoners down from Guma and Kyle. Carry used the heal earlier, as we talked about.
Both held his, which is important.
Well, he doesn't need to do much there with the... If he flashes forward, he still dies, I think. Because he flashes forward, it's like a limited 1v2 because the Leona can't follow.
No, I know. I'm just saying, like, in general for this lane, the fact that Hope has summoners while Guma doesn't means you can, theoretically, look for an aggressive trade later on, or with some jungle
Nico's getting some good value here. Tarzan spotted going from bot to top. Hang on, can they fight for top scuttle? I think they can, actually. Yeah. This is looking good for Ono.
Like, the lane prio is really good for T1 at the minute.
Yep. So this is probably going to be double scuttle unless they get a huge trade, but I don't think they can do, no? Shanks losing the mid lane matchup changes, that basically buys double scuttle for Ono.
Yeah.
Shanks does have some CS up, but he doesn't have control of the wave.
Yeah, and the fact that Doran's got shoved bot has understandably got shoved as well. You know, like, you just, every lane.
Tarzan, because he gets double scuttle, is looking for like a cheap play where he might try and blow flash here on Faker. Yep. Fair play. You know, he's lost the double scuttle, gets a flash in mid lane, and now that means that he can flash return there. Like, return gang with the flash down.
And again, that actually gives Shanks potentially some license to threaten with the ethereal change.
I'm worried that if the Skarner falls behind, the tank front line from AL becomes a lot more flimsy to the big engage, because Skarner does actually need to be tanky for this comp to work. Also, bot lane is heavy winning for T1, by the way. They are 10 CS up.
Yeah.
Pokes out where Carrier's done very well in the Nico.
See how much of this wave Faker picks up, because I think for all he's traded quite heavily. He has dropped a little bit of CS to do it, by the looks of it.
Yeah, but the pushing lanes from T1 with Nocturne able to get a lead that's quite worrying for me.
It's definitely worth it, don't get me wrong.
And AL shouldn't have let that happen, really. I don't understand the Nocturne if you can follow up. Even just by pressing the ult and not following it, you give Nico a much better engagement as with the one as well. You get to turn off the lights for your other engages.
So your follow-up is an Ornn ult. It is Nico following. It is Kai'Sa following. You have got tools. The other thing is you don't necessarily have to go first as a Nocturne here. You can have other people come into you and then counterpunch with the Nocturne Nico and stuff as well. Or you can follow up on the Nico, for example. So, or on an Ornn ult. Like, you're not obligated to be... It's not like an Ori not... turn combo where you
you're leading the charge.
Yeah, you're leading the charge, exactly. You've got a few more ways to play, which honestly I prefer for Nocturnes anyway, because it makes you less telegraphed as what is effectively an incredibly telegraphed champion.
Should Yorick be behind? This is a Mordekaiser in the early levels. Ornn's early training's not too bad, actually.
Yeah, I think this is still very good from Dawn.
Yeah, no. Well, I rather like Flandra's early laning is not great.
And look at the EXP difference between Owner and Tarzan. Look at the farm difference between Owner and Tarzan.
Flandra's early laning has been a bit of a worry. And this is why, actually, this matchup is quite interesting between AL and T1, because both top laners are not great individual laners. And if they're put under pressure, it's a problem.
Yeah. And specifically international Doran, so like regional Doran is known for being a little more dangerous.
Not bad strength. Not bad strength there from Shanks.
Good farm for the Kaisa, especially with that Nocturne providing the jungle pressure.
The other thing I'll say is keeping Tarzan under wraps in a known quantity is a massive deal, because AL have been very happy with Kyle and Tarzan getting out and causing a mess.
Quite worried if Shanks is just like even or behind what value the LeBlanc brings into an Ornn. Also, if you jump too forwards too aggressively, then Nocturne folds you back to your return point.
Yep.
So T1 trying to shift to control Tarzan, which was the big focal point.
I think I'll also say this is a very different style of draft from T1. They went for two very aggressive drafts that did not work. We saw a Draven skirmishing comp and a Blitzcrank Silas pick. We're going to smash you through.
Tarzan actually gets a Scuttlecraft. Nice for him.
Yeah.
Flandra with his level 6 on Mordekaiser comes down into the river, and that means that Owner does not have the chance to try
getting
to
a swap now.
Nice read cap.
T1 good amount of gold ahead though from early game. You know, Owner's a decent amount of that in jungle as well, comparative to given that they're meant to be completely even.
Also, Cull diff bot can be significant in about 5 minutes.
20 CS up as well for game.
Yeah.
They haven't spotted out Doran here. There's actually a chance of an ult in river here. Hope. That's not bad. I mean, he's still dead, but oh no, the cleanse is pretty decent. He's still dead. He's very
Heal.
Not bad, not bad. Dodged out on the he dodged out on the thingy as well.
Oh, go on, Guma! He used the ward to try and get in range for the autos. That's not bad going. Hook straight from the turret. That's going to be kills. Oh, we're going to game 5.
Well, Guma's 20. Hang on, Shanks can kill Guma. Maybe Shanks kills both actually.
Tarzan?
Oh, Shanks. It's not Tarzan. It's Shanks fucking up his combo. He could have insta-killed there, I think.
Oh, I think Guma might be able to get some value here now.
What do you mean some value? That's not bad.
Faker.
Okay, Shanks gets 2.
Carrier gets one back.
Also, like, Guma had already got the double by the time, like, the whole the value thing had happened, by the way. So now Guma's now 2 kills. Okay, Guma Kaisa actually gets a fuck ton of early gold.
That's fine. That was 4 for 2.
A lot, and Shanks messed up his combo. He could have insta-killed Doran, but he... I don't know if he's... Was his ult down? Let's see.
Might have burned it to get over there, I guess. Or maybe he burned W to get over there and then had only the R available.
He didn't need that. He could just like wait for his W cooldown and then QR. Clean LeBlanc mechanics? I don't think it was. Clean LeBlanc mechanics. This is not bad from Hope, actually. He does about as well as you can do there. Instant cleanse as well.
Watch this ward into ult combo because they lose vision. Just like, right, ward for the range and then I can go.
Huh, I'm surprised that they...
An immediate flash to stop the Shield of Daybreak stun under the turret. That's actually really good.
He had cleanse though, so... But Shanks here makes a mistake. Oh, his ult's not on cooldown yet. I think actually what he can do is he can flash for QE and he can kill, and then he can go back to his return point. So he didn't have his ult until then. He does get like a double distort right on top of like 3.
In fairness, at least LeBlanc does get kills, because that will be important here.
Damn, Guma Kaisa actually showing up when it counts, I guess.
And they got the 2 grubs out of the 3-pack.
And now we're right back in.
If this chain land, he missed the chain. If you get the chain there, he dies. Damn, that sucks.
So will stay
that being said, Shanks does have, you know, 2 kills, 400 gold ahead. You need the LeBlanc with a bit of a lead. I'm getting quite worried about Tarzan getting shut out a little bit, but I guess he did get 2 assists in there too.
Hey, Guma's still got a call to cash in. This Kaisa could end up being an absolute
yeah, and Hope didn't go for
Kingmaker.
How did the ward help Guma? It doesn't really, because you need to have plasma on someone. And if you have the plasma from your W or whatever, then you get vision anyway.
So what the ward did is, I think it, because I don't think he had vision.
If you have W on them, then you do. I'm going to check the replay actually and see how it went down, because I was wondering where the plasma came from.
Because my thought was that he put the ward down to get vision in order to be able to ult.
But if your W is on, then
for the side of T1, resulting in these items.
Oh no, he went on to Leona and then got the auto after.
On that Nocturne ultimate.
He ulted Leona, not the.
Yeah. I know, but I thought he put the ward down so he could.
No, he's fully in vision.
Okay, well maybe not. Hang on. Yeah, because I thought that ward gave him the vision to be able to jump forward. Because I don't think I think you only get vision if you hit your W for plasma, don't you? I'm not quite sure on that.
No. Yeah. He warded to get vision of Leona to hop beyond him to then auto kill her. Yes, the ward did help. Yep. I think the Leona was just out of vision. He put the ward down to make sure he could ult beyond the Leona, then flash onto Corki. Also, the flash was to get the single target Q as well.
Nice.
So he had cleanse, so it didn't matter as much for the shield daybreak on the turret. And I think he still ended up getting hit by that later, but obviously not on the turret. But buffering.
No, Shanks does have a. It's also just nice to be tanky against
We're back.
It means the one-shot potential isn't.
I don't know, man. AL's early lanes were just not good enough, I don't think. 20 CS down in bot lane, that's not good enough. Shanks losing the early trade, which meant that Tarzan got double scuttle, not good enough.
See how much has been invested by T1 to keep them safe. Our owner is hovering around in this mid
I want to see Shanks go Lost Chapter into Storm Surge for the burst. I don't think you can afford to do that in this game. You need too many cooldowns to get through. You need the cooldown from the gun.
Yeah. Kainic Rookern's a bit annoying this game, it has to be said.
So much more effective.
Yep, it's a lot of magic damage from Ale.
Having to deal with that now makes it that much harder to find an opportunity.
Owner's going Hexblade. I agree.
I just don't think you can win if the Corki's behind too much, right?
Yeah, agreed.
I think T1's early lane is just blasted it.
And you've still got 2 minutes until the next dragon, at which point Kais will have cashed in. Colin will be at 2 items.
Before he can use the second half of the Ornhorn, there's a lot of playmaking opportunities there, and I think Flandra has been a core part of the wins so far for AL.
Yeah. Definitely going to have to
20 CS down to give him Kaiser or something. Yeah, historically, yes, but you know, T1 Worlds.
I know the coaches were saying actually Goom's put a lot of work into Kaiser and they really rate it at the minute.
I don't think they were talking about work, they just said it was good.
Yeah.
I don't think they said anything about the work.
Either way, they think his Kaiser's good right now. And it might just be PR statement, but it might also be saying actually
that was after they lost to Genji and Swiss. They were saying
they rate the Kaiser.
Go in for some scary moments. It does not have great wave clear unless you are forced to use everything on the wave.
T1 will manage to throw this. Always a possibility.
Well,
they have. I say just what I'm saying in Swiss, we did see them throw a couple quite big leads and have to recover them again.
I'm trying to remember the. Wait, did they?
Mkoi 3 times in the same game.
And you got 50 seconds until that dragon. So resets coming through, first items completed.
Game 1, Mkoi. 4,000 gold lead, back down to nothing. 4,000 gold lead.
I don't think that was them throwing it. I think that was Mkoi throwing it with the Corki going into. Oh no, wasn't it?
They got big leads and threw it.
Wasn't it Super on Corki sitting in the brush and getting Kiana'd? This wasn't Mkoi getting a big lead.
Wasn't that game 2?
I can't remember. There's a lot of games. Game 1, I seem to remember that Mkoi had a good early lead. Because that was when
yeah, and then they threw it and then had to do it again. So I'm saying T1 got leads and then dropped them.
Well, didn't anyone get a load of kills early game in game 1? Oh, that's not bad.
I might be thinking of the wrong game, but I thought it was Mkoi game 1.
Oh, flash out of that. He kills it though. Okay, that's 1 for none. Victor's pushing alone on that. Not a good Nocturne ult. I guess he, yeah.
Didn't want to go into 4.
Okay. Alright, and Flandra gets the kill. Does Mordekaiser being a head champ? Yeah, and honestly, Mordekaiser's in a good spot this game. As long as he's not stuck on a fucking, like... If he's not perma-CC'd into Chaos, into Chaos Storm and Gravfield, he's pretty happy.
The issue is there's Flandra's TPing behind, has ult.
Yeah, game 1 was the Corki game 2 was the Vayne. That was it. Yes. So game 1 was Mkoi getting ahead and then them throwing around with the Super Corki, remember?
Which is the game I'm thinking of where T1 got a massive lead and then threw it and then did it again. It was that one where they had that really weird wave-shaped gold graph.
I can't remember.
I thought that was Mkoi game 1, but maybe I was wrong.
Game 2, T1 fell behind.
100 Thieves? Probably the 100 Thieves. You might be right, Trinity.
Yes, 100 Thieves, that's the one.
You might be right.
Does Corki still have the same passive, deals magic damage, spellbounding AD? No, it's now true damage as a portion of your auto attacks. So 10% of your auto attack is added on again as true damage, I'm pretty sure. Or is it 10% is converted to true damage? Anyway, you get extra true damage on autos. Okay, so 1 dragon apiece each. Grubs split. Gold lead to T1, but
2,000 of it's on Gooba.
Yeah, because the Cole's pushed in.
Pushing in on bottom side, and they do have the ability to dive here. Be careful.
Top side Flandra is looking for turret. They might be racing for first turret here.
first turret of the game.
I think Flandre just gets it, doesn't he?
I don't see the health on top side, so I'm not sure. I guess they do.
He's been on there for 30 seconds,
so that's going to be objectives now, the last thing for feats of strength. Okay, so now Mordekaiser's actually in a pretty good spot.
Use this wave push to move over towards the Rift Herald is going to be super nice.
Does Guma want to reset, or are we going to try and play for Herald, which is up?
Interesting that Tarzan's actually managed to pick up the gold that he lost earlier.
Very true.
Guess he was around for like a plate or two on top turret, plus the kill and Storin.
Which is perfect for Shanks if he wants to TP into the fight.
Okay, Rift Herald alive. This could also be feats of strength for T1 because they have already secured a single dragon and 2 out of 3 of the grubs. AL are going to get themselves at least the Scuttle Crab before.
Shanks does have teleport if he wants to go back up there.
Has multiple men.
He'll recall now. I mean, Faker might try. Well, just look on the minimap. He might try and look for an E to cancel. He cancels it. Yeah. So now Shanks is going to be late towards the top side fight. Shanks should have just backed off before. So now he's going to be late towards potential Herald start.
I'm saying Fake's got TP. We'll probably can look for the turret and then come across.
But LeBlanc wanted to be there earlier for poke. So now he could have been here poking out, forcing him out of river. Because he was stopped, because he chose a bad recall location, he won't be here to do it. Now they're going in for this. He's teleporting in late, potentially. Tarzan's getting into the river. I really think that LeBlanc could have been on the map here. You're giving a bot lane turret here too.
I know, I was just saying, on top of that, Fake is also getting more time bot, will also get the turret, can also then TP, and that's big for the Victor on the other side of it all.
Hang on, he's teleporting in without any buy. Okay, Fake is in. What's Shanks going to do? Faker's going to try and poke out LeBlanc if he can. Yeah, that's a little bit messy from Shanks, actually. I think that he could have had more value if he'd managed to... Because he was dropping the wave bot lane anyway. He'd already chosen to do that. He gets hit by the E anyway, misses the chain. Faker's out trading him. Shanks still has teleport, but... I don't know, man. I think Shanks is getting outplayed by Faker here a bit. On a macro sense. I guess we're looking for Herald steal. Owen's going to pop the ult. He can actually he can ult onto Ona, no? He didn't do it. For God's sake, man. Okay, that's onto both carry. Flandre, fuck this, man.
Carrier flashed away from Shanks, we can't get the combo there.
I think. Maybe not.
Flandre goes unbreakable. Guma doesn't have any mana. Does impale. Flash away.
Shanks just fucked it onto Guma. He W'd wrong.
Man.
But, like, I want you to think about how much Shanks, like,
could have been doing.
No, set behind the play. Because he absolutely could have been there earlier getting some value.
So I'm saying that's what's imagine what he could have done if he was there earlier is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but let me finish my point. Because it's about being set behind the play, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'm just getting involved with it.
And that Fake is really far ahead as well. I think Flandre could have... I think he could have ulted Ona earlier. Let's be honest, if you're going to use the... this is just a flash out of Victor. In fact, it might even be that.
Carrier coming, yeah. This is looking right. I think we're going to game 5.
I mean, why would you use the Mordekaiser ult late? Especially, like, because you have a couple of choices. You ult the jungler early to get the objective. Chooses not to do that. You go onto the engager. He goes onto Ona anyway, gets 0 value, gets feared anyway. That's a bad fight from Flandre. It's a bad fight from Flandre.
Was he trying to weigh out the spell shield from Nocturne?
You just hit him with like an E-ult then. And then you don't give him a choice. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Kobe. Glad he sees it too. Yeah, the early lanes were bad, and I think that Shanks and Flandre both made some pretty big mistakes in that fight. Shanks also like miscomboed onto Faker. He was late to the play, got out-traded by the Victor as he came into it anyway. But it's not been a good game from Shanks, really.
And actually, on the other hand, after Guma having 2 poor games, he picks up the Kaiser that he's like people have got so many doubts about, and then puts on a Stormer right now. He's 3,500 gold up.
It doesn't matter if you're like not the best Kaiser player now. You are now 3k up on Kaiser. So.
Even then, I actually think he's also played it pretty smart so far this game.
Yeah, it's been decent. Yeah.
Remember what I said about that Rod of Ages? Faker's at 9 stacks, so the lead is about to become an even larger problem.
Yeah, you're about to have a rower tick over.
The blind pick LeBlanc is just not worth them. They could, because remember, they could have gone for the Victor themselves, and we were wondering whether they would.
It's going to be a 2-level lead in mid. He's not even got the rower's about to take over to 10.
Yeah. There's less XP going from 13 to 14 in fairness, so he's going to get less value from it. Hey, Trespass, good to see you.
And now with the push on top side, how do you try and enter in towards River? How do you try and spot that Atakan has already been started by T1?
Okay, well, Doran's in position. He's in a decent set of items too. Atacon, I don't know. There is an Atacon throw left in this fight. Kyle has flash. Hope's not on a bad angle here.
Turning around, Pop Blossom.
That's very good from Kyle. Very good from Kyle.
Carrier's going to die for this. Good for the backline. Guma.
Might die as well.
Guma.
So Carrier's gone. Flandra just missed Owner there.
And Corky's dead. Flandra might get Owner. Does.
Yeah, he does.
Kill the jungler.
Shanks, does he get another chain?
That's not bad. Baker's in danger.
Kyle, good from Kyle. Good from Kyle. So both jungler.
Oh my god, Kyle!
Does he have another E?
Good.
Hey, I think he just runs him down as well here.
He does.
No flash.
Legitimately, Flandra and Kyle just wrecked T1.
Kyle stopped the Nico engage, and that saves the entire fight. The Atacon throw. It's the Atacon throw.
And Guma got stunned twice by Kyle to stop him killing anyone else.
Kyle.
Watch this replay. It's insane. He literally flashes for a shield of daybreak to stop the autos coming on through.
So what happens with Guma in this fight?
Murders Hope initially.
Yeah, but it's like a lot invested. So what happens is they jump onto him. What happens here? Ornament comes through. And what happens to Guma? Because he's still full HP at this point in the fight. Is it just Atacon? What happens here? He's really high HP. Walking after the jungler. Gets
one shot with the Atacon shred.
How does a full HP Kai'Sa with a 3k gold lead die at that point, man? Jesus Christ. That is not good now for them. Hey, what's the gold lead like? Still in T1's favor. AL have 33 paddles. That's good for them. Still 2-level lead in mid, which is a problem. Flandra is now very happy. There's a Hex play on him too.
Flandra could just end up being like just ulting this Kai'Sa on repeat. That might be your way out of this.
Okay, so T1 want to go for the front to back again. Of course they do. Oh, Jesus. Okay, Flandra doesn't have help. They might give up a dragon and say, Flandra, you go do your shit for a while, because he is a level up. And yeah. And again, like, Flandra didn't get this lead through individual lane. He's getting it through the fights. He's been good at doing it mid and late. And he's doing it on a champ. This champ is pretty busted if he actually gets ahead in this game. What's he go next? He's got the Hex play, because he can go, like, I don't know, Blood Ladders or something, maybe? Maybe that works.
Yeah. I genuinely thought that last fight as well. The moment Guma just blew up Corky, I was thinking, well...
I have no idea how Tarzan survived through that last fight too. He also has 100 Heartsteel stacks, which is legit pretty good for this.
I think he took about 3 in that last fight alone.
Yeah. If you ever, like, survive a near miss as a Heartsteel champion, you get a lot. Not trying to read body language too much, but Shaker was not looking too happy there. That being said, look, T1 still have a very good, they have a lead, they have 2 dragons, their comp is better in 5v5. Hope is not actually set to it, he's not at the Evolved Miramani yet.
The beefcakes, as you said, looking good, Dagda.
I have to see if they can continue it, because still, even though AL won the fight, T1 still finding their pressure in the lane, still pushing the waves in. And it's anyone's legend trying to hold and bunker down in towards these choke points to deny T1 any sort of deeper access in towards the vision that control that they need. Also, flashes starting to come up crucially for people like Carrier, making him a little bit more vulnerable in these.
Do we get the orchestral silver scrapes if it goes there? Oh my days, we might as well.
I don't know, I'm not sure.
Gotta hope. I'd be down for it.
2 levels up over Owner, about to just be 1 because Owner nearly level 13. Faker 1 level up over Shanks because of that Rod of Ages we were already talking about. Hope almost has his Muramana.
Muramana helps a lot for Hope.
On the Corky, 24 minutes in, that feels very, very late, and it
is
been
late.
A very tough game for Hope. 0-3
Baron in a minute. No soul point being hovered over them.
Ward's behind here potentially. One in that bush. Just check.
That's a bit much.
Tarzan?
If you drag him on the turret, that is a big change, actually.
The arcane storm from Faker going to fully push back
anyone's legend. Guma's going full AD build, by the way.
Okay.
He's going Flicker Blades third, interestingly. Or Hurricane, maybe.
Might be PD. Which I don't think is a bad idea, actually, when you're going to maybe have a dual...
PD or Hurricane, I guess. There are some Flicker Blades builds, but they're kind of rare.
I'm still seeing it into, like, more
Tarzan
than...
had pulled it back and start. That is a fucking game changer, actually.
Yeah. Like, I think PD value's probably higher this game.
Yeah, he gets it now.
Yeah. Because I'm just thinking, if you're going to have to 1v1 a Mordekaiser or a LeBlanc, just that little bit extra kind of like 1v1 move speed could be really, really big.
Yeah, it doesn't change much against the LeBlanc, but against the Mordekaiser, it might with the Hex play.
He's been just standing and trading with the LeBlanc. He's not flinching at all.
The other thing is, like, the Victor is now level 16 and has just quietly been getting a lot of value. Like, there is a world where, like, oh, we've killed the Kai'Sa. Ah, yeah, but Victor's just gone through 4 rotations.
of the engaged threat that they do have should basically guarantee applying plasma to somebody for Guma to come in and kill. He's 3-item Kaisa.
Okay, summoners up everywhere. Flandra's flashes is coming back up.
Upgraded Rage Blade just came on in.
He's going Bloodletter's dead.
And they do have the Baron in their sights. They're trying to draw AL.
Okay, so Carry's on the flank. He's going to get spotted.
Watch out for
you do take this fast, but
hang on. Is Mordekaiser going to come in? Hang on, you can teleport right in. He has. Hang on, that's a DP behind.
Look at Corky.
Hang on, what the heck is Fake? Fake it.
He's alright.
Fake's not alright. Fake's not alright. He just teleported into like 4 people. Shanks. So the Chaos Storm goes down. Good impale. Kyle. I mean, it's just Flandra. Okay,
Flandra! The obliterate! Oh! Kuma just about survived.
Flandra might
Faker!
Flandra's too fed.
Flandra's too fed! Come on, Flandra!
He teleports away.
I thought Faker was going to be able to get away with that.
Oh, shitting hell, man.
Wait,
Jesus hell,
Flandra is doing some fucking work.
That was an insane Mordor.
Fucking Flandra, man. Holy shit.
Doing so much work in this fight. They turn on towards Faker.
Holy shit, that teleport from Faker was just diabolically bad.
Like, Guma actually murders Corky and Shanks straight away, by the way. They're both gone.
But, like, what? Faker's teleport is just not it. Look how much work Flandra does, man. I just don't think that this Mordekaiser is not losing, man. They actually need to chain CC the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, because the other thing is, like, Guma did all the way. The only thing I'll say is Flandra now doesn't have the flash.
Fucking hell.
And they don't lose Baron. No one gets Baron, so it doesn't actually change that much here.
5k. He's got Bloodletters from that too.
Is the Mordekaiser, and Tarzan got a triple ultimate.
What did you even go last here as Guma? Or fourth here?
Wait, why is he going crit? He might go in fetch. That's not the right decision, though, I don't think. I mean, he's got crit from PD, but I don't think that's the right option. Typically, you go stuff like Terminus, right?
Yeah, maybe just wants more.
Hang on, Doran's level 14.
Yeah.
He's down on fucking Tarzan, if anyone. Okay. So Dragon's up and Baron's up. If T1 go towards Dragon, then AL get Baron. AL have sometimes fumbled this big objective trade in late game.
Yeah, and again,
this is a hard thing to do, but
you have no flash on anyone but Kyle right now for AL as well, which I think really sucks.
I think T1 are doing better at the trade right now. I mean, they get the inner turret for free.
There's only one flash in the game, actually. It's just Kyle. But I'm just looking at T1. I'm seeing all the mobility and thinking that actually probably does hurt a little bit for AL here, who are a little bit short range.
See how fucking tanky this Skarner is. The Skarner and the Mordekaiser, how do you kill him? Okay, so they're actually... so AL are just giving up the Dragon.
Gone.
Yeah. If they go for the... Jameis onto carrier. I'm not going to lie. Shanks has not impressed me on the LeBlanc.
No, agreed. Who are they jumping on?
Can he ult him? Can he ult him? He doesn't get his ult. He's dead. Fucking hell, Flandra. Why did he position like that? Like I said, AL are not actually very good at this kind of like objective standoff. So now the Mordekaiser's down. You've taken the Dragon. You lose a lot of your ults. Not sure about that. And then you got another Ornn upgraded item. Flandra, you can't position like that. So now you're looking at just a drive-by. Shanks might be able to assassinate someone.
Tarzan,
hang on, there's no. Hope, my dude.
Oh, Hope.
What the fuck are you doing, Hope? There's a fucking Ornn. There's an Ornn queue right there.
Tarzan needs to leave, but it means he's driven through the wall.
He's cool. Oh, yeah, he'll be back up against this.
Shanks might be able to pop someone.
Shanks might be able to kill Owner. I actually think T1
they can't Baron anymore. No.
They can't do this. Owner's too low. Shanks will kill.
You will take that, I think. What?
So, I mean, T1 win the big dance around the big objective still.
Yeah, and they are at Soul Point now as well. Mountain Soul makes this tricky again for AL.
Oh, Jesus. What is Shanks going to champion? He's had a couple over time, but I think probably the Cassiopeia. Flandra's going Rylai's. Flandra will go Rylai's next. That's a really strong item from here.
There's the Infinity Edge for the Kai'Sa.
It just that Kai'Sa doesn't have that much crit scaling. This is a worse late game build than having Terminus and like another on hit item.
Round 2 though.
That was the thing. As long as they remove Flandre before he gets that ultimate off, they're in a good spot. And even there, you can see Flandre didn't want to pull
I don't know, man. Flandre just can't afford to die like that.
And then find a higher value target. But if T1
Flandre's level 16.
Is Terminus more damage than the Info?
Yes. Kai'Sa has a lot more on hit scaling than and it gives you the armor shred as well.
That's true.
5,000 gold ahead. He is almost 2 fully completed items up over
5k up for gamers, Kai'Sa. Jesus Christ, man. That's insanely powerful.
The other thing is, like, you are going to be in a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. If you trade Baron for a Mountain Dragon, it's still tough.
Hope and Shanks are still in like 2.5 items, man.
It's rough.
Like,
it's really rough.
Whereas their opposing numbers are at least an item ahead.
5,000 gold for Goomer ahead. Jesus.
Yeah, they were just talking about that on the cast for sure.
Yeah.
This one is way closer than I thought.
There's also Ornn upgrades as well, which is really sick. Like the upgraded Bloodletters, the upgraded Rage Blade.
There's Paddles to the side of AL. I think that their comp is actually very good. I mean, this Skarner is so annoying, man. Okay, Flandre has teleport, he has flash as ults. I mean, I guess, okay, he's teleporting away from the pit. Carrier's on a great flank. Oh my god, Carrier's on a good flank. They'll spot him there. Shanks actually can assassinate him if he goes a little too far. Shanks needs to stop him now. Shanks needs to stop him now. That's what he's going for. Flandre gets his ult down, I think.
Doesn't matter.
That's really scary. He goes into Ona.
Doesn't give it.
Pop blast him. Hope's life. Hope's life. Hope's life. Hope's life.
But so's Goomer.
Gives life, gets hit by the E, Chaos Storm's really good. No, man. I mean, that was a flash up Mordekaiser, not getting the ult off at the right time. Again, he took like half his HP before it went down. It's still only, what, 1 for 2. Shanks ended up... So the thing is, Shanks with... Hang on, he can actually kill someone here on the back end, maybe.
Goomer. Tarzan, look at Tarzan. Gets towards Faker. Oh, he gets it! Shanks gets it! Holy crap! That's what we needed.
Faker's alive though. Faker's alive. Hope. He has no summoners. And Shanks can't kill the He actually might be killed. He might kill Ona though. He might kill Ona.
Can't. He can Faker. Oh! Spell shield! Jesus! And now Shanks is in danger versus Faker.
You had to flash W then Q. Okay.
I don't blame him looking. I really don't.
I don't know. I think Flandre has a huge lead, but basically T1 have realized they can just focus the Mordekaiser, and if he's... Hang on, he actually might still live here, by the way.
I don't know. They're just buying time, because actually it's 50 seconds until Dragon. They're going to keep him as dead as long as possible.
True. Yeah. Hang on, he can... Oh, yeah, he cancelled the channel with the ult, so now he's dead first ult. Okay. Holy crap.
We're going to 5.
By the way, this is not necessarily Hope's problem. Like, Hope has been put very far behind, but the whole comp has just been diving on him the whole game. But then, actually, okay, no, I say that. Around Baron, he was really bad. Right here, what happens here? What happens to Hope here? Does he just walk into all the fake? I don't know. Hope gets assassinated by Ornn. So they're going towards Baron first and then Dragon after, I think.
And we're back to live. It's Baron.
And then Shanks wastes his flash into a spell shield, man.
And they're gonna get Baron as well.
The carries from Male have been outclassed here.
Yeah. They're gonna Baron into Dragon, aren't they? Bloody hell.
Faker gets to recall.
He's already in the bottom side river, making sure that AL isn't trying to.
And that's, to be fair, that's after they did kill Goomer partway through that. That's 5,000 gold just disappeared. And the problem is Faker is also at this point a really scary carry.
Tarzan's trying his fucking best, man.
He
Flandre has, I guess they give up Soul.
Yeah. Like, what do you do?
Well, not play like you did in the last fight or two.
No, I know. Like, what do you do in this moment?
I genuinely think Flandre could have carried a couple of fights, but he's failed, like, being able to... I think what he needs to do is, like, flash out of initial CC or just... honestly, just ult, not Ona. I don't think you should be ulting Ona at points here, too. I actually think what you should be doing is... I mean, if you even just flash out and carry is valuable at points.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
A potential game 5 here.
Yeah, honestly, I think a Mountain Dragon does seal it for T1.
I don't know if it does. I think if Flandre gets one good fight, AL still have a chance. Obviously, it's a huge problem now into the Ornn, who just doesn't take damage.
The Hexdrinker from Goomer also makes your actual time to kill on this Kai'Sa.
No, the Hexdrinker, it doesn't actually change anything for the Mordekaiser. Once it gets to more, maybe, but I actually think Mordekaiser just fucking...
But I think it also makes Shanks' life a lot harder.
Hexdrinker's not that much. It's only like 15 magicals or some shit like that. It's not much.
I'm sticking the magic damage shield into the burst. It's between that and the shield.
It only scales off of AD when you get into more. So it's actually a flat value, which is not that high right now. Full more is good. Hexdrinker is not great.
I just think between Mountain Soul Shield, Kai'Sa ult, and the Hexdrinker on top of everything else, like, just as your AP solo ends, I just think your time to kill is getting annoyingly high now.
I actually think Mordekaiser can still kill you. I think Mordekaiser still kills you.
Oh yeah, probably. I just think it takes a long time.
I mean, yes, probably because he's just slippery as heck with move speed from PD.
As AL try to keep defending, but it is the health bars of the tier 3 turrets slowly whittling away to the Baron empowered minions. Kael on the side of the terrain here in bottom lane, looking for what might be AL's final desperate chance to stay in this game. Doran continues playing the point man here for the T1 side.
Doran just can't die at this point. You need to kill PD beyond him. Skarner is really tank. There were windows for AL to win this game, and I think that Shanks, Flandre, and Hope have all had some anti-clutch moments, sadly. Like, it's been a very close game, and going against that against T1 is a hell. But, like, again, Flandre is like half HP before the fight starts.
Oh, paranoia.
Flandre cannot be half HP. They need to disengage and look for a fight when he's got the HP back. That's
Tarzan.
not... It's not.
Oh, good God. Guma cleanses the exhaust.
But, like, the big problem about this, again, is just...
Is this a penta?
The problem here...
Is this a penta? It is.
Flandre kills him. Flandre kills him. Flandre kills him. It's not a penta.
Oh...
But again, the reason this fight is so bad is because Flandre is half HP when it starts. Flandre has done that for every fight in late game. Legitimately, with the lead which he has, I think the Mordekaiser can win. And I think T1 did a great job of shutting him out, but Flandre, with flash up in several key moments, has not been good enough at just flash ulting and getting himself out of the CC and starting the fight. There we go, game 5 AL.
Is it the orchestral theme? Is it the orchestral theme?
Not sure. Holy crap. I actually think that Flandre could have carried that game and he couldn't quite. And obviously Hope had a rough one.
Yep. Man, we are getting a game 5 though. Bloody hell. It's drama. Right, I'm running to the bathroom.
Tarzan was really good that game, folks. Yeah, I'm really agreeing in chat. Tarzan was really good. Oh, don't hit less like that. Tarzan was very good. I think that Flandre had a chance to carry and didn't. I think that Hope was blasted. Shanks, the LeBlanc pick didn't work, and it was still very close. Okay, well, AL gets side select for game 5. They failed at this in MSI finals. Guma winning on Kaiser, insane for him.
Obviously, for 4 out of 5 members, this is pure comfort.
Damn.
But it needs to be
did we run out?
The fact that they are still willing, everything on the line, to trust the teammates, go for Guma on the Kaiser.
It's only orchestral for the final. I think someone else said that in chat, but I don't know if they have a source for that or anything.
Two LCK teams on the other side. You know, T1, they're not going to do it. Maybe I have to give them the benefit of a doubt, but my heart's not really in it. How do you feel now?
No, that's too soon. Yeah, I'm, as it turns out, a little bit more emotionally invested than I thought. And then they threw it out of gun. I didn't know I was invested, and then they did that.
I was thinking we're going to get a repeat of the Genji icon crash out.
No, because everyone keeps doing it. It's not one team specific.
All right, let's bring us back down to earth. Emily, talk to me about the things that did go well early on for T1 in this one.
So I think we're going to run through a dive on the top side, and this is where Guma really gets ahead, right? We've talked about how deadly this Nocturne Nico combo can be. Here we see, just watch Guma as, okay, Kyle and Hope, they're able to stave off the initial play, but then Guma goes in. The only redeeming thing for AL in this entire exchange is that on the backside of this fight, Shanks is able to get a few kills, but this sets Guma ahead, and he ended this game 11, 4, and 10, 7.4k gold above his lane opponent in Hope. And that was massive because, like, you had reason
Top Esports lost to KT. Ain't no way they're beating T1. Yeah, but I mean, T1 lost to CFO in group stage 2, right? And Top Esports looked a lot better versus BLG and then versus
his teams has had issue
then
actually
versus
setting
GT.
up for him as well. And in this game, with elimination on the line for T1, it finally came together, because I can guarantee you every T1 fan was right there with me when that got locked in.
Yeah, and when Nico does get locked in, I did think this is a good sign if Carrier is having a good game, and I think that was possibly a bit of a question mark, but he has an unbelievable instinct here in this fight.
I think AL around the double mega buff spawning as well also really struggled. Oh, he baited with the clone. I actually missed that. That is so good from Carrier. Oh, Carrier. If Hope is actually fed, he just pretty much one-shots him, but yeah. This is close. Oh, man, this game was so close, man. I also think that Flandre really misused his ult in this fight. He did it too late onto Ona. Maybe didn't want to play the mind game around the spell shield, but yeah.
The next time he tried that, he got him. He didn't let him make the play, and that was what set up the Otacon throw, which is that gold dip that you see there right at 20
The Otacon was just very good from AL, but yeah.
As well, a lot of great impales there. But what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Tarzan's damage graph. It was 25k.
Yeah, that Skarner was insane. Skarner, honestly, Tarzan was doing very, very well. Tarzan was insane.
How did we get here?
I think they had a very good game. Again, I really don't want to hear like Tarzan choking XYZ, whatever. I think Tarzan's actually been very good this game.
Do you believe in the fight?
He's been good in the series.
Side of AL after this momentous swing.
You have to. It's pure 50-50. We're going down to. We're going down to one best of one, right? And the draft is obviously going to be a big deal. But both teams have had amazing moments. Both teams had throws. We had Tarzan Kel going too deep in the jungle. Then we had T1 at the other con repeatedly. Like, it is so evenly matched, and this quarterfinals is delivering.
It's delivering. We'll talk a little bit more about how either team could do it at the other side of the break. But now it is time to
Tarzan
listen to
is anyone's legend. I about him and Kyle. Yeah, is easier to find. I need a reverse sweep for my pick'ems. Sadly, not here today. Then I can't remember if I think I said there was one. Maybe I can't remember if I said there'd be two.
Not at all said and done, because everything's going to culminate in one last battle of an AL that has to do it in front of their home crowd. Do the unthinkable in terms of an LPL team at Worlds versus T1, and T1 who just say, you can't count us out.
Can't you do that for Swiss stage or something? You can't do double elimination for Swiss stage. Well, I mean, you can do like GSL bracket, right? Double elimination groups.
I want to take a look at the support picks throughout this series because I feel like
yeah, support is getting in towards like your. Well, I mean, Alistair might be left up. That's one thing.
How he has really stepped it up in this matchup.
I mean, Carrier's support champion pool is where he starts to get to go wild, right?
I am curious to see if we might start seeing maybe hyper carries, maybe like an Aphelios Lulu angle, something like that coming out of these teams.
And there are two picks I'm looking towards if they're not banned away. That's Alistair and
CS Major, where there's a lower Swiss and upper Swiss. That just sounds very complicated because Swiss works better with larger pools of teams.
I think a lot will come down to the draft as the crowd goes crazy because there isn't as much goes into everything.
Dude, the blind pick LeBlanc just was not good for Shanks.
To get an upper hand in this game.
You need the better drafting. You need to
is there a Caitlyn Lux angle? There is a Caitlyn angle. There's a Yunara angle. There's Alistair on the table.
Let's talk about the bigger picture here. The history of Faker versus the LPL. But let's also
wait, is Shoxay at Shanghai? Is it Shanghai? Is that the pronunciation of it? Pronunciation? Is it Shanghai? Or is it Shanghai? I thought there was an H in there. I don't know how that affects pronunciation. T1 record 6-2 at Game 5 at Worlds. Well, they lost in 2017 finals. And they lost in 21 semis, right? Shanghai. So there is an H in there. Cool.
You make a great point. There is so much on the line.
I thought so. I just wanted to check. As I said, Shock said a couple of times, so I wasn't sure.
Many teams had
all good. All good.
Have been able to do it countless times at Worlds. This is their moment, and I think that when it comes to the picks they've taken away from T1, they're in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, by contrast, right? AL Game 5 win rate across this year, LPL and MSI at 3 and 3.
Oh, it means upon seed. Very cool.
One of those losses did come against T1 at MSI, right? In another great best-of-5 series. So,
okay,
yeah,
now we get to see what happens in Game 5.
Curious to see what Tabe has cooked up for this draft.
Oh, me too.
But then in MSI Game 5, AL, they messed up the drafts.
The world stage, hearing this song
And like, when T1, when the lights are on like this, they are just way more clutch than any other team in history. Does it apply in this meta and this patch? Not always, but.
For real now, and it would be as we expect.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2017 wasn't 5 games. My bad. Yeah, it wasn't. Wait, what was the other time they lost then?
It's just a lot to break. How do AL
wasn't it? Was it 4 games in World Semis to G2? Because they lost 2 Game 5s. I thought it was 5 games MSI then 4 games at Worlds.
Disaster with LNG back in 2023.
Oh, sorry, DRX finals. Yeah, DRX finals. Sorry, I'm so dumb. What am I talking about? DRX finals 22, and then the semifinals in 21 against D+ Kia. Yep. My bad. I'm dumb.
That Faker had a great game up versus LeBlanc that was getting really dangerous out of Shanks, right? How much is going to come down to a single person here? Because I can see identifiable things, especially in Fearless, when it comes to that support, when it comes to that mid lane. But is there anything we haven't mentioned in terms of what could really be a backbreaker for either?
I think that the bot lane pool's getting. I think that we might see some of the permaban bot lane champions left up. There's a Zero Oriana, which have been left up the whole series as well.
That's Emily's fault.
I wonder whether the power picks get traded. I would imagine AL choose blue side and look for a power pick like Azir or Orianna. Maybe they both ban that. Maybe I think T1 might not ban either mid laner. But then also they might go for a different draft gambit of saying, well, Alistar will be up, but we'll trade like Alistar Yunara or something like that. Because both supports are very good at Alistar. We might see Faker Akali into Orianna first pick. We might see Akali into Orianna if it's left up later as well.
There is literally no player in the history of League of Legends you'd rather have sitting beside you than Faker himself.
Yeah, and for me, in these drafts, like I said previously, I think the big thing is, do we see a pivot to hyper carries, right?
Howdy. I think we're getting into draft, Sam.
The Alistar and the Rel are both potential picks.
We getting intense as fuck.
Which silver scrapes did we get?
Oh, the regular one, apparently. Yeah.
One of these teams could pivot.
Lee Sin or Viego owner. Yeah, jungle's a weird one. Sejuani is up. I think Sejuani might be a big one.
Kiana hasn't. Oh no, Kiana
got played in game 1 and Tarzan lost it in game 1.
Yep.
I think stuff like Yunara, Alistar, Azir, Orianna all being up is kind of huge. Is it worth to ban Ori or Azir blue side to get either one without counter? But then I think you're happy to take a trade. I think you'd rather try and see if the enemy team bans both on red. I think support pool gets really, really tough now.
Akali Yone. Yone's down, sorry, but Akali's up.
Yeah, I think if you see like an Orianna first pick or blind, we might see Akali into it. Both players play it.
Yep. Both happy with it. Has Wukong been played? Yes.
Yes. That was game 2. It was against the Draven.
Neferi. I think starts to
Yes, Neferi's up there. I think Sejuani and Neferi are pretty high on the table now.
Smolder might start.
There's a chance of an owner Lilia.
Yeah, true.
And for me,
Maokai, I don't think that T1 wants to play Maokai. Maokai has also not been that successful at the event. Smolder could be here. Well, you don't have it into the Cassandre top lane matchup to swap into it, which is one of the better ways to play it. If it's like not a lane pressure bot lane like Lucian Milio, I guess at this one, or Lucian Nami, then maybe you can Smolder into it, yeah.
Rel's still up for Kyle if he wants to go down.
Chance of Kalista Renata.
Hell, it could just be it could be just double range bot. This is T1 in a world.
I don't think it's that strong.
There was a serious hover on the Callista earlier as
I don't think you can do double ranged into. I mean, there's still. Well, you can't do Ezreal Karma because Ezreal's played, but you can Karma.
You could Ashe as well.
Caitlyn,
yes.
Caitlyn's up.
True.
Stuff like Caitlyn Elise, that could work.
Yep, very true.
As you can tell, folks, there is a bunch of shit up. Even stuff like Ashe could be up.
Yeah, because I was saying like Ashe would be a potential solid one.
There's a lot of stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Emily's calling out the Tabe story because, of course, the first LPL Best of 5 loss to T1 was Tabe as support on Royal Club, which was a very significant.
Oh! I just got the word. We still have a little delay before getting to the stage. Obviously, you want to make sure that the teams are in their best capabilities going into that game 5.
What carry junglers are? Pretty much all of them. So there's Neferi. Neferi's probably the big one, which also has early fighting power.
Renata's up as well, potentially.
Yes, yeah. Mentioned Calista Renata, yeah. Renata's good for both supports.
Yes, agreed.
I think that if Alistar goes unbanned, that's an easy first pick, actually. Well, is it easy first pick? Maybe it is. Maybe just play it anyway and say, fuck it.
I think in response, you probably do get Renated.
I think for me, we're answered up.
Still think Alistar's fine into that.
Because I knew that if, and that was by no means a guarantee, but if T1 played the way they have done at MSI, they have played domestically for a large part of the year, particularly towards the main part of summer, I knew this was going to be a close series. And the fact that we're actually getting the 5 again, the only quarterfinal that actually go the distance, is a beauty to watch. As
watch party back home for you.
Well,
is Tarzan more famous at carry junglers or non-carry?
Non-carry is way more famous on tank junglers than anything. Stuff like his Sejuani, it's huge.
Even then, he is obviously a very good carry jungler, and I will also say it's game 5.
Trundle's up as well.
What I was going to say as well is it's game 5. Tarzan might just look towards the Zed. It's been one of his X Factor picks.
You need what I've been finding with Zed, as opposed to like Neferi or Kiana. Zed needs a good comp to be into, whereas Neferi Kiana just need like a good matchup in jungle to be into. Zed is not good enough as a champion to be. Yeah, it's not enough to be
the
just
LCK
going to
launch
be.
Party. Oh my god, that's cool.
and get
Go, 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 go.
revenge for being passed over, right? Like Hope replaced for Viper, replaced for Ruler. Kael trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah, the team of rejects are out.
Seeking redemption from some of his international performances, as we talked about. Shanks being on WE for so long, being stuck there, coming to this team. And then Flandra, again, Flandra's always just kind of vibing, but he's proving still that he is a top LPL top laner.
Yeah, Shanks and Hope stuck together on Team WE, going towards Anyone's Legend.
Did you drop the stream volume?
Yes, because chat was saying it was too loud. I mentioned that earlier.
Yes.
But I did that just because they couldn't hear us.
That's fine.
That we had hoped that it would come to
Can
this
we
for this specific
up the
matchup
volume and
between
drop the desktop
LPL
volume a little?
and the LPL killers on the side of T1. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm trying to see if we get an update on when we're going to the stage. I think we still have a small delay, so let us ask the casters a question. We've been talking so much. Is there anything we missed? What are you looking out for in Game 5?
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am looking for this game to be the best.
Give us a heads up where that's at, guys. If it needs change again, I can do it. Oh, why is the volume thing still hovering? That's very annoying.
Because if you do it like this, and you go out on this side of the, if you go click it and you go out on the bottom side of the screen, or go too quickly, then it will. So you have to do is like you have to go here, go up, so this it goes off the hotbar, and then you move it off.
Sure. Okay.
What's the problem with that?
No. Say that
Sam, you asked the question. Why is it that?
No, it's more like that wasn't me complaining at you. That was me going, that's dumb from YouTube, is what I was actually going at.
That's because it's 2 screens. It doesn't do it on single screen, but it does it for 2 screens.
Game 5 Jinx.
Game 5 Jinx?
That's a fair.
I mean, that's something which Tabe was talking about a lot. He's just saying, look, we just pick Jinx in Game 5 because it wins.
That is a Tabe thing.
Dude, if we get, like, Hope, Guma, Hyper carry off, that'd be kind of crazy. Because I think,
you could Senna here for Guma. But I think if you Jinx, you might get Callisted.
T1 in Game 5 versus not LPL. I mean, they've won versus not LPL at Worlds, too. It's just...
I mean, they beat Gen G last year, right?
Yep, yeah, they did. They beat Gen G in Game 5.
About as legit as it gets.
Yeah, for sure. 23, what did they do that? They just went through full LPL. Yeah, they slaughtered LPL throughout the whole bracket.
That was Dracos line versus T1 against the LPL, and they like those odds, which was a killer line.
Oh, they beat Gen G in 4 games. Sorry, not in 5 games. Sorry, yes, you're right. Yeah.
On the table for the taking. But it's not easy. There's a reason no one else has been able to do it to T1 at Worlds.
I mean,
Caitlyn Lux.
Years since the LPL has ever been
Carrier finally gets the Lux play.
True. That would be kind of big for him.
And now anyone's legend.
Dude, if anyone's Legends year ends like this, that'd be so tragic for them. That being said, that's just what happens when you draw T1, you know?
Yeah, T1 are... I don't know whether they're the protagonists or the inevitable doom.
And show how they're on anyone's legend, a team that would essentially would finish at the bottom of the pack for so long, and then they add in Tabe, and suddenly they start to pick it up. Where they
oh man, if they lose it, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, folks. I think if T1 get off the ground and win a 5-game series, I think T1 are just, I think they're gonna take off, folks.
I fear for top esports at that point.
All year long, thanks to the play that they had.
All right, let's see draft prep, because I think Coma versus Tabe here could be quite important as well.
I've finally been able to do what no LPL
Isn't Guma good at Xayah? Very good at Xayah, yes.
Xayah is
whereas Hope is not a very good Xayah. That being said, I think a lot of the dive comps are kind of gone. So I'm not sure, because Vi and Nocturne are both gone from, and Ambessa are gone, so Xayah has less threats there. Are we finally into draft? That looks like a draft camera
looks like a draft camera angle, I know. Nice stage lighting, by the way. That looks good.
It's very cool. It's very... there we go.
Oh, yes.
I'm tense, Sam. I am tense.
Hold me.
Okay, Caitlyn banned, Azir's banned. They can first pick Orianna. T1 might not ban Orianna. They do, though, because I was wondering whether they would let the Orianna go through, then Akali. Alistar is still up. Yunara is still up. Those are 2 which are huge. Alistar, Yunara.
Look at that jungle pool. There's like very few AD junglers up now. Tarzan's a big Lee player as well.
Wow, MF ban.
I mean, it's maybe they're just getting rid of some of the wombo combo easy. It's also lane dominant, right?
Trundle's gone. Do you ban the Alistar? It might actually be a first pick Alistar, you know?
I think you might get Renated if you do that.
I think Alistar's a much stronger champion. I think Renata's, even though Kerry is good at it, you don't have like Nocturne Renata.
No.
You might get like full mage with an Alistar frontline. Yunara ban. I think Alistar being up is the huge one, folks.
Do we just Alistar?
have to keep your
Alistair's
eyes on.
huge here, no?
Has drifted out of the meta,
Even though you
but
can get kind of big bot
certainly
lane.
still a
Holy
very
shit. Are
strong
we
hit.
really?
First thing, Tame sticks to his guns.
Fucking hell, man.
He stands on business.
Oh my
And
god.
that business is game 5
Tame is just like, what the fuck? I mean, oh Jesus Christ. And now what we might see,
my days.
guys, what we might see, see is a lane swap from AL level 1. Fucking hell, man.
Bloody hell, son.
Okay, so T1 need to think about pike lanes maybe. There's no Braum.
Mundo?
Lane pressure for the... I mean, there's Aatrox still up. I think Flandre can still Aatrox.
Yeah, he'll be fine with that.
I think the big thing about the Renekton is that you can't lane swap as easily now with the Jinx into the Renekton level 1.
Yeah, risky.
But it was the Renekton and the lead
Do you, Alistair?
in that game 3,
I think if Kyle gets Alistair, you're just in such big shit, though.
Very early lead where they played through that.
But I guess if you get full counter pick bot lane, that's a problem too. Because Kyle might just say, I want to go towards like a Tahm Kench.
Monday. What does Jinx do into Monday?
I mean, you still kill him, no?
Is that you?
You need peel. That's very low range. What have you got that's good against low range stuff?
I'm actually not a massive fan of Jinx into tanks, you know. I think it takes her too long to get to reset, and I don't think she builds out.
Both of these are bruises though, Juggernauts really. I haven't.
Go on, Tarzan. I will say Evelyn is surprisingly okay into Monday.
Sejuani's pretty good here, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Sejuani's pretty good here. Now you need some melee synergies. Silas is down. You can Akali. Oh, Lulu's so huge.
Yeah.
Now I think you might have to go for something like a pike lane, no?
I agree. Just get it in early. That lane, you just know your whole comp is make sure the Jinx gets resets and stays alive to get there.
Sejuani is never going to die with Lulu shields either.
But unless they lock that in now,
there is a world where Mundo just runs at you and you can't do jack all to stop him.
I think you can with Lulu, because Lulu just polys him or slows him with little lance sort of.
Yeah,
because Mundo ignores hard CC, not soft CC.
Mel?
Are you kidding me?
What?
Is that really?
It's him! You can reflect the ult. You can reflect the Sejuani ult and the rocket.
Here, the first one in the tournament so far.
I mean, is this bot lane or mid lane though?
Owner's first Mundo in his career.
I mean, this Mel.
This is fucking weird, folks.
So many different objects here. You've got the Sejuani ult. You've got the Super Mega Death Rocket that he can send back as well.
I think even Glitter Lances aren't bad reflects, you know.
Jinx, where she wants to try and get a reset,
it's not worth it.
Can be devastating if she doesn't actually set that up. So
I think you can reflect the poly. You can do that.
That could be huge. But now Jack's going to be banned away. Renekton counters like the Gnar are going to be taken away.
This is a weird ass draft, man. This game 5 fails for him.
Focus on the AD carries, or at least on the supports, has to be the call.
T1 have definitely gone in a more unusual direction. I think AL's is a lot more historically standard, right?
See what the response is here.
I think you have to ban Aatrox, no?
Protect towards this Jinx. Take away the pike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to ban anything which just flips bot lane.
I think Gnar's not a bad ban here either. Akali away from Shanks. Okay.
Also, do the X marks the spot for the execution through things like the Lulu shield or a lock.
So it's comfort and specialty picks.
Mel bot lane, yeah, it can be bot lane or mid lane. It's either one.
And Akali banned out, looking at the
do you ban Karma? Karma for lane pressure?
Yeah.
Not that it's great for your comp, but it's so good in 2v2.
From those two roles. As AL have one ban left.
Renata might not be awful. Like the Alistair, of course. We had been talking about it.
With that Alistair that we already mentioned earlier has been banned a lot throughout this
80 carry support counter pick. Probably the way.
Well, the Mel might be bot.
Yeah, true.
So I think you can pick support and leave it flexible between mid bot. You see the bot lane already, so you pick support now. I mean, Mel support isn't really a thing.
And of those, I would kind of lean towards Cassiopeia.
This would lock the Mel in mid.
The Syndra as possibilities. They provide a
Ash is
lot of
decent.
structure to 5-on-5
Agreed.
team fights.
But the problem is you can Mikhail's with the Lulu at some point.
You're fairly low damage in that regard because Mel doesn't have the highest DPS in the game either. I would have preferred the Aphelios maybe end up opting in towards something like the Thresh.
They might Callista this still. They might Callista. They might Callista Ash.
I mean, Syndra's not bad here actually.
Sticking out Tanky Boy for Flandre in the top lane.
Because you know it's likely the Mel. I mean, no, it could be Ash support and then still flexive Mel between mid bot.
Yeah.
Okay, we get a Syndra. That's an extra bit of pick CC. Not bad.
They do.
Aatrox, you called it out. Yeah, I think AL have got a much more well-rounded comp currently, but T1 are cooking something.
Mel is surprisingly short range, you know.
Yeah, she is.
She's shorter range than Syndra QE
like
at max range.
People get weirded out by her pressing R.
Oh, Ashe Seraphine.
Ashe Seraphine.
Okay, so it is the Mel mid. Now, the thing is, you can block Syndra ult if you reflect it, but let's be honest, Syndra probably kills you before it happens a lot of the time.
I mean, I think this Jinx Lulu could have a tough time.
She's going to be locked down immediately, and Ashe
No, Jinx Lulu will I mean, yeah, it is Guma carrier. Oh, fucking hell, man. Okay, I'm going to go have to some ads on, go a really long break. We'll put on like a 1 minute break.
Do it. Play for these massive team fights, but for T1, a lot resting on a strong mid game.
And I think Tarzan needs to pick his moment to ult very well, because if he ults the Mundo and Mundo blocks it with his passive, or Mel reflects it, could get very dicey. And you don't have the best melee synergies this game. You got the Aatrox, which is fair enough.
Owner's first pro play Mundo ever. You've got Faker on Mel. He's only played this champion.
That's a good note, Ghost. Mel doesn't reflect the spears back. Just drops them at the ground. So you can still Scout of the Week for free.
So much synergy, and it was Gumayushi in game 4.
Yeah, I thought that your ult got reflected.
Might be that, but not the scatter. So you can still hunt for scatters.
Yeah, no. I know that one because it's But like the ults, I'm pretty sure it does get reflected. But that's what I was talking about. Yeah, but fucking hell. And of course, there's reset Aatrox Jinx. So if you fuck up as T1, double resets go wild. You don't have the bot lane laning phase has got to be mega for T1. Mundo will never die in this Tom. I don't think that's true. I think that Aatrox is very good at killing Mundo.
To see if they can take down a T1 that no one else could.
Want everyone to soak in this moment. This is what esports
I'm
is all
so
about.
tense.
You're right.
In China, I know. With LPL looking to try and for the first time ever eliminate T1 from Worlds.
I'm afraid that Aatrox is going to be unkillable with Lulu Shield. That is a worry. I think Sejuani Aatrox with Lulu Shields get very, very tanky.
Yeah, that is there is a very scary option. There it is again.
2023. They've got a typo on the graphic with JDG Weibo top esports.
Yeah.
Tournament. They have not lost a single time. They 3-0'd their opponents 5 times.
Yeah, it's 20.
3-1 4 times.
23, not 20.
13.
And even if T1 wins this one, that will still be the 3rd time that an LPL team has taken them the distance in the best of 5 stage. Anyone's legend has as good a chance as anyone's ever had at stopping T1
so
here.
Shanks had a bit of a mare last game, as did Hope. They are choosing to go standard lanes. You got to see how the first skill shots of the game go. Shield start from Kyle, no surprise, I suppose. They can just soak the wave. You'll notice how like Hope and Kyle are like basically not hitting the wave unless when they have to, you know.
I do get a little bit like I know I can't remember who I was talking to. So some of the coaches saying like.
You have to go for a cleanse.
If you like, Jinx can run into issues if it's going to be difficult to get her a reset, and I do wonder with some of the bruisery front lines and some of like the Seraphine shields, it might be quite difficult to get Jinx excited in the first place because Jinx takes a while to become a tank killer.
Yeah, but Syndra Aatrox don't. I think in mid game Syndra Aatrox do it and stuff like Sejuani. If Sejuani actually gets like a good amount of damage into the front line, it's a problem too.
Can he steal some Raptors?
Not a level 2. Oh, he does. Shit, he does. Oh, that's annoying. He gets the small ones. He gets the small ones.
I think, though.
Yeah, it denies the level 3, which is crucial.
Yeah, it denies level 3. It's fucking huge.
Execute. I mean, Mel, the passive.
That's true.
The bane of so many jungle
it's such a nightmare, by the way.
Annoying that Shanks couldn't come over and trade.
Got shoved in early.
A little bit of extra pressure. It's those small things that do end up adding up and
gets hit by the full. Shanks, come on, man. Shanks has kind of been choking in lane versus Faker the last 2 games.
The immediate Sejuani CC and look to scale.
Yeah,
Look, the last 2 games, AL have had basically like 3 lost waves, 3 lost lanes early in terms of wave push, which is just not fantastic, you know. The comp, if it survives, is great, but you need to get to that point. Last game, they very nearly got to that point, but it was too far behind. It took an Ats counter to bring him back into it. And now the wave's in a really shit spot for Shanks. Owner can deny the cannon, maybe. No, man, I think it's actually an HP. You can W it away.
Yeah.
Went back to Wolves and now is completely fully wrapped around. So when Owner goes to the top side,
Can Tarzan make anything happen bot? He is pinging for bot side Scuttle Crab.
Your Q is very long cooldown. You see the ward in river there.
Okay, so he's... Hang on.
Oh, his slow doesn't land.
Tarzan's coming.
Glance, that's really good.
Oh, Guma gets one.
No, Guma doesn't get it. Guma doesn't get it. Guma doesn't. It's Carrier that gets it. So Guma dies, loses the XP, and Hope gets the kill. Now, you're losing bot Scuttle for this as well. So Guma doesn't get it, importantly.
Can Owner interrupt the TP back in. From the Renekton to get the wave shove, nasty. So they're lane swapping off it as well.
Flandre can teleport bot lane. They're lane swapping it, but the thing is that AL get to collect like both of the.
That really does hurt Hope. He wanted to pick
Well,
up that big wave.
no, but Hope gets to pick up the wave in top lane anyway.
Aatrox cleared it out, didn't he? Before he TP'd down.
No, he froze the wave in front of the tower.
I'm pretty sure it's crashed in.
For KL, Gumayusi in these early stages has so much damage on the Ashe, is able to take him down.
Oh, maybe it was full crash. Not sure actually.
Like Hope resets because the TP from Doran. And look at the
yeah, he's down a lot of CS. Yeah, no, he did lose the full wave. I thought he held it outside a turret when Renekton went away.
Get the kill, it's still Gumayusi with the gold lead.
And in fairness, Seraphine with gold, like any enchanter getting gold early is always a bit scary. They use gold better than most support purely because of how many valuable items you can get from it.
Lost the cannon there too. Down XP.
We're down like pretty much every summoner down here as well. Carrier's still got Flash. That's probably the one to keep your eyes on alongside the potential cleanse. Yeah.
Which is an important summoner because you have roots and slows.
Can you cleanse polymorph?
Yes.
And T1 have a long history with very potent
She polymorph is listed like explicitly alongside the other side's types of CC and cleanse description. So when you hover over description, it says it removes,
here we go again.
slows, roots, stuns, polymorphs.
Good spot on Tarzan.
Tarzan here as well is going to find his way back to that
Shields from Kyle are doing decent work. But you're just losing so much farm, man.
1,000 gold lead for T1 already.
Yeah, again, they've picked 3 losing lanes and Tarzan's borne the brunt of that, sadly.
And what does Tarzan do, right? Like, I think he's done the best of...
yeah, no, in the last 2 games, it's not on him. It's on, you know... Yeah.
And it's been like a team effort as well, right? Faker at level 2 roams in, steals a load of little chickens. Like shove bot allows for,
and these are
all
lanes.
over the place.
The solo lanes, AL picked them into T1.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
They do look comfortable, but AL, they learn from MSI. They're the ones with the Jinx, and they even added a Lulu on top of it. If they can get some money...
I do appreciate the fact that Tabe in Game 5 just stands on business, because it's Jinx hours.
Yeah, he says we just win on Jinx in Game 5. But then you're doing that against T1 in Game 5, who are very good against lane pressure like
same angle as last time.
And that's what Tarzan's trying to do, but Carrier spots him out.
Oh, you can't get rooted by Seraphine if you are if you have passes up with the E, because you have to be slowed and you can't be slowed.
So right. I suppose there's a world where if you get right, I suppose it wouldn't matter because the armor would last long enough for the second stone not to stack either. I finished my center halfway through there. I was just thinking if you had like the, you can sometimes get like the root upgraded to a stun by having a first instance of slow on.
Which is what Ashe does. Yeah. If Ashe ults and you land the E, then it goes immediately into the root and then stun for the second one.
T1 just maintaining this massive farm advantage here in the 2v2 top side as Gumayusi 20 CS ahead of Hope.
So nice for Mundo, just power farming away.
Yeah, Tarzan is so far behind, man. You just can't afford to give like this easy winning early game of T1 because now what you're hoping is T1 makes a mistake which gets your team into the game and gets you online. But that's a gamble, you know?
Yeah.
You're losing agency in the game like that. This is kind of how G2 were playing like 2021 when they had like the Jankos Targamas Flakiv roster, where they would pick like a huge scaling roster which would be really, really good if they got into the game. And it was good enough at points, but then you come up against good enough international competition, you couldn't get online ever.
But look at the vision that's already been set up by T1 on this bottom side, right? They know if Tarzan ever tries to make a play on the bottom side, and Gumayusi clear out mid.
Yeah, I think that's a big point too. Like Shanks, so Shanks getting shoved in early has like a little bit of CS lead, but this is right. Yeah, you're actually pretty good as Syndra into Mel a lot of the time.
And Mel just held her back for Lost Chapter, whereas on the other side, Shanks has gone Boots on this.
Boots is fine.
Yeah.
Boots
Arrow, interrupt.
very, very, very.
Means grubs are now guaranteed to be.
Well, they would have gone down anyway, because they were resetting. They're already going down, rather. It really doesn't make a difference there, no?
Yeah, the kills are only 1-1, but T1 is solidly.
I mean, best you'd be is like an inner tower right now is the time they all fell. Even if you'd reset at that point, I'm pretty sure. And you don't have spellbook for spellbook teleport either.
Early neutral objectives claimed by T1. No contest from AL.
Okay, so 1,000 gold lead for T1, 3 grubs first dragon.
Like you're saying by the arrow from Gumayushi.
And it's not like it gets easier. T1 spikes so well off of a single
Blade of the Ruin King's probably quite good for because you're as an Ashe this game as well. Because like what the tanks this game on most of the HP, even the Wild Growth is giving you HP, right? So
feel like they're T1 favored. And at that stage,
I'm not sure I agree with Dagda there saying that it doesn't get easier because at one item you have a lot of options. Yes, T1 spike hard, but you do too. And I think your comp does have a lot of options versus T1.
Can Shanks and Flandre do enough? But
is it Blade or Kraken? I think that Ashe pretty much always goes Kraken now.
So you may well be right, actually. I don't see a lot of Ashe as part of it. But you guys might be right on that one. I was just thinking, Blade into Sejuani, into Aatrox, into potential Lulu Wild Growth. I could see the value of that.
Getting to this same point against T1, nearly qualifying for that MSI final, but missing out. Owner looking maybe.
No melee synergy. This is LPL really liked using melee synergies for Sejuani, but on the whole, like LCK has always been okay without it, and Tarzan is one of the players that came from that era of kind of school of thought.
Another couple plates.
He misses every briefcase. He lost his passive already as well.
I guess that might have led to a
finally hits a briefcase.
But the triple void growths are doing so much value. Guma with the ultimate, trying to see if they could go for Kael. Don't
poke,
get anything,
I guess.
But even if they don't,
they really want to poke around. Is this just trying to set up for the dragon in a minute? I think T1 they want to lock down this for the second dragon.
So many times before from T1. And as long as they can continue to chip away at this turret, they're getting the goal they want. Hope is being denied.
Tarzan is understandably just trying to keep a presence around, but he's still here.
Jesus, they really want this. There is.
Good side stat.
I mean, Guma just blocks with the cleanse, no, as well. He just holds onto it. But now Owner's here as well. It's not bad, but Hope has no mana to fight now. Okay.
Briefcase landed to take Hope down low. I mean, you've got Wild Growth, so it's always a little bit deceptive, but still.
He's not scared of the Sejuani at all. They complete the push.
So T1 get the full lockdown on bot side and they get good positioning on Dragon.
And the stacking should continue.
Could be worse for Flandre actually. Ready for his key to come back up. Now it's not great. And again, like I don't think Flandre's individual laning is really how you beat T1. I mean, they obviously got very close in game 5 here, right? Hang on, Tarzan can actually steal this.
Carry is looking
potential. Yeah. Doesn't have flash and Q. He could have flashed over and then went for it. But Mundo's actually got very good secure damage with Q ult. Oh, not Q ult, Q smite.
Yeah. What's W ult? Later, your blunt force trauma.
That's your E.
Like as a secure.
That's your E. Not your W.
All of the eyes are on you.
I think it's okay, but your Q does % HP damage. It's very good on them. In fact, it only does % HP damage. Doesn't even scale off anything else. Okay, gets a camp back at least.
Something. You take what you can get bluntly.
Just pushing in, gaining little advantages, objective after objective.
Phase rush is the wrong choice. No. Phase rush is non-optional versus like Ashe Seraphine slows and then also Renekton when they're running at you. Even though it's worse for lane, you need Tarzan. That's the wrong target. That's not bad. That's not bad. This is okay. He doesn't have ult though. There's still Seraphine ult.
Oh, Kerry's dead. There we go. Okay, there we go.
There's a Jinx ult in there too. Does he have another stun?
Oh, no, Faker got to reflect.
So Shanks just did the one fucking thing you can't do against Mel, which is just press your ult and while she says ult up. So that's what I was saying. That's the one thing you can reflect in the kit. Holy shit.
That's 2 kills for Hope. That's massive. That gets Hope right back in the game.
Hope is right back in the game. And also Flandre, very good teleport from him. Like, and this is what we're saying, you know, anyone's legend pick quite a greedy draft where they need to buy some time to get into the lane, into the game. This is the kind of play where you get that.
It's not a great encore, actually.
No, it's not. They split well. And Flandre has a great angle.
Carrier did have flash.
Why does he ult this, man? Why does he ult that? Actually, yeah, well, whatever.
I wonder whether Carrier could have flashed over the wall for the ult.
To ever win Worlds. There's a reason why the LPL has relied on him before, and just now anyone's legend.
Okay.
Once more.
Still, like, it's still a decent position in the game for T1. They're the ones with the early objectives.
The ult wasn't reflected. I'm actually not sure about that now, actually, as well, because I didn't see. Well, the balls don't fall on the ground, which is why it looks weird, right?
So it looked like the damage came.
Oh, sorry, that was just the ult, not the roll. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad.
That's my bad. I shouted that out first. That's my fault.
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Okay, so Cap said it as well. Right. Okay, now I'm just now you're gaslamping me.
Yeah, I think the damage got reflected. The balls stayed where they were. I think it's the way it works.
Yeah, because you don't spawn extra balls as Mel reflects in the ult.
Yes, but I saw them going back the other way, so I'm fairly certain.
Yeah. And now Flandra's a level up. He's doing pretty. My worry is this Renekton gets really not great value after a certain while. Good trade from Flandra. Doran has to teleport anyway, so he doesn't care too much. Okay, so T1 are going to be looking at... it's a Hex Soul, which is obviously fucking huge, right?
When it comes towards the Rift Herald, when it comes towards Dragons, anyone's legend
Hope's cashed in the Cull as well, which is big. He's actually got a gold lead now.
Yeah, and he was also top lane pushing when that last fight happened.
In the previous game.
And that's after T1 got how many plates for Goomer and Carrier? Like 4?
Oh, he's trying to stop the recoil.
Might stop one anyway.
Oh, that's decent.
You can hear the crowd losing it every time something happens.
Well, look, Chinese crowd, hang on, they stopped it again with Redemption. They just stopped Doran backing like 3 times in a row. He still has teleport. He still has this. So now he'll actually lose a wave here.
Lulu's coming as well. You need to back. There's Hex Gates behind. T1 haven't Doran's dead. The Redemption.
There's an Ash Shower across map if you want to see. So he had to use his ult though.
Yeah. And then Redemption's down. Minute and a half till Dragon.
I think Renekton ult first. Yeah, Renekton ult first tank will be up for that still.
Yeah. It's level 11 too, so it's short of cooldown.
I don't know if there is level 11 as he hit that though.
Pretty sure he was, yeah.
He only got a tiny bit of XP like that.
When you look at that Redemption, but the timing for AL, it feels like it's not about the Rift Herald. It's about going for this bot lane turret instead.
Exactly. This is the first turret of the game. That's going to win them the feats as well.
So they're going to get feats of strength. Okay, because they stopped Renekton. Okay, so they just say, fuck it, you can have your Herald.
They're saying, fine, take the Herald. That'll get you a turret later.
So they have this. And now what that means is you get upgraded defensive boots for your front line, which is really big, I think.
You see Faker trying to clear out that top way, but you have to be so careful. And Excited Jinx starting to rip through that play.
And that's with 3 grubs and after all the shove earlier as well. This is, but that one TP flank might actually have won them the game. We'll see.
That play in top river may well have won AL the series.
It's not done yet.
No, job's not. Of course not. Of course not. There's plenty more ways to throw this, right?
T1 are going to have to deal with.
You have double Merc Treads, which can be upgraded into the upgraded Merc Treads, which are insane for this game, I think. Ona's a lot of XP ahead in jungle, but then Mundo's much more of a power farmer.
And trying to take advantage of those small timing windows.
See what Ona can do with this Mundo, because there is still a world where like you just end it with a Mundo kind of slightly ignored, just running at squishy members, and you're going, oh Jesus.
Pushing that one out. He bides his time in the brush before deleting the minion wave, and then can rotate over to the rest of the team.
And even though they did throw the lead that they had when AL was able to punish with Flandra's TP to join the fight in the last big engage.
Anyone's Legend have had a hell of a lot of games versus T1 this year, folks. They had an MSI, well, I've had it a couple of times, haven't they?
EWC as well.
Yeah. Dragon's up now. T1 actually getting forced out of river first. AL at the river first. You have Lulu to keep you topped up and shield some of the poke. Renekton's getting... Okay, this is a pretty good push from T1. That's a good stun on Faker. They were trying to see if they can get the rebuttal in. Herald isn't going to full kill the turret. Okay, T1 actually have a decent angle here. They're in a 5-man clump. They don't have a flank, and that's actually quite worrying for T1. Doran might all in Flandra. In fact, I think that's what his name's name.
They've got the ward that's spotting him out. Hope got taken half. Encore! Flash!
No, he missed! Carrier! Carrier fucked it!
Rebuttal onto Tarzan.
While gloating, hell, that's close. They still have Jinx ult. I think T1 win it anyway. Yeah, even with Carrier messing the ult.
That was nearly sick from Carrier, actually.
But he fucked it. I think now Carrier doesn't have flash. They might... Did they spot that? I'm not sure. Maybe they did.
It was on vision. It was on vision.
T1, they're on Soul Point. That's a big win for them. Huge win for them, even though they mess up the fight. Doran did the right thing of cutting off Flandra, so he couldn't get the mega flank. And Carrier messed up the ult, but it doesn't matter. T1 still get the dragon.
And you still got flash off Tarzan. I think Kyle might have healed to give him just that little bit of move speed as well.
I don't think it mattered at that point, but yeah.
But again, like your Jinx hasn't come online. You're sitting on 1 item on Shanks. You did get 1 hero play.
It was the Kraken on the Ashe as well, which makes sense.
This is where T1 are just so strong.
Yeah, T1, I think actually by the time the next dragon comes up, that will be the turning point of the game in terms of AL should be online for that, because they'll be at 2 items. Yeah. I think at 2 items, AL do start to overtake a bit.
I will say Ashe with Hexol, Mundo with Hexol, two of the more obnoxious options because they've got such repeatable slows from massive range away.
I mean, the thing with Ashe is that her regular slow is good enough, really.
But it's you know, if you tag one person, it hits everyone else as well. It makes it very hard to avoid getting hit by the lightning repeatedly.
Then T1 are just going to win out with the
like one Ashe W slowing. Hang on, Shanks is looking for a. Ooh. You shouldn't have walked there. Ah, man, I think actually there was a chance there to do something fun.
Or was trying to flash to reposition to catch Hope.
Wasn't just out of range anyway.
Yeah, Faker was just radiant volleying the bush just in case there was jungler there.
T1 get the objective. They're going to continue to push out waves, and now we just wait 3 minutes until
yeah, with 3 grubs, with 3 dragons, T1 have got quite a lot of ways to play the map. Is my one worry for AL. Well, one of my many worries just in general right now.
It feels like T1 should be able to brute force their way in once more.
Tarzan's actually keeping up in farm quite well now.
Total gold, 7,000.
T1 will be able to get Tao top. Aatrox likes to do well versus the Renekton in the side lane, but the problem was in the last fight, Flandre was completely just gutted from the flank.
Jinx having a pop-off moment in the team fight is exactly what AL needs if they want to find a huge win.
I think either Jinx or Aatrox getting a good flank, good fight with a reset.
Massive, yeah.
Everything right.
Because if they do get the resets, you know, those two running off at Akuma. Akuma?
He has cleanse.
Okay, yeah.
He has cleanse and flash. He's
I was wondering whether they could blow one.
Carrier has heal and ult behind him too. I think you're fine. If anything, you can even tank it, you know.
I was wondering whether you could look to blow one of them because you had a couple minutes until the next dragon.
There's Nash arrow.
Owner can walk on the front line and they
nice block.
Start out with a little bit of poke here.
Yeah, they wanted to at least get the cleanse out of Hope there.
I'm sweating. I'm just watching the game. Yeah, genuinely, I've got clammy palms.
What might be happening. He steps in front of Hope.
Oh, that would have been on the person without the cleanse.
Owner.
Polymorph's good.
Chompers are used. Owner with the flash up the wall, trying to stay alive. Scatter the weak from Shanks.
TP.
No, Hope's very low HP.
They interrupted the TP. Doran interrupted the TP.
Doran interrupted the TP. That would have been insane. Yeah, really big. TP interrupts insane.
Okay. So you get flash on Owner for TP on Flandre, basically. Atakan. And Doran's joining Flandre, hasn't. Oh my days, hang on.
So Doran can actually make it up there.
Small burgers out.
No. T1 will peel off now. I think they've been spotted out soon enough. They were trying to. Hang on, Doran should be having a flash and a slice, okay. So now Doran doesn't. Well, he has TP too.
Here we go.
They've managed to leash it. Vision from Redemption. They didn't actually take any damage from that.
Hex gates.
This is a flip, folks. Come on. Doran's on the flank. Doran's on a very good flank, actually.
Flandre.
It's Flandre. This is a
route onto Tarzan. Oh, fake it. Oh, wall growth. Oh, encore.
Hang on, Flandre. Reset. They get Doran. Holy shit, this could be it.
It's not enough. Flandre's in danger.
No, he's fine. Oh, no. Two people there. So now, both jungles down.
Oh, golden clips and Faker. Just press R.
Holy shit.
Shanks and Kyle trying to get away. Guma,
can they just execute from Faker? Execute from Faker.
Oh, execute from Faker!
Oh, he has it! Execute from Faker! What? Faker with an execute. It's Mel. Mel passive.
No, but I mean, the Syndra QW was actually more damage there. Like, the execute doesn't actually matter that much. Holy fuck. Fucking hell.
Faker just outplayed.
He just gets to stack up so much on Flandre, man. Holy fuck.
That's genuinely insane from Flandre. He really does a lot of work, doesn't he?
Flandre does his damn best here, man.
The infernal chains pulled Owner back. He couldn't quite break him.
Oh, Jesus Christ. How much HP does it go down to? So we get it. So guys, we now get like Soul in 10 seconds, by the way.
Now they're on the hunt once again.
Hope's on 2 items. This could be the game-changing fight, folks. Fucking hell.
So's Guma. So's Faker. Everyone basically is.
Who doesn't have flash? I mean, Owner, Doran, Carrier, Guma don't have flash. I think actually T1 needs to give this up. They don't have flashes. This could actually lose them the game by going for this. They don't have flashes. I think that's super dangerous. No.
They cannot afford to give that
yeah.
away. Hope looking for
There's a lot of flashes they're into.
Shanks has flash. You have an Ashe ult.
Look at Shanks.
Yeah, they know he's on the flank. Doran just got stunned by him. Flandre's also looking for the flank. Flandre, please don't get picked on a flank again. Okay, that's not bad, actually. And also, the Dragon's hurting them quite nastily.
Redemption. Hey, Seraphine's still holding her empowered ability. Solar Snare onto Flandre.
Dashes out of the queue, though. Fucking hell. Flandre back over the other side of the wall. Guma,
Arrow.
They have... Hang on, do they have Siege to see? He has Flash out, so they wasted the Ash ult. Doran's wasted his ult as well.
Does it matter?
This is going to come down to a smite, folks. Oh my god, it's going to come down to a
resetting again.
Now there's no Ash ult to threaten on the side now. Okay, Flandre gets a Q in there. Not bad from Shanks.
Smite fight. It's a flip. Taken. Encore.
But resets.
Lash, Faker probably dies.
He also has Flash. I think he actually...
Doran?
Okay, 2 down. There's no Baron.
Shanks has another kill, and Tarzan is chasing after.
Oh, okay, Faker's gonna die as well.
That's a minute until Baron. Can they do anything with that?
I don't think they can. Their soul for T1 is fucking huge. Oh, this is so tense. Holy.
They'll get the mid-turret. That's a lot of gold.
But Hex Soul is Hex Soul, man. Fucking hell, man. Hex Soul versus a better scaling comp. Jesus Christ, man.
The scaling's still good from T1.
Shanks, the reason they go for this is they go for like a... Oh, fucking hell, man.
They tried to poly Mondo, which is a little late.
He can still smite when that happens, no? Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I guess you can. Fucking hell, man. I am so tense.
For the entire duration of the game now, Hex Tech slows are so annoying for AL. The Ash poke, the Mel poke. T1 can utilize this so effectively.
And you can see there, Hope couldn't quite get the damage onto the targets that were falling, never got excited, never able to follow up and really use that pocket Lulu to turn that fight completely in their favor. And now Baron on the cards.
Jesus
and
Christ,
an early
man.
third item for Hope.
I mean, you have Feats of
like
Strength.
T1 have the advantage,
There's Adacon for T1, Hex Soul.
This is so big.
Hope is getting to a point where he's insanely strong, but
all of the power of the Otacon and the soul for the side of T1. Hope really wants to get that third item fully
surely T1 don't just 5-game a team again at Worlds, man.
Clutch moments, Flowers. Faker secured the Otacon owner.
Yeah, but Atacon's so...
This is a really good pick. Oh!
He's alright, shield.
By the scout of the week, but there is enough distance and the shielding from Keria to make sure that there's no follow-up from AL after.
I actually did wonder whether Tarzan threw the ult to the other person.
Owner's beginning to stink.
Good damage on Owner. He does have Flash. Oh, he just... Shit, he just executed. Syndrome passive. Hope. Tarzan
doesn't have Flash.
Faker doesn't have Flash. Holy shit, this is Baron. Golden Eclipse back.
Even into Hex, so you just lost your mid-jungle.
Oh my god, they don't have smite for Baron. T1 have to... What do they do? They don't have the damage. The Ash can't hypercarry this. Oh my god, Shanghai's fucking erupting. Oh yeah, Shanks has failed his son.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Kerry and Guma also do a lot of...
Don't stand on the fucking Baron damage.
Carrier.
Doran has Flash.
Carrier.
Shanks very good stun. Shanks just got a massive stun.
Oh, Guma's still trading onto him.
Okay. Oh my god.
Guma could kill them all still.
No, he can't. He doesn't have damage for that.
I don't know.
He's trying.
I don't know.
No,
oh my
not even
god.
Close. Not even close. They just can't do it. Ash is not the hyper carry, man. Ash is not the hyper carry.
Shanks had to flash for a stun there, though.
What this means,
they don't get Baron.
Fucking hell, man. Baron is dead. Owner's back alive. Extra. Can they just do it again off his spawn? But like Shanks gets a stun onto Doran on the flank here. Right here. Gets it right there. So Doran can't do anything. Oh, Doran almost had the hero play, man. Guma is trying his fucking best, folks.
For another stun to barely clip
Fuck
onto
me.
Gumayushi and set up.
I mean, if Shanks doesn't hit that stun, Guma genuinely cleans them, I think.
No, he doesn't clean them. No, he gets one at best. One at best.
Of Gumayushi's arrow that denied the follow-up from T1.
Now Ash doesn't have summoners.
The Jinx alive that kept
neither does Shanks. Hope does. Hope does.
I think it's more important that T1 have summoners though, because they've got more melees. Well, I say that. No, they got 2 melees, but their melees are the ones which are diving in, and they need the flashes more, I think. Dragon in 2 minutes. Do AL look to force Baron? No, I don't think they do. I think they want to get just random picks out of vision, don't they?
Calling now for when he hits that Mundo. This is a 5,000 gold lead versus a Dragon stolen Otacon. And gentlemen, we are now less than 2 minutes away from
Shanks has almost full stacks. He needs 8 more.
And you're still
He's got 10 stacks in the Dark Seal as well.
The main late game of T1 coming online in Owner. He's only level 13.
I actually don't think Owner's late game matters versus this comp. I think Syndra just shreds, you know?
Dragon. Whereas when you look at Hope, should be able to reset and pick up his final, his third item in this game, have that opportunity to cut through some
Fuck
of these
me, man. Hope's getting towards Mortal Reminder now.
Flandre's performance in this game has been
He's been
Flandra's been mega. Flandra's been mega.
Shanks as well has hit the
Hope's been quiet. He'll be quiet up until he gets a big reset. And I think also the other thing is that T1 have been making sure to get some chunk onto Hope. You'll notice that there's, I think they just gave him a cannon, because next time he levels up, if he gets one more cannon, he'll get to 120,
which is massive.
Which then, so he gets one more level and one more cannon or one more stun combo. He'll get to 120, which is basically like a half death cap.
So he's got Crypt Bloom as well.
Dr. Mundo, and you think, man, this guy should be scared of getting picked. But that's what happened in the last fight. That's how AL found
Oh
their
my
moment.
god.
And now,
Can they win versus Hexsoul?
Mundo's also just 2 items. He's just not that
I think AL just scale better with, and they have a gold lead. I think the Hexsoul doesn't matter as much. I think they scale better. They have way more available CC. I mean, really, T1 are looking on like 2 ults from bot lane and Faker's root, whereas you've got
30 seconds, and AL are in the river first for once.
All eyes on Hope.
And they'll take the Elder. They'll take Elder over Baron.
Don't like Kraken against 2 tanks. I kind of would have liked to Blade Glory King myself. I'm not going to lie.
I think Tarzan's also been spectacular, folks. I think this guy's actually been so good this series. Even with the early lead, he's done so much work. He's now at 900 gold ahead despite the early start.
At the hands of T1, and it's this band of misfits that are taking T1.
Yeah, anyone's legend as a project has been built over years, man. You know, they brought in Hexsoul is scary as hell. Shanks is spotted.
Hope does not want to suffer.
All it takes is a miracle arrow, an overstep. If Flandre doesn't get a good flank, you have a Hexsoul. Maybe it comes down to a smite. Owner won it. Well, they won out of Khan. They won the Soul.
And you're still trying to. I think Mundo's just very hard to outsmart.
Shanks is the one who's actually on the flank right now. Flandre is too. I don't know. I think AL have actually given up their positioning a bit too much.
Again.
Trying to clear out waves.
They have to. T1 have better wave control.
Yeah.
Scuttle the Crab spot out wards. Shit me.
You have to be so careful.
Owner's not hit a lot of good brief courses, I'll say that.
Slows you. It can give T1 the opportunity to chase you down. As Flandre on the
Another one
reset
missed.
picked up his GA.
I don't know. They've just given up. They've losing the battle for the division here. Trying to take red buff for the team-wide buff. I don't know. You've just given up full position on this.
But so slowly. Flandre going to move forward, try to clear away the control ward. They're going in after the
Flandre. I actually don't think this is enough. He gets the healing from the redemption.
I think let's go! Encore! The encore hit like everyone.
Oh no, it's too much. Oh, Guma's gonna suck.
Oh, Doran. Oh, it was a really good encore from Carrier.
Reset.
Does it matter? No.
Hope. Are you kidding me? How did they fucking throw that? I don't know. I don't think they can. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's true. Does it matter?
They have red buff to heal him up a little bit. Oh no, this is. He doesn't have Ultra and Ender now. If they can get reset.
Oh no!
Reset.
Reset. Hope has to cleanse. Hope had to cleanse.
Yeah, you have
reload. The Mel can execute him still.
Fucking hell, man.
My Faker's got no mana. Faker's got no mana.
But Guma does. Oh, the healing.
Guma! Oh, execute from Faker.
Team fighting to win legend for another delayed ace. T1 kite into the
how do they keep doing this, man? How do they keep doing this? Fucking hell, I'm screaming like a. Oh my god. Vocal cords, man.
And the hex gates are at the ready.
Oh, I love League of Legends.
Oh my god, man.
That is up. But can they stand?
But Elder, okay, so Elder doesn't go down. Elder doesn't go down. Baron doesn't go down. So we go again.
This wave, and in just a moment, all 5 members of T1 will amass around
the
Elder.
Why do we not have double elimination? Oh Jesus, man! I think the Hexsoul is going wild. Faker was really clutch there. Hope made the mistake of firing a W into rebuttal, and he got W'd, and it applied a Mel stack.
Yeah.
Hope made a big mistake there. So they're gonna have Elder. Oh Jesus!
Just got enough mana for the execute. Oh my god. And right reflect, Lamau.
I think they fucked it again in a game 5 versus T1. Happened at MSI.
Having both
oh Jesus Christ!
Means that they can tear through anyone's legend.
With the power of the Elder, they've got to secure this one. AL, what are they even going to do? You have to try and turtle and wait out these super powerful endgame buffs now.
So now you've got Elder and Baron. How have T1 threaded the needle again? How do they keep doing this?
Every possible advantage you could have in League of Legends, T1
And, you know, it's not like Hope is an infedge or anything.
2 minutes.
While everyone else
And I don't think Shanks has had, like, the kill. I think T1 have been just team fighting so much better on the whole.
They have.
has already been cemented in
The plot armor continues, folks. Plot armor continues. Bright lights, merchants.
Baron empowered,
Just so good. The gold leads, yeah, completely vanish. It's good damage from Shanks. But
Ona's actually 0-5 and 6. He's not had fun on this Monday.
no, he's not. Well, he's had good smites, but
yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's true. Most of what they end up doing is they end up saving mid lane because Tarzan kind of protects Hopes. There's one inhib down.
That's all that anyone's
Bit of vision, bit of poke, stops resets. If it's only, folks, if it's only the top inhib, I mean,
they've got 2 minutes. They've got 2 minutes left on Baron. They can look for mid lane now.
Do you believe in the Game 5 jinx? The hope for LPL right now. The hope.
You don't have infedge yet, though, man.
Well,
you don't have lifesteal either, which.
Than just some hopes, some dreams, some prayers. They're gonna need this Elder timer to expire if they want to have a chance against T1.
Just random skill shots could end the game now, folks.
Genuinely. Either way, actually.
Getting down very low. About 20 seconds or so left here on this buff. The next wave about to arrive, and you know T1 are going to force their way in.
Thorns escorting another wave in.
Swear to God, just T1 at Worlds, man. What the fuck?
Here we go.
Brace for impact, folks. Can they survive like for half a wave more before the Elder falls off? They can fight when Elder's off, but
T1 guiding the Baroned up minions toward the Nexus turrets.
Ash Arrow is still so threatening with the Encore. There's a flash Encore available. Ash Arrow misses. Good stun onto Ona. They don't get Shanks. They don't get Shanks. They don't get Shanks.
Tarzan survives as well.
And the Elder's just fallen off. Elder's off. Elder's off. Elder's off. Like now. Tao's gone.
Tao's gone. Shit. Shit. Doran flashes in. Don't survive.
How close to get? How close to
get? They've got it.
I swear to fucking God, man. I swear to fucking God.
Oh. Cap, what a phrase as well.
In the semi-finals.
Cap with the history is written by the victors, and T1 once again turned the page of the LPL. Oh my very good, Flowers.
Swear to God, man.
It's another chalk line on what has been a very one-sided scoreboard for
fucking hell, man.
As they take to the stage in Shanghai.
Well, I think anyone's legend actually. I think, look, game 4, I think Flandre kind of fucked it. He had a very good game 5. It wasn't on him. It's just T1 at Worlds, man.
Al, I'm gonna have to run.
Sam, I kind of am as well because I have to go get like Andrew to the station and stuff. Oh, I can't believe it.
Chat, I love you, but I gotta run.
Okay, folks, we have to end things like right now because we have to go do that thing where we. I'll go raid one of the other co-streamers because they'll have the. So if you're on Twitch, you'll go find someone else that can do the thingy. We shall see you though tomorrow. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Sam's going on holiday. See you in a bit, folks.
It is heartbreaking for them. They came so close. But once more again, T1 just.
And I'll go raid someone. I'll raid like Kitty or something.
In those clutch moments. I'm going to send it to our better halves of the desk to break it all down for us.